January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Oh my god, he's gone for it.
Knight e to g5 was Anish Giri's choice.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
There it is.
The world champion once again proving that he indeed has the best technique in the game.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
He's like the nicest person on the planet. When it comes to his chess, you just don't want to mess with it.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
The win for black. Nodirbek continues his hot streak.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Brendan, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
It's day 4, round 4 at Tata Steel Chess 2023. You see the many players and fans wanting more chess, and they are going to get it. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is my friend, International Master Tanya Sachev. Tanya, we've had 3 excellent days of chess thus far. What do you think is going to happen today before the rest day?
All of that and a lot more, Robert. I think the fact that we've got a rest day coming up, the players are all pumped to go all in today because it's really just about going all out, getting that action in. They know they can rest tomorrow. It's going to be about opening preparation, who gets the momentum going. I'm really looking forward to what the players bring on the board, as I'm sure is.
Absolutely. Some players have had longer days than others. Yesterday, we only had one decisive game, but that was not for lack of trying or lack of fighting, because it was a marathon endgame between Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi, as well as Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keimer, the 2 matchups that you see in the bottom of yesterday's results. But Tanya, it kind of was all about Fabiano Caruana yesterday.
100%, but I think the results that we have in front of us are not reflective of the chess that we saw, the big fights that we saw. As you were pointing out, Arjun and Vincent saving some marathon games, being under pressure for the most part of it, showed resourcefulness, and we had amazing chess all throughout with complex endgames that we all loved watching. With just one decisive result, which actually put Fabi at the top of the leaderboard.
It certainly did. He joins 4 other familiar faces at the top. Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, Ding Liren, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov all share first place with Fabiano Caruana. And yesterday, Fiona caught up with Fabiano to talk about his win, which was the only decisive result of Monday's action.
Unclear. Like, it's the kind of advantage where this tiny bit of an advantage throughout the middle game, and at some point it seemed like he was misplaying it a bit, and I had a serious advantage, but it was also extremely unclear. Like, it's the kind of advantage where you can easily imagine losing it if you make one inaccuracy. And then he blundered the g-pawn. That was basically the entire game. I mean, the position was unclear. Maybe I was a bit better, and then he just blundered g4. I didn't see the computer evaluation, but it looked like a very difficult position for him. Yeah. Like after I'm done in exchange for 2 pawns and his king is super weak. It wasn't easy, but it felt very bad.
We heard from Fabiano himself. Tanya, what always strikes me about his interviews is not just how professional he is, but how objective about the chess. Like he said, oh, maybe I was slightly better, but it was not going to be easy. It was tricky, the type of advantage that you could slip up and lose. So I really always note that when I hear a Fabiano Caruana interview.
He definitely keeps it real, but I think that was the shocking moment from day 3 with Jordan pretty much just giving the game away as a gift to Fabi with G4, the one move blunder. And that really puts a big question mark to Jordan's shape and form in this event. Completely agree with you, Fabi. Very objective evaluation there. We had the eval bar say that Fabi played a flawless game on day 3. But the players just have no idea the kind of advantage that they have. He kept it under control all throughout.
He certainly did. On the other side of things, we see Jordan van Forest dropping down in the standings 1 point out of 3 games. And he's kind of fortunate to even have 1 full point. Those 2 draws that he had were from much worse positions with the white pieces. So as we tune into day 4, we have a rejuvenated Fabiano Caruana. He won that game to tie the leaders. And as we see, he takes on Richard Rapport. So Rapport, ever the fighting player. The question is, will Fabiano be able to bring that momentum today?
This is a great matchup. Richard will come in with some innovative opening ideas. Fabi showed yesterday he's ready for all of that. A huge match here coming on. Will Fabi be able to keep up the momentum is the big question.
It certainly is. And up at the top, Wesley So against Levon Aronian. Tanya, your thoughts about the All-American Derby?
This is the All-American matchup, but of course we've seen these two fight it out over the chessboard so many times. Wesley So has won the Tata Steel Masters once before. Levon Aronian has been the 4-time champion of this tournament. Both have been having a solid start. And yes, they haven't won a game yet, but I think we can easily say that they have been showing good form in the tournament so far. It's going to be all about who gets the kind of position that they want out of the opening.
Certainly the case. And in the matchup between Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi, teenagers duking it out. They have never played in classical chess. They have split their matches in the Champions Chess Tour in 2022. But Vincent, he recently swept Arjun at the 2022 World Rapid and Blitz. And Vincent, he is the silver medalist in rapid chess. That was an amazing accomplishment. Arjun himself gained 90 rating points in the year 2022 in classical chess. That's unbelievable. So in each player's first appearance in the Masters division of Tata Steel, we'll see who continues in better form. Will it be Vincent, who was able to draw that long endgame yesterday, or is it Arjun, who's had 3 very impressive games? He has been sound throughout most of it, and when he was on the edge of losing that first game, he still managed to draw yesterday.
The other matchup that I am super excited about is Ding Liren taking on Pragnananda. That's world number 2 Ding with world number 52 Prag, but don't be fooled by that because we've seen Prag take on Magnus and the way he does it. He's established himself in these faster time controls against the world number 1. What will he bring in his first ever encounter against the world championship challenger Ding Liren? This is a super exciting matchup. It is the clash of generations.
It certainly is, and while they haven't played in classical chess, Ding did defeat Pragnananda in the finals of the Chessable Masters, so perhaps Pragnananda has vengeance on his brain. But as we move forward in this list of pairings, the big matchup of today is co-leaders Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. So Tanya, the head-to-head, it's all Magnus, except in Wijk on Zee. That's the interesting part, is that Anish Giri holds his own when playing in the Dutch territory.
100%. He loves playing over there. But take a look at their match scores. It is Magnus Carlsen who's had 6 wins, while Anish Giri has just won 1 game against him. And that was also back in 2011. In fact, fun fact here, Robert, that was the first time they ever played a classical game against each other. And the last time in Wijk on Zee in 2022, Magnus Carlsen took on Anish Giri once more. It was Magnus who came out on top. A huge lead there. Now, this has actually come on to be one of the big rivalries of modern chess. And Robert, I'm not just talking about over-the-board stuff here, but even we've seen the bromance go through its different phases on Twitter. Whenever we've got this matchup, it's fun time.
It certainly is. And yes, not yesterday, excuse me. Last year's match was unbelievable, where Magnus played that Catalan sacrifice material and he really blew Anish off the board. So they may have a bromance on Twitter, but when they play over the chessboard, they are no longer friends. They're more frenemies.
And that's how chess is. Now, we've also got two players who have so far been struggling in the tournament. Jordan Van First will face off against Gukesh in this one. They've had a shaky start in the event, so I think they want to come out on top, get that leaderboard going. An important match for currently the two players who are at the bottom of the board. We also have Nodirbek taking on Parham.
Yeah, that matchup will be so fascinating. Abdusattorov and Maksudlu, very adventurous and attacking players. And it's the Uzbek, the former world rapid champion, the Olympiad gold medalist, and Parham, who was a last-second invitee to this field. So let's remind everybody that this is a 13-round event. 14 players take part. They each play another opponent once. 13 players were invited. One player, Arjun Erigaisi, qualified by winning the Challengers Tournament last year. Scoring is standard, 1 point for a win, a half point for a draw. And as is natural, the player with the most points out of the 13 games wins the championship.
Absolutely, Robert. And once again, let's also take a look at the time control. This is as classical as it gets. It is the long time format. The Wimbledon of chess really brings out the best in the players in the opening, middle game, and end game. And that's because they've got the time to navigate through the complexities. You've got 100 minutes. That's an hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves. Once they reach that, they get an additional 50 minutes to make it to 60 for the next 20 moves. And of course, they get a 30-second increment every time they make a move, every time they press a clock. And finally, after move 60, they will get an additional 15 minutes on the clock.
Yes, it's a long time control, and the players, they're just getting seated right now. So it's the start of what could be a very long game. You see Wesley So, he's writing down the name of his opponent, and we see that opponent by his fashion choice. Tanya, that is a Levanarodian shirt if I've ever seen one.
The fashion game strong. You just need to see that visual and you know it's gotta be Lev. Somebody asked him once, where does he get his shirts? And he actually said that's a secret that he's not gonna let out. So Lev on there, we see him with his signature style and his signature cup of tea. He's ready to start with the black pieces. He had such a long game yesterday against Arjun. Some missed chances there by Lev. And it's going to be all about whether he's got the energy to create that kind of a position that he had yesterday. Wesley, also extremely solid. And now on our screen, we can see the big matchup that we're all waiting for. Anish, waiting for Magnus to arrive with the white pieces.
And Anish Giri looking sharp, representing some of his sponsors. Optiver, that's been a long time a sponsor of Anish Giri. And Chessable, of course, he has made many great courses on Chessable. And there we see a handshake between two familiar foes. They go at it on Twitter. They've gone at it over the chessboard. And while Anish Giri has a losing record head-to-head, as most players do, against Magnus Carlsen, in Wijk, they are even. And that is something that allows Anish to feel a sense of confidence. He performs so well in Wijk. And even though it's Magnus Carlsen, the highest rated player in the world, the world champion in all three disciplines, classical, rapid, and blitz, somehow in Wijk, Anish Giri holds his own.
He sure does, Robert, but he's playing against somebody who's won the event 8 times. Here we are talking about a matchup between these two players who have phenomenal performances in Wijk, and it is go time as Anish starts. Wow, that's a surprise. I was actually expecting the king's pawn opening from him, but he starts with 1d4.
Okay, he decides to move the queen's pawn against Magnus Carlsen. Not the first time Magnus has seen that pawn push, that's for sure. But we've talked about this pretty much every day. What does my opponent expect of me? That is the question that Magnus is asking himself, because Magnus has thousands of games that you can look up and see. Is today going to be a Grunfeld day like he did against Vincent Keimer? Is it going to be a Queen's Game and Accepted day? I don't know Magnus to play the QGA, but why not? Today is a new game, so let's play a new line. So that's what happens in the opening. You see Magnus adjusting his pieces before he makes his first move. What do you expect to see from the world champion?
This is a classic Magnus start of the game style. He comes in, regardless of where the clock is, whether the games have already started or not, he always adjusts pieces, puts them in the way he likes it, and then he makes them first move. Before I could answer it, Robert, he answers it himself. He starts with the knight to f6, and he is hinting towards going for a queen's gambit decline potentially, so no Grunfels this time.
Right, d5 could be his next move, and he plays
Ooh,
b6.
it's a Queen's Indian.
A Queen's Indian. This bishop goes to b7 to challenge the bishop that's going to g2, and perhaps because out to a6. All right, this is old school. So you attack a pawn on c4. White has options of how to defend it. You could push your pawn to b3, simple defense. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. You can bring this queen all the way out to a4, after which black often will bring this bishop back to b7 and push the pawn to c5. The claim is that while the light square bishop has moved twice, the queen is offside on a4. And Tanya, I'm going to pass it over to you because you're a queen's pawn player. You have undoubtedly faced the Queen's Indian defense here, and here in this case, it's kind of BOGO system. So what's your experience like, and what do you like to play with the white side?
This is a fun line. Usually you want to take the bishop out to b7, which you were pointing out, which leads to these positional strategic battles. But bishop a6 often becomes a mess in the middle game. As you were pointing out, the black is threatening c4. The move that I like with white is queen to c2. You defend the pawn with your queen. You place the queen, anticipating a middle game where it will be nicely placed on the b1 to h7 diagonal. But it leads to a lot of fun, Robert, and complicated lines as black can immediately strike in the center with the move c5, which involves a lot of long theory. White goes d5, trying to break into black's defenses in front of the king, and it is a messy theory, but I would love to see the game progress this way. Just a couple of weeks ago, the two actually played against each other in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Anish started with the white pieces. Magnus had black there, but Anish chose the king's pawn opening. It was a crazy French. And again, there as well, we had an absolute mess out of the middle game. So even though Anish has chosen a more strategic approach in this one, starting with the queen's pawn opening, I like that Magnus has made the move bishop a6. It means he's in the mood for a bloodbath here.
He certainly is. And you see Anish Giri thinking. We know that when he's prepped, he moves very quickly. And I just want to show some of the variations in the line that you presented, because this has been played hundreds of times, if not way more than that. If black goes ahead and scoops up this pawn on d5, this is a big mistake. Queen e4 check hits the knight in addition to checking the king. And if that knight moves back, you say, I saved my knight. Down goes your rook in the corner. So this would actually just scoop up material for white. And so if you take on d5 in a position like this, black will play bishop to b7 back. And the problem for white is that you want to make this move e4, but after queen e7, not only is this pawn under attack, it's pinned to the king. So while you may protect the e4 pawn, now the d5 pawn is also hanging. So there are tactics galore in the early stages of this opening. And so you have to be very careful for both sides, because the pawn sacrifice has serious bite, but it also could backfire if you're not careful.
You've got to be really prepared if you want to give up that pawn for the initiative. And with the amount of time that Anish is taking currently, one gets the feeling that, of course, he's prepared for the match, but perhaps he wasn't expecting Magnus to choose the Queen's Indian defense with b6, and a step ahead of that, to make the last move, this bishop to a6. Go for this extremely combative line that the two have played on the board. And we see Anish there trying to think of his approach. Now, we've pointed out what happens in this pawn sacrifice line. The other way that white can approach this position, which is extremely theoretical as well, is the move b3. As you were mentioning, a pawn is a pawn's best friend, and you can play b3, defending that c4 pawn. The line continues, Robert, with black taking out that bishop with a tempo. You give a check on b4. And the whole idea is that you provoke white to put his own bishop on d2 to intercept the check, because you don't want him to put that bishop on b2, where it's the strongest placed piece. And now after bishop d2, you can just fall back bishop e7. And this is a more strategic approach to the middle game, it continues a lot slower. I'm hoping that Anish chooses queen c2 and we see some crazy fireworks.
I just like the way you're illustrating this position. The bishop is better placed on b2, so it seems like you're handing your opponent a tempo by giving the check and moving back, but you're putting a piece on a square it doesn't want to be on. So it's always interesting to see players in the opening figure out what they want to do. Anish seems completely unsure. He was not expecting this. So he is calculating here. He's just trying to think, what does Magnus want from me? And he has no idea.
He has no idea. And Robert, I am looking around on our boards. Let's get a bird's eye view. Let's just zoom out from this position while Anish takes a thought on how he wants to approach this middle game. Will he go all out, sacrifice a pawn, or will he play it safe right now? But take a look at what is happening around the board, and what catches my attention is that bottom left board. One of our tournament leaders, Fabiano Caruana, with the black pieces, taking on the most imaginative player in modern chess, Richard Rappo. And what is this position? Fabi's already gone for g5, h5, expanded on the king side. At first thought, when I saw this, I thought Richard was the one playing from black.
Well, let's dive right into that game between Richard Rapport and Fabiano Caruana. That way we can see, is this a worthy, aggressive play from Fabi, or is it kind of a bluff? I don't believe Fabi bluffs in the opening. So as we head to the board here, we see the last couple moves. We can start from the beginning. It was a position with a queen's gambit decline via transposition. Richard started with c4, just like he did against Wesley So. And after this bishop came out to g5, Tanya, we saw black do the same with bishop b4. And after white tries to develop, look at this, h6, g5, breaking the pin, and h5. So it makes sense how we got here, but now that we're here, help me out. I don't know if I like it for black, but because Fabiano's doing it, I sort of trust it as preparation.
This is incredible stuff from Fabi. You know, Fabi is one of the most principled players who's so well prepared in openings, and we expect these theoretical battles for him where he's got these amazing ideas that he comes out with, but this is aggression. Fabi is actually playing in the style of his own opponent that he faces today. He's gone all out with g5, h5, and Robert, as far as I can tell, there are all of just 4 games that have happened in this particular position after h5. If we just back up one move, when Fabi took the call to go all out with g5, this position itself gets pretty rare. But after the move g5, where you kick the bishop out, black usually does that to be able to unpin his knight and jump forward immediately with knight e4. And the game continues in many different ways here. But in fact, h5, this is relatively a super new position. Richard is the one who usually surprises us in the opening. This time he's on the receiving end of that, and we see him having a think. You're asking, how should one respond to this? Robert, I am as lost as you are. One thing is clear, that this is a critical moment. You need to take a call. Do you want to push that h pawn? Do you want to immediately target black's play with a move like h4, asking him to decide, asking him to take a decision, what he wants to do, create more weaknesses? Because yes, you can go g4 after h4, but take a look at that. h4, g4, you create so many dark squared weaknesses, and this is not what Fabi wants. What Fabi wants to play here is to go for knight to e4. Come on and attack that knight on c3, attack that bishop on g3. It is terribly tricky for white.
Right, because you would like the pawn to capture back the h-pawn if the bishop is captured on g3. But now your knight on c3 is under attack twice. You need to defend it. So if you make a defensive move, knight g3, pawn g3, you see a pretty ugly pawn structure. So for now, it might be acceptable for black. It says it's just, for white, it's just a slight disadvantage. But in general, this is not at all what you want. e3 is weak, g3 is weak. They're going to be targets. So it's a really clever opening choice, h5, not exactly hiding his intentions to push his pawn to h4. And if you make some kind of quiet move like a3 attacking the bishop, then black takes on c3, and after this plays h4. The bishop is not trapped, it goes into e5, but then a simple move like knight to d7 or c6, I think knight d7 makes more sense because the knight on c6 will be pinned by bishop to b5, so you play knight d7. That way, if you try to pin, I block the pin, and I'm just threatening to take this bishop on e5. So I don't think black really has huge problems if you get this dark square bishop off the board, because those weaknesses you were highlighting, Tanya, are on the dark squares.
Really astonishing opening here by black, and I am loving it absolutely. I just wonder if it's Fabi's result from yesterday against Jordan that has brought about this innovative play in the opening where he's making his intentions super clear. He's ambitious in today's game.
He certainly is. And maybe he has confidence from the win yesterday. Maybe he just knows that sometimes Richard, he himself claims that he doesn't know openings very well. That despite the fact that he's creative, he sometimes is creative because he's not sure of what to do. And he's a superstar player, one of the best in the world. But here he took his time and, in fact, played the move h4. So for Fabi, it's time to jump that knight into e4. And white does have the move, knight to e2. That defends both the knight on c3 and defends the bishop on g3. So you can take back with a piece rather than the f-pawn. So going to be interesting to see how this one continues here. But I would be worried if I were Fabiano Caruana's opponent and he is just blitzing out moves.
I'll tell you one thing about Richard. He's fearless. Yes, us mere mortals would be shaking right now seeing Fabi go g5, h5 out of the opening, but Richard will take it head on, and that's what he shows with his approach. He took a little bit of time, but he went for what appears to be the most logical way to handle black's over-aggression on the king side. He went for h4, and Fabi has replied with the move. Has he yet played knight e4?
Yeah, knight e4, knight e2, and bishop g4. These are all moves that the players are making, and we can see why bishop g4 is played, pinning this knight on e2. So Fabi, continuing with his preparation, showing his aggressive intentions here. Let's make the move a3, for example. This is a huge blunder. You see the eval bar go in black's favor because after knight takes c3, your queen's under attack, so you have to deal with this. And after pawn takes, there's bishop takes c3 check, as if your only move that doesn't lose all the pieces, knight takes c3, here is where the pin is exploited. Bishop takes d1 wins the queen for a couple minor pieces, and then black would have a winning advantage.
This is already getting so scary for white with all these pieces pinned. The knight on c3 is pinned with the king on e1. The knight on e2 is pinned with the queen on d1. Black having a knight on e4, bishop g4, bishop b4. It looks like massive play here with the black army. But take a look at our eval bar. It says very clearly that white does have an out here and white's doing fine. And that's simply because white hasn't done anything wrong out of the opening. White also has played logically, but Richard needs to find the accurate move here. Now, to my eyes, Robert, one of the moves that I would consider in this position is f3, because it looks like, wait a second, you're hitting the knight on e4, you're hitting the bishop on g4, you're asking black to take a decision on how you want to respond. What do you think Fabi has in mind after that?
I think he's just going to take this bishop on g3, and after knight takes g3 back, he can retreat his light square bishop if he wants, let's say to e6, and the claim is e3 is tender. You want to have this pawn back on f2. You want your pawn chains, because a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. Here, the e3 d4 chain has the e3 as the base, whereas the f2 pawn is much harder for black to approach. So the g3 knight is loose, the e3 pawn is loose. Black is the one with a dark square bishop. This doesn't look very pleasant for white. So f3 is the move that I would play in a blitz game. I would just make that move because that way I save material. Another option is to move your queen away to a score like b3. We were talking about it yesterday, that when a bishop leaves the queen side, the b7 pawn or b2 for white will be loose. But there are tactical issues here. What happens if, say, black takes on e2? Clearly, it doesn't work out. I'm making a mistake. But the point I was trying to make is that the knight on c3 is pinned. And if that's the case, and you take back with your bishop on e2, and that's not the best move, apparently. Knight takes g3. If you take with the pawn on g3, the pawn structure looks bad. It's clear, based on the engine's reaction, that white is just almost winning here, and it's because of black's lack of development. The queen is putting pressure everywhere in the center, the problem on the h5 pawn, the g5 pawn. So that would be the reason why white has a huge advantage here, despite the fact that white's pawn structure is the one that looks bad. The lead in development is too much.
And we see there Richard with his head in his hands, completely focused on the position. He does realize the importance of this moment. It looks like he's under pressure, but he does know that he has to find the correct way forward. It can get worse for White really quickly. Also, he needs to evaluate these things that you're mentioning, that you double up the pawn, but you're still fine. You have the initiative. And of course, once again, Richard not shying away from these combative ways of meeting your opponent's opening ideas, goes for the move that you were suggesting, queen to b3, and Fabi goes on blitzing, which is also an indication for Richard that he's on the right path. Because let's just zoom out for a bit from what's happening here, Robert. If your opponent comes with opening preparation and you have no idea about it, you're taking your time, making your moves slowly, but your opponent keeps playing fast, at least you know that this is something that he's checked, and he's checked because it's perhaps the best line possible. I think it's something to worry about when you go into a game, your opponent makes these incredibly fast moves, and then you play something and it puts your opponent in a think tank. That's when you need to start worrying that I haven't made the best response in the position.
That's absolutely true. And these two players are friends. They know each other very well. And Richard, he's often his own harshest critics. He will win a game and then put himself on blast. Be like, "Oh, I didn't play well. I got lucky. I don't know what happened." He's a very modest person with that kind of dry sense of humor that I really appreciate. And it's very clear. He knows way more than he lets on sometimes, and he still knows the position. But after knight takes g3, Tanya, he's thinking here. My automatic reply, my sense would be, well, I don't want to ruin my pawn structure, so let me take with my knight. But yet he's thinking. And I believe Fabiano, it's move 11 right now, he has a bunch more moves up his sleeve. His preparation has not ended here. He's still in the realm of his prep, and he'll probably develop this knight out to c6 to keep his bishop defended. And this tension, by the way, between the g5 and h4 pawns, it won't last forever, especially because the bishop has been removed. At some point, black will threaten g takes h4. So I'm curious to see how Fabi responds after Richard finally makes his move.
And Richard has to decide whether to recapture with the pawn or the knight, because that just completely changes the dynamics in the position. It is one of those critical moments which will go on to define how the middle game is played out and how it progresses. Now, Robert, with your analysis, you have really broken down Fabi's position and his thought process. But we have to ask you, we have to address the elephant in the room here. What's your breakdown of Fabi's haircut?
At first he was almost unrecognizable to me, and I've known Fabiano for a long, long time. And you see the image that's on the left-hand side of the screen right there. He has the poofy hair, but now his hair is gone. It's a close shave to his head, and maybe with the new year he wanted a new Fabi. But I just have to say, Fabi's looking fresh. He's looking good. He won that game yesterday, so he's playing well. And for Richard, he has the opposite hairstyle. He's growing that out. He looks good. He was very fashionable at the candidates, different blazers, the salmon-colored attire. So this is going to be a clash. I'm very excited to see how this game develops. But if I'm Richard Report right now, I'm not thrilled by the fact that Fabiano has not just moved instantly, he's gained time. You start with an hour and 40 minutes. Fabiano has an hour and 44 minutes. He has not thought once because he's in his preparation.
All right, so there you have it, chat. Robert approves of Fabi's haircut, and Robert, you will also approve of Richard's recapture decision. He finally did go for the knight capturing back on g3, not ruining his pawn structure. Because if you do that, you have to have something concrete, tangible to justify it. Otherwise, it just becomes a long-term, forever weakness. So a good decision there by Richard, capturing with the knight, and Fabi, of course, blitzing it out. So it feels like he's still in prep. He knows what he's doing. But for Richard, news is that it's a sign that he hasn't gone wrong yet.
That's true. Although the more time he spends, the more I have to question, is he still familiar with the position? And there's already a threat of g takes h4. So if you were playing a bullet game, you'd probably rush out the move h takes g5. He wants to make sure this is good, because when the queen gets to g5, Black is ready to castle long. That king is not going to g8. Ever since Fabiano pushed his pawn to g5 and then to h5 over here, it was a clear indication that his king will be vulnerable if he did castle short. So he is likely to castle long, and taking on g5 only helps the queen get out the way so the king can go to c8. And on the other side, where is the white king going to go? It can castle queenside, except for the fact you're not allowed to castle through check, and the d1 square is covered. And to castle kingside, I don't think that's a good idea because black's pawns are already forward and more pieces will come into the attack. So I feel like white will have the less safe king. And what's interesting, Tanya, is we have the engine evaluation off to the side. We don't have the moves, but we have the eval bar suggesting that white is better. Do you think Richard knows that white is slightly better because he's thinking, which means he's likely not in very extended preparation? So I don't know. To my eyes, it looks like black is very active, creating threats, has the bishop pair, but the eval bar speaks the truth, right? It doesn't lie. So what do you make of this dynamic?
It's a tough one, whether Richard knows how good his position is or that he's done everything right. Of course, the answer to that is he has no idea about that. But the one thing I feel about this is that Richard is enjoying this opening outcome. These are the kind of positions that Richard thrives on. So even though he is taking his time, he isn't playing super fast. He doesn't need to. You've got so much time on the clock. What are you going to do? Save it and take it back home. This is the moment he enjoys playing these kind of positions. He relishes them. And I have no doubt that despite Fabi playing fast, and yes, there can be these psychological games where he gets up after every move, walks around, it can put pressure on your opponent. But I think Richard is unfazed by all of that. He is liking this opening outcome a lot more than playing something that would be a lot more strategic. Coming to how does white respond? That is definitely a huge question here. As you mentioned, the king is still in the center. The h4 pawn is attacked. But Robert, I wouldn't care with white if you took on h4. You take my pawn on h4, but what kind of a pawn is that to start with? You double your pawns. You also give my knight a really sweet spot on f4. And I would love to get that with the white pieces. So one of the approaches that Richard could have here is to continue with development. And the move bishop b5 comes to my mind. I've got a nasty little trick if you're not careful. For example, let's say you try to push my bishop out with a6. You might be attacking it, but then I pick up your knight with a check. I go bishop c6, and your bishop on b4 hangs after that. So you don't have time to play slow moves. And of course, this is not going to happen, but let's say after bishop b5, you go become greedy and take my pawn on h4. I'm once again super happy, and I will just come back with my knight. Take it to f4, knight e2 comes to mind. Again, I don't know if I want to start with bishop c6, but just to show my point that I don't care about that h4 pawn. I want to go knight e2, I want to put my knight on f4, and I am a happy camper.
That's a really good point. That the f4 square is probably more valuable than the cost of a pawn. That also puts pressure on d5. So if this bishop comes to b5, it's likely that you have to part with your dark squared bishop if you're Fabiano. And after bishop takes c3 check, the queen can take back. And there's something useful about this setup for black. The rook can slide up to h6, defending the knight on c6. And we see the evaluation bar is like it's hovering towards the middle, saying it's about even, but nobody looks at this position and say, yeah, this is just equal. You're like, what is going on here? It is a true mess where now the h4 pawn remains hanging. If you bring your knight to e2, this bishop can even take it off the board, so you don't get that knight to the f4 square. But at the same time, black's king is still in the center, just like white's. There is pressure down the c-file. If hg5 happens, this h5 pawn is isolated. It's just a position, double-edged chances for both. But I love an early rook lift, Tanya. You don't get to see that very often. Protecting the queen side all the way from h6.
That's a really cool move, and especially once you know that you're never going kingside castling because you've already expanded that side. It's a cool way to develop your pieces while defending them at the same time. Robert, we are going to come back to this while Richard's having a think how he wants to progress in this position. I have to say that I love Fabi's approach. It definitely promises to be a fiery game, but meanwhile, there's also action, intense opening action on the other boards as well. So let's just zoom out for a second and take a look at what the players are up to.
Well, the top left, Magnus Carlsen did go up a pawn, just like you were saying, Tanya. The queen is on c2 for Anish, and he gave up a pawn on d5. So,
Nice.
we can dive into that some more in a minute. But as we look around the horn at all the games, we have some closed positions, some open positions. Top right, that position, look at those pawns. Doubled e-pawns for both sides between Ding Liren and Praggnanandhaa. It's going to be about jockeying for positioning with your remaining pieces. In the bottom right, we have a Sicilian between Jordan van Forest and Gukesh. And so we'll see some fighting chess on that board for sure. Every Sicilian is a good time. Right next to them, second from the right, Vincent Keimer against Arjun Erigaisi. It seems like a closed position, connect four, if you will, because Black's pawns all the way towards that c4 square. It's a nice pawn chain, but Vincent is going to try to break down that chain in the future. And Wesley and Levon, that's in the middle down there. It looks like a position where it's not a symmetrical pawn structure that promises a fight.
All the boards that we're looking at right now, we know that today is going to be a day of fighting chess. Just looking at the mindset that the players have come in. We saw Fabi with his crazy opening of g5, h5, and we see Anish has chosen the most dynamic approach in that position against Magnus, sacrificing a pawn. I also really like Arjun's approach in this one. But of course, you were mentioning the connect four pawns. But the drawback of that, as we can see, the second board to the right, is that your bishop is always dead. So Arjun's got a little development problems there. But I think the one game we should deep dive into is the Pragg versus Ding Liren matchup. It's such a clash of generations, and I think it's a huge opportunity for Pragg. He's never played against Ding before, so it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches this game against one of the greatest players of modern chess.
Yes, so why don't we dive into the game between Ding Liren and Praggnanandhaa. That position is an interesting one where both sides have doubled pawns in the center. And the e-file is very clogged, so that's interesting to note. So let's talk about the pros and cons for each side. I guess we could just show how we got here. It's from the Italian game where White put a bishop on e3, and then Black put a bishop on e6. So we see that this is all standard. That's why I'm fast forwarding these moves that I've played many, many times. Bishop came to e6. We saw a trade, and White put a bishop on e3 to shut down the bishop on a7. So, Tanya, in the live position, what I was about to get at and ask you, in fact, is with queen b3, the pawn on b7 is not under attack, just to show that if you make some random move, that the queen just gets trapped over here. So it's not about individual threats so much as is finding a plan. What is it you like about Ding's position? What do you like about Pragg's position? Because to me, if I just saw this position for the first time, I feel like I would think it's very equal because the pawn structure is the same.
And it is probably equal, but very often in chess terms, when we say equal, we might think that this will end in a draw, but this position is anything but that. It still has so many factors to play for. As you mentioned, this pawn structure makes it super unique. The reason why players are happy in this Italian to trade off the bishops and get these double pawns is because of the squares that they control in the center. Robert, for Black to be able to control the f5 and the d5 square, and for White to make sure Black's knights never get into f4 are important points. What I like is Black already on the open file on f8, and White always has to be careful of keeping that knight defended. Out of nowhere, we've often seen sacrifices like imagine knight h5, rook f3 coming in if White ever got rid of that knight on f3. And it can be very dangerous for White to handle this position with the king open. The other point to note, as you pointed out, is that the b7 pawn cannot be picked up because your queen gets trapped. And one of the big ideas for the players in this is to try to break in the center. Now that you've reinforced it with this pawn structure, you want to get in d5. White wants to get in d4 at the right time. So even though the eval bar currently gives an equality, it's a very dynamic position. And once it opens up, it's anyone's game. As far as how would we conclude the opening outcome, I would say that Pragg should be happy with the way the opening's gone. I think he's feeling comfortable in this position. It's a long game. Also, Ding has no reasons to be not pleased with it because the game is what he wants. And it's going to be fun to watch this one, but this is going to be slow to develop.
It certainly will be. And, well, Pragnanda, he's been leaning in. That almost like hurts me to watch. I feel like he's a contortionist there. He's really trying to dive into the position almost literally. But there are so many nuances that Tanya was just highlighting. Who's going to strike in the center first? It is almost definitely going to be White, because if Black starts with the move d5 here, that's part of the plan, right? But after e takes d5, both sides have undoubled their pawns, but there's this move e4, which is just frustrating to see because the pawn on d5 is pinned. And not just that, the rook on e1 now is perfectly placed because it's going to stare at this pawn on e5. So you have to be careful before you push in the center like this. And for Ding, on the other hand, let's say Black plays the move h6 to take away knight g5 jumps. You are ready to play d4. You have your center under control. Your knight protects the e4 pawn. You have a nice expanded center. And there may not be a threat at the moment, but at some point you could take on e5, and then both sides will have double isolated pawns. But White may be able to jump with a knight to c4 and things of that nature. And you need to keep an eye on b7. We keep saying you can't capture it right away. Your queen gets trapped. That is true. But if you stop looking at it, and you keep your eye off it forever, you may just lose it at some point if you're not focused.
So it might be equal, but it's probably a little more equal for White than for Black, simply because White is able to strike in the center first with d4. And we see Pragg having a think at this moment. He doesn't need to defend b7, but he still has to make a move. And how does he improve this position that he has? Unable to play d5, which would be ideal, as you pointed out, due to the reason of the pin along the a2 g8 diagonal. Pragg is having a think. Robert, while he does that, we also see a huge crowd there behind him, having a look at the games. And that is the Festival of Wijk. We've got the amateur section, the challenger section, the best in the world playing in the Masters, and the playing arena is always bustling with spectators.
It is, and some of those spectators are also players themselves, and they might be competing in one of the amateur sections. This is a huge festival in Wijk aan Zee, year in and year out. Since 1938, they have had this tournament in Wijk aan Zee featuring the best players in the world, and I love the mix of young players, the rising stars, and the established players. We've been discussing this game right here. Ding Liren, number 2 in the world. Pragnanda may be number 2 in the world in a few years, but right now just a teenager with many successes to his name, and he's proven himself over the last couple of years, especially in the online format. Ding Liren beat him in the Chess.com Masters finals, but just to get to the finals of the Champions Chess Tour event, that means you're taking down the likes of Anish Giri, or Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, or Levon Aronian, or Fabiano Caruana. You name them. That's who you have to get through to make a final in a knockout bracket. So Pragnanda, he is really strong, and right now he is extremely concentrated. So I will leave him to think about this position, because he's trying to figure out, is d4 coming? When can I get d5 in myself? Should I do something about this pawn on b7? Should I push it to b6 now or in the future? So there are a lot of small details here that play a big part. And so let's go to our bird's eye view, look at all 7 games, because Tanya, in the bottom left, I see a rook on h6 for Fabiano Caruana.
And this is what you wanted. I've been saying it throughout the event that you just know Fabi so well. You're able to predict his moves and call out his action well in advance. And this just goes on to show that you were on point with this idea of the rook lift. Super interesting. And also just above that, take a look at our big featured matchup of the day with Anish with the white pieces taking on Magnus, playing fearlessly. He's already sacrificed a pawn there. The queen has gone all the way to f5, and this is a position that is going to be a thrilling middle game to watch and to analyze, Robert. And I think we should jump to that. We see Anish there on our screen, completely focused there. A big moment there in this game. He has made the move e4.
Yes, he made that move, e4, and he is down a pawn, is Anish Giri. He is going to have compensation because he is leading in development. Black's king is still in the center, but this still is in the realm of a theoretical discussion. I think we exited the main lines. We are in a position that hasn't been played too much, but if we go back in time, Tanya, you called it with queen to c2. That was Anish's choice. And you said that there's this move d5. It did happen in this game. Black is able to take here because after queen e4 check, the knight is defended by the bishop on b7. So you don't have to move the knight away. You're not going to lose a piece. After queen e4 check, Black can simply block with the queen as well, offer a trade. Trades favor the side with more material, typically. So instead, we saw castle, bishop e7, normal development, rook d1, and this clever move. Tanya, I've always liked this move in particular, knight c6, because it looks like it blunders a piece on d5, but after rook d5, knight b4, thank you very much for the material.
Yeah, that's a nice little trick that gives Black the tempo to develop his pieces without having to return the knight on d5. And a very thematic idea in it that, of course, Anish is aware of. And he made the move queen to f5, immediately jumps out of that forking radar on b4. Now, the knight on d5 is under pressure. Magnus falls back, taking it to f6. And you want to take it to f6 because imagine if you went knight to c7. One, you take it away from the king side, and don't forget that d7 weakness. You still can't go shock castle because the rook on d1 and the queen on f5 really pressure that pawn. So knight f6 makes a lot of sense, a good retreat there, bringing the knight closer to the king side defenses. Anish, unstoppable, goes e4 with a huge idea. If Magnus does go short castle, he wants to keep advancing that pawn, put more pressure on Black. e5 would come in, and this is bad news for Black. So Magnus has to still waste another move before he can get his king to safety, and d6 has been played. Now, this is not a new position, Robert. It has occurred before. These are thematic lines, and once again, lots of options here for White to proceed. One of the critical moves that Anish is thinking about is the move e5, immediately striking in the center. When you've sacrificed a pawn, time is of the essence. You have to make the most of your momentum. You can't give Black the opportunity to just do everything as and when he pleases and get coordination with the pieces. So knight c3 is not a bad move, I think, but the critical line here that we need to look at and that I know is going through Anish's mind is striking in the center with the move e5.
E5 looks very powerful.
He reaches out and he makes it, Robert. He goes for it.
Yeah, I didn't make that move. I was about to grab the pawn, and then it left my hand and went to e5. So that was Anish playing e5. So the knight's under attack. The pawn on d6 is pinned. If you take on e5, you simply lose your queen, and you're going to lose the game. So instead, Black... Okay, I was about to say it, and we'll just let the players do our jobs here. Queen d7, and this is Magnus's point. The queen stares at the queen on f5, which is undefended. If you take on d7, the knight that is under attack gets to take back. It's not the end of the story because White takes on d6, gets that pawn back. The bishop slides out to f6. So the question becomes, is this a strength, this pawn on d6? At first, it looks like a healthy passed pawn with a rook protecting it. That's great. But if you gave Black one turn, so I'm going to make some move like h3, you see the evaluation turn in Black's favor. The king castles to the queen side. This knight can come to d4, and this pawn is not a strength anymore. It's actually a liability. It's isolated. It's foreign enemy territory. It's overextended. And with some trades, this pawn will fall, just like Richard Report's pawn against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the first round. So Tanya, if we get this queen swap and e takes d6, I believe White needs to throw in a check on e1 so the Black king can't castle, but it doesn't change the dynamic. White may be doing well for the moment, but this pawn on d6, it's either a great pawn, a potential queen, or it's going to fall victim to Black's pieces, and then Black may even be able to go up material.
This is an amazing position, an incredible position. Center, Anish striking with e5. And we also see on the clock that Anish has taken a lot of time already. He is down to an hour and 18 minutes, while Magnus has kept up the pace. He has taken less time than Anish, and that's because he was the one who came up with this idea of going for Queen's Indian, then this bishop a6 line. I do really like that Anish went for the dynamic approach, but the drawback of that is that he needs to be super precise. And even though it's a classical format and the players have enough time, they need to be careful, Robert, because we've often seen in critical moments, somehow when the clock goes low, mistakes happen, and those are super decisive. The players currently have got 1 hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves if you just take a look at the time format of the tournament, and hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves, after which they get an additional 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, and then 15 minutes for the rest of the game. They also get 30 seconds per move, Robert, but still, it might seem like a lot of time, but we've seen this again and again, that at that very end, when they're trying to reach time control, things can go wrong when you're playing on seconds and you've just got a few minutes left. So Anish needs to be aware of the clock right now.
He does. And he is trying to figure out if the queen trade is going to be good for him. He knows he'll get his pawn back, but as we were just discussing, that's a pawn that is far in enemy territory, and it could actually be one that will slip away from you. So let's zoom out from this game. We still have all 7 games just heating up, getting underway. And as we look across our screen here, we see that Rookliff from Fabiano, that's fun. Parham and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, that's the second from the left on the bottom row. That position, it's quiet. Not a single piece has been traded. So I think we can stay away from that for the moment, but it will get spicier as the game continues. But for now, it's just a little bit too early. I think we should go to the game in the middle there between Wesley So and Levon Aronian, because I just saw that queen slide into A3 for Levon here. And it's one of these positions, Tanya, where I'm almost wondering if we'll see an early draw by repetition. The eval bars has white is only a smidge better, and the last move was queen A3, and this bishop just went to C3 to attack that queen. So would you be surprised if Wesley goes bishop B2, then queen to B4, and bishop back to C3, and queen back to A3?
Wesley is a really practical player. If he feels himself uncomfortable in any situation, he does not mind going in for that repetition, bailing out of a position. He doesn't enjoy getting into a mess if he doesn't have that clarity of the evaluation of how he feels. So it really just comes down to how comfortable he is. But Robert, answering your question, I would not be surprised if we see a quick draw here. While the players have a think, let's just take it from the top. It was an English opening and see how we got to this point.
Yeah, it was in English with the 4 knights and G3. So you can fianchetto, get your bishop to the longest diagonal. D5 striking in the center while white plays toward the flank. And then we see a swap. And after bishop C5, castles, D3, we just have this reversed Sicilian, where instead of white playing E4 and black playing C5, it's colors reversed, which means an extra tempo for white. And the move was played H6 by Levon. We're still in a normal looking position, but H6 itself, this is getting a little bit rarer because D3 as well. I don't know if that's the main line. So Tanya, they're playing a very solid game thus far with little moves here and there. But when we see B3 and E4 was played, I feel like it allows black to sort of show his hand first.
Really nice there with the central break, and one just gets the feeling that black's pieces have more activity. After E4, Wesley took the decision to trade on E4, doesn't want to keep that pawn alive. Queen takes E4 and bishop B2. Let's keep going. Black attacked the queen on D1. You move it to C1. The bishop on C5 is hanging. Levon decided to save it with the queen, and queen came to B4. Bishop C3. This is the position that we have. Robert, I have a question for you. Let's say Wesley does feel that black's pieces are really active, and in his heart, he's okay to play the move bishop B2 and repeat. But it's also a bit awkward, right? I mean, you're playing with the white pieces and you want to create your chances. And you're at this stage where the world is watching. Nobody wants a quick draw. The commentators, the players, the spectators, just no one wants them. How would you feel in Wesley's situation? Would you say that, you know what, the position looks equal, it's unclear, I'm going to play a long game? Or would you have the approach, tomorrow's the rest day, I think black's gotten out of the opening without a problem, I'm just going to bail out of this one, and I'm not playing for the spectators, I'm playing for myself here.
Yeah, just to go back to when b3 was played on move 10, e4 seems like an impossible move. There's a bishop on g2 and a queen on d5. So in most situations, like instead of h6, instead of b3, if I make the move a3 and you play e4, you're simply just losing a pawn, right? I move my knight back and the bishop pins the pawn to the queen. So b3 actually allows e4, because if you play knight d2, your rook on a1 is not defended. So when the queen moves out of this pin to a new diagonal, the rook on a1 is loose, and that allows black to get out of the pin and then take on d3 next, or play the move pawn to e3. So that's what Wesley allowed by playing b3. And once we see this trade and a rook coming to the open file, I don't think I would blame Wesley for repeating moves. And the reason why, in the end game, let's say we get this trade, black has this 3-on-2 advantage here. And not that black is better. You see, it says zeros, but white's advantage, pawn advantage, is in the center. And that's usually good when many pieces on the board, when you're restricting the enemy pieces. But black can start throwing pawns up on the queen side and have an eventual advantage over here with a passed pawn. And that distracts white's pieces to that side. The bishop on a3 keeps a rook out of c1, controlling important squares. Of course, this bishop on c8 will develop next. So I feel like black has the better chances in this endgame. And that's why if I were Wesley, I would seriously consider making a draw. And to show you what that draw looks like, everybody's bishop b2, queen b4, bishop c3, back and forth. I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think Wesley came into this game wanting a draw with the white pieces, but you have to play the position in front of you. And I'm the biggest critic of draw offers. This is different. This is making the best moves in the position, and that just so happens to lead to a draw. So Wesley, he is a person who is objective. He has a ton of respect for Levon, by the way, because at the Olympiad, he saw Levon as the leader of the team. He said that Levon, with his experience playing for the Armenian squad, winning a bunch of gold medals, he sees Levon as just this kind of historic figure of chess, and he's not going to just make a random move to play on. If he thinks he is best served by repeating moves, he will do just that.
I completely agree with your analysis of Wesley's approach in this position. That said, if Wesley wants to continue, I don't think that he should consider trading the queens, because that definitely ends up in an unpleasant endgame. If I was playing with the white pieces here and I want to continue playing, I would look at options like moving the queen away from a queen trade. I think every ending would be great for black given the piece activities and the queen side majority. So a move like queen f4 comes to mind here. You want to get out of the queen trade and make your queen active. Also, somewhere the bishop on c3 attacking g7 might give me some possibilities to continue the game. Let's just point out that queen f4 can be met by black actually pursuing this queen. You can go bishop d6, attack my queen on f4. And I want to say that I still want to attack you, so I go queen to h4, keeping my queen on the king side. And this could be another way to end the game, Robert, because here Wesley's not the one who might repeat, but Levon with the move bishop to e7, back to d6, back to e7. So here we are, finding all kinds of repetitions on the board.
Yeah, not something you see every day. Early repetitions that just happen. This is spontaneous. And for Wesley, I really don't think he's a player who likes to take risks. He has played in so many top-level events, and he is a player who makes early draws. And sometimes that's because he repeats moves like in the Berlin against Hikaru Nakamura in every single Rapid Chess Championship event that they played. But also, he doesn't want to risk too much. That's just how he plays. He usually maximizes his chances when he has the edge. And if he feels like he might become worse, he doesn't just say, let me make a speculative decision. So I do think that we could be heading towards an early draw of this game, allowing the players to go to the rest day with 2 points out of 4 games. But for now, as Wesley ponders his options, we are going to go to a break. But before we do, I just want to give a shout out to Incevic, who gifted 500 subs to the channel. So that is super generous. Thank you so much for that. And well, more chess is to come on the other side of this break.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Who's next is the question Fabiano Caruana hopes to have the answer. He's been moving very quickly in the early stages of this round 4 game after winning round 3 against Jordan van Forest. In today's action against Richard Rapport, Fabiano Caruana has the black pieces. He sports that new haircut. And Tanya, I'm loving his position with black. I mean, just look at this activity with a queen on g5, a rook on h6, protecting this knight on c6, and Richard's last move. So we left off after rook h6. We saw that out of the corner of our eye. He took on g5, which was a mistake. It allows the queen to get out to g5. And then queen c5 played, but he's trying to prevent black from castling queenside. I think that's the clear plan. So if castles queenside, bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes a7. At the very least, you need to calculate it. But to my surprise, it still says black is much better.
I feel like we're seeing a Fabi 2.0 version, not just the haircut part, Robert, but also this opening approach that he's had against Richard. The whole position is just super weird if you look at it. And Fabi going all out with g5, h5, it does look like for now that it's paying off. Now, Richard's move, queen c5, is quite tricky. As you're pointing out, it stops black from long castle, but not just that. One of the big threats that Fabi has in the position is to go h4 and make that g3 knight super uncomfortable. Notice how the queen from c5 even pins the pawn on d5 because of black's queen on g5. So the point is that now if black does make the move h4, which would be super tempting, white has a really active knight jump with knight to e4. And you hit the queen, and there's just no way that black can capture on e4 because the queen hangs. And after this move, white can, because this would just lose the game on the spot, so you don't capture the knight. And let's say you move the queen somewhere, queen to f5 or queen to h5 is just not a move that you're comfortable with. Especially, I want to point out a tactical trick with queen h5, Robert, if we just go back. Here you can take bishop takes c6, which would actually force black to recapture with the pawn, because if you take with the rook to c6, you have a brilliant blow. Tactics galore here. You pick up the rook with the check, sacrifice your queen, but win it on the next move with a fork on f6. Knight f6 wins the queen. So queen c5 is such a tricky spot for the queen. I love how Richard is handling this super weird position.
And I love the tactics that you're showing us today. It seems like you were doing a puzzle rush beforehand because you're spotting all these cool geometrical sequences. And knight e4 is very nice. The queen is hanging on g5, so the pawn can't capture. So your instinct, your first idea that queen f5 does look better, because if bishop takes c6, that's a blunder now. The rook can successfully take back. There is no knight f6 check at the end of any variation. So queen c5, big choice for Fabi. Does he play h4, allow the knight to e4, and then over to c3? That's where the knight will land. Or does he try to castle queenside? We just showed that castling queenside, it may look like bishop takes c6 is a problem, but it turns out it is not a problem because rook c6, queen takes a7. Black just plays h4, pretends like nothing happened. You hang a pawn on a7. Who cares? If you give a check, the king slides out to d7. It is safe and sound. We typically do not like our king in the center, but it's only if the enemy can attack us. The king on e1, on the other hand, a rook will come down to c2. This g2 pawn will be loose, so castling kingside doesn't seem like a good option either. This doesn't look like a good position, Tanya, for white. So I think if Fabi castles queenside, Richard will have to come up with a different move. Maybe it is your knight e4 anyway.
Tough position here for both players just because of the kind of opening approach that we've seen. And Fabi just seems like in this tournament, he's not a guy you want to mess with. You know, Jordan gave him one chance yesterday and there was no coming back from it. He sacrificed an exchange and flawlessly beat Jordan, took that only decisive win from game 3. And look at the kind of position he has with the black pieces coming out of the opening, as you're pointing out. And who can forget the phenomenal run that he had at the Tata Steel Masters in 2020? A massive score, Robert, of 10 points out of a possible 13. He finished the tournament 2 points ahead of Magnus Carlsen. That's not something you get to see in the chess world.
It certainly is. And he hopes to regain the form of 2020 because in 2022, he stumbled quite often. In the Olympiad, he lost many games. You don't see that from Fabiano Caruana, at least the Caruana that we know and have become accustomed to. However, he did have some good events. At the end of the year in the World Rapid Championship, he finished with a bronze medal, tied for second place with Vincent Keimer, third on tiebreaks, got the bronze. He had some great blitz tournaments, getting his rating over 2,800. He won the American Cup and the U.S. Championship, 2 classical events. So there were some positive signs, but of course the biggest heartbreak of all was the Candidates Tournament. We were talking about that yesterday. So Fabiano, when he's in form, when he's motivated, when he's getting the prep that gives him exciting, adventurous positions, he is somebody you do not want to mess with. And I think Richard Rapport is finding it out the hard way right now. Look at the clocks. Richard Rapport is down to 58 minutes and change. It's only moved 16, and this game will remain complicated, and Fabiano has almost as much time as he started with.
And look at that. We've got our audience saying Fabi has said in the past he likes to go for these sometimes objectively worse but trickier opening. This is definitely a tricky opening, and as far as we can see with the eval bar, that Richard has gone slightly inaccurate, and with that, it looks like it does favor Fabi, so the opening has paid off. But don't be fooled by the evaluation bar, because this is the kind of position that can jump around super quickly. We've been talking about Fabi and wanting to make this comeback. The one thing that has stood out as well, Robert, has been his performance in faster formats. Just recently finished the World Rapid and Blitz with 2 medals. He won a silver in the Rapid, a bronze in the Blitz. Once again, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was just amazing to see him play there. I was playing there as well, and Fabi was so in form there, and I think he comes to Tata Steel really feeling good about his chess. And of course, we've been discussing the legendary haircut. I've still got mixed feelings about that, Robert. This position is not only a tactical battle, but it's interesting to see Richard on the screen and then Fabi on the screen with their 2 polar opposite hairstyles. I'm kind of loving the whole vibe here.
Yeah, I really didn't recognize Fabiano at first. Like, I know that he's a name tag there, right? We see Caruana, but in previous days when I first saw it, I was like, whoa, what happened to him? Like, did he lose a bet and have to get the haircut? But it's just a different Fabiano, and I think he wants to take a new approach in 2023. He struggled in 2022. Yeah. There's no denying it. He's been honest about it. He has his podcast with Christian Trilla, the C Squared podcast. So he has been vocal about needing to improve his play, and this would be a great start to a new calendar year. But these players, they're deep in thought about this tricky position. It's going to be a tactical affair. So why don't we zoom out as Richard? He's on the clock once again. He is down on time, but we have 6 other games that are very interesting. So, Tanya, I see in the top left that Magnus' king is on F8. Anish Giri's pawn is on D6. So we do have that queenless middle game that we're anticipating.
I think we should rush into it, because right now Black is threatening a devious fork on the board. Knight b4 has been the last move, the previous move by Magnus, and he's got a tricky idea that Anish needs to watch out for. And if we just pull up that board, Robert, I want to take it from that moment where we left it last, because we were talking about how Black should not be allowed to bring his king to safety with long castle. And let's just back up a couple of moves when the queen trade happened. And this is a critical moment here. Queen d7, a nice choice by Magnus in a position that can be super dangerous for the king, offers a trade. Anish goes for it, takes the queen on d7. And after queen d7, knight captures it back. White wins the pawn back. He wins that pawn on d6. And we were talking about this. Is this a strength or is this a weakness in White's position? And I think the answer lies in how energetic White plays. Again, if Black is allowed to castle to bring a knight on d4, Black's going to be super happy, which is why I really like Anish's next move. He moves the rook from d1, gives a check, saying that sure, I've got a weakness on d6, but it's not going to be easy for you to coordinate those rooks. It's not going to be easy for you to finish your development. But there is a slight drawback to this move, which we find out just the next move. Magnus played king to f8. The knight comes out in development to c3. White is threatening to jump in with the knight to d5, but Magnus comes in with a strong response to this move, jumping in with his own knight to b4. And now we see Because the rook is on e1, Robert, there is a fork threatened on c2. So once again, white can't simply develop the bishop and get the harmony between those two rooks.
And look at how quickly Magnus is playing. So he started off with preparation, he slowed down a bit, and he still is ahead on the clock. He's threatening a huge fork with knight to c2. So you have to deal with that. You can't just play a3 and hope the knight runs away. No, that knight's going into c2. The knight can also go into d3 if you want to fork the rook on e1 and the bishop on c1. So even if you save the rook by sliding the a1 rook to b1 to avoid this fork, and I just want to show that fork on the board so everyone is clear about it. The knight hits both rooks at the same time. And so if you slide the rook to b1 to avoid that fork, black can consider going knight d3, hitting the rook. It slides to d1, which hits the knight, and knight c1, rook takes c1. We get a position where black has the pair of bishops, white has his pawn on d6, and it remains to be seen. Is black going to play rook d8? You made a very good point, Tanya. The rooks are not connected. You know, it's a way to develop a rook, playing h5, rook h6, just like Fabiano Caruana, and then go after this pawn on d6. So you can learn from your fellow competitors, get a rook lift going, bring the second rook to d8, and I wonder if that d6 pawn is just going to drop. And if that pawn drops, of course, black is much better, but Anish is going to do everything in his power to keep that pawn.
Robert, Anish has just made the craziest move. I mean, if you would have asked me to guess 5 moves in this position, I don't think that would have been one of the moves that I would have taken up. Take a look at what he's done here. After knight b4, black is threatening a fork and Anish ignores it. Jumps in with his own knight to e5. The whole board is hanging. The bishop on b7 hangs, the knight on e5 hangs, knight c2 is still in the air, knight e5. This is a shocker. And look at Magnus there. I don't think he was expecting it either. He's gone into a bit of think. There are so many things possible in this position. And my first question is, let's take a look at what happens if black grabs that knight. If knight e5, white wants to pick up that bishop on b7, hit that rook on a8. So you still don't have time to go knight c2. But now you can simply come in with the rook to d8, attack that pawn on d6. You're threatening knight d3. You're threatening knight c2. Where is Anish going with this move, knight e5?
I think he's going to have to slide his rook over to d1 if he continues the variation to protect the pawn and avoid the fork on c2. But the story doesn't end there. What if this knight now comes into c4 and attacks the pawn? You would love to play bishop f4 to defend d6. But down goes the b2 pawn. You don't want to lose that one. And if you play knight e4, try to protect the pawn as well and attack the bishop, you see the eval bar drop. And the reason why, the pawn on b2 is hanging. And black would steal this pawn. The pawn on d6 looks like an impressive passer. It is not going anywhere. If it goes up to d7, great. You moved up a square. Your rook is hanging on d1. You don't have time for that. It means you have to take care of your rook. Where is it going to go? If it goes up to d2 to stay behind your passed pawn, the knight simply drops back to c4 with another tempo against the rook, putting pressure on the pawn on d6. An eventual f5 may be in the cards, or h5, rook h6 to develop your rook this way. Black is up a pawn and is thrilled to be in a position like this. So I would be very concerned in that sequence. And one last thing to point out, Tanya, before I ask you your thoughts about what we're just looking at, bishop takes g2 would be a huge blunder because white is not going to take on g2 first, take on d7, intermezzo with check. The king can't approach the e-file anyway, goes to g8, then white takes the bishop and is up a full piece.
This is absolute madness. Knight e5, it feels like a really creative way to counter this position. And once again, it's just so nice to see Anish make these choices. We were looking at how you can defend against the fork. You can go rook to d1, rook to b1. He says none of that. He's going to go for the most combative approach in the position, the most enterprising move, knight e5. Literally, the board hangs here. And Magnus, with his head in his hands, knows that this is not something he was expecting, has to now navigate through these variations. Does he take on g2? He can't do that. He loses a piece, as you're pointing out. Does he take on e5? Which piece does he take on e5 with? Or does he go on to maybe play rook d8, maybe knight c2? A lot of interesting options here. This is such a critical game that we've got going on, and it's an absolute mess on the board. Robert, for Anish, this match means a lot. He's playing with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Anish is an ambassador of the Tata Steel Chess Masters. He's come so close to winning the event several times. He's finished second 5 times, but the championship eludes him. And if he's able to create a mess here, muddy waters, get Magnus in them, that would be a huge victory on his path to try and score the first championship.
Yeah, look at that graphic on the screen. You see Anish Giri, the runner-up 5 different times. Magnus Carlsen's name is there 3 times as the champion. Levon Aroni in 2014, Jordan van Forest in 2021. And I think the most impressive stat that I see is that since 2014, when he was runner-up for the first time, he has lost only 7 out of 115 games in Wijk. That is extraordinary because Magnus Carlsen plays every year. We were talking earlier how the only time in Wijk that Anish lost to Magnus was in 2022. So Anish just doesn't lose often in Wijk. 5-time runner-up. That, while you may say he didn't win it, he is gaining rating points, outperforming his expected score, and he is thriving in Wijk, including this tournament. But 95, that last move, I understand the eval bar off to the side says we're at zeros, it's an equal game, but this is a dynamic position where I feel like the biggest eyesore is this pawn on d6, and with knight takes e5, as we were talking about, bishop b7, rook to d8. I just want to point out as well that rook b8 is moved by bishop e4. It covers the fork on c2, and you see the eval creeping up in white's favor. That rook d8, just go for the pawn immediately. This knight c4 jump, I feel like it's causing white so many issues on the queen side and this pawn on d6. So I would prefer to have the black pieces here, Tanya. I'm not sure if we're missing some easy find that Anish can have to lessen his problems, but I like this position from an active standpoint for Magnus.
I'm still getting my head around the fact that out of 115 games, Anish has only lost 7 in Wijk. That is insane just to even think about it. And I think the reason he's not won the event many times, he's been unlucky on tie breaks in the playoffs a couple of times, but perhaps having too many draws, and that's been an issue for him. But still, such consistent performance, finishing second at the strongest event of the year, 5 times, coming so close. He's fought for the championships, made it to the playoffs twice. It's been amazing to see him on the stage. This is where he shines. This is where he thrives. And he is playing against the world's best player today, and he's not backing down. I think this game is an answer to all Anish critics who say that he plays for a draw. And that is not true at all. That is such surface level analysis, I feel, Robert, when you just focus on the result of the game, but not the way he's played the game. And just the way he's approached this one, 95 is the messiest possible move that you can play against Magnus here.
It is, yeah. Knight to e5. It is, offering this knight on e5 directly, but he's getting that important bishop on b7. So we understand why he's going for this variation. Magnus is thinking, but I don't think he is calculating, is he going to play knight takes e5? Bishop takes e5 has merit as well, but he's definitely going to play knight takes e5 and rook d8. I think he wants to play a quick series of moves and then put Anish back on the clock. So while Magnus is really calculating the future of this position, I think we can zoom out, look at our other games. We have spent a lot of time here, deservedly so. This is a matchup of co-leaders and the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. So as we look across the screen here, the game that catches my eye, Tanya, is the one in the bottom right. We have yet to dive into the game between Jordan van Forest and Gukesh, but we have a Sicilian, and only one side is castle. That would be Jordan. And Gukesh is king, still on e8. The pawn on d6 is loose. So I feel like it's worth diving into that one.
Let's check it out. Whenever we see a king in the center, we've got to go have a look and see what's really going on and why has Black not managed to castle there. It's of course a big game for these two players. They have been struggling in the event so far. Gukesh has been out prepared in most of his games until now, while Jordan has been showing amazing preparation, but has been missing small tactics out of the opening. We saw him blunder a pawn in a move against Wesley. Then the same thing happened against Fabi. So if they want to climb up on the leaderboard, currently these two are in fact targeting each other.
That's right. You have to beat somebody to climb the leaderboard. And for Jordan van Forst with the white pieces, playing against Gukesh, who has struggled mightily thus far, he wants to get a win with white. He played e4. We're in a Sicilian. And the pawn d6 was targeted. Gukesh defends it immediately with rook to d8. And when I look at this position, Tanya, we can go back and look at how we got here. But the thing that sticks out to me the most, and it may seem very inconsequential, is this pawn on h6. People will be like, what are you talking about? Who cares about this pawn on h6? But the reason I'm pointing it out is because white often wants to attack on the king side, which is where black can castle. And with the pawn on h6, when I play g4 and g5, I am forcibly prying open the king side. There's contact between pawns I'm using as a hook. And the reason I mention this now is if we backtrack and start from the beginning, we had a Sicilian with d4. And at this moment here, the move bishop g5 was played. And after simple pawn pushes, h6, the bishop ends up moving back. So it seems like you lost the tempo in a sense because black just kicked your bishop out and you went back to f4. But what you've gained is this possible hook forward attack. d6 is threatened. You don't easily take it in many positions because the rook comes to d8. But the point is, where is black's king going to go? If you castle kingside, white is just going to throw all these pawns at the board, open the files for the rooks.
Very nice way of illustrating how you need to provoke your opponent to make pawn moves so that you can have hooks in the middle game to blow up the position open and put an attack on your opponent's king. Now, the position that we've got with us, the live board, rook d8 has been played. So Gukesh going to centralize his rook. And my first idea that comes to my head for white, which I would be super worried to face, is that what if white does the same, Robert? You want to also develop your piece. Let's say you put the h1 rook on e1. I want to get it on the e file. And I've got something sly that I'm coming up with. Let's say black plays the move b5 here. A very thematic way to try to improve your queen side, put some pressure, and I don't care. I'm just going to jump in with my knight to d5 and tell you that, you know what? You should have thought about king's safety, because if you take my knight on d5 with the pawn, you open up the e file. I take e takes d5, hit your bishop. Wherever you go with the bishop, let's say you go bishop b7, I'll have a check on g4 or a check on f3. Your king is in massive trouble. And this, as we can see, the eval bar does confirm, is something that black needs to watch out if the king is in the center. And I've been saying this over and over, Robert, that Gukesh has been in trouble in the openings so far in this event. And I just hope that that's not the case in this game, because this game is so important for the two players who are currently at the bottom of our table. Gukesh has got half a point, while Jordan has got 1 point. So a win would really help them. And it also is what you need for your confidence. It's a long tournament. Every game is only going to be tougher and more difficult than your last one. So a win would mean a lot for either of these two players. And we've got a Sicilian on our hands. That means that draw is the least likely result.
That's true. And in the line that you were just talking about, I came up with a beautiful checkmate. So if this bishop goes to b7 or a8, queen takes b5 check, leads to checkmate.
Wow.
Because you're in check here. I gave up my queen. Take a queen. Bishop takes b5 is not just check once. Queen takes b5. It doesn't work because the rook on e1 delivers a second check, and that is checkmate. So the line that you were, getting us to with rook h to e1 and knight d5, a thematic sacrifice in the center, the reason you sack is to go after that exposed king, and this would be one of the best checkmates ever, not from Gukesh's point of view, but just from chess's perspective.
This is such an amazing line for pointing out. And Robert, it doesn't matter whether the bishop goes to b7 or d7. The king on e8 would be badly placed. Probably he has to go to d7 if you just back up so that you don't have this stunning idea with queen b5. But this still looks like bad news with a bishop f3 check coming in. And the only way to fight it is bishop to e7. And if nothing else, you can just grab the pawn on d6 and win the piece back and go on to win the rest of the game. So rook e1 is definitely something that Jordan is thinking about right now. Gukesh needs to watch out for it. After that move, I think the most sane way for black to play would be to continue with development. You make the move bishop to e7 and say, you know what? I need to make my king safe before I go after your own king with the move b5. That can come later on.
What's interesting about bishop e7 is queen g3. There still is problem for the black king, because if you castle, you walk right into a pin down the g file. Bishop takes h6. Thank you very much. I'm winning material. So the attack, is going to rage
It's on the board. Robert, it's on the board.
Rook h1. So we know what he's setting up. It's very clear. He wants knight d5. So bishop e7, as Tanya was suggesting, it blocks the e-file, so knight d5 no longer is very good. You can just take this knight, and after pawn takes back, you have no discoveries because the bishop blocks the check in advance. So knight d5 will not be played, but queen g3 is an option. Pawn pushes, h4 and g4 look appealing as well. But after queen g3 in particular, you're hitting d6 in addition to g7. So Gukesh has a lot to figure out here. There will be tactical shots. His king is in the center. So Jordan is playing some enterprising chess. But if Gukesh is accurate, we can see, based on the evaluation bar, he should be okay. It's just not an easy position to figure out. So there could be dynamic equality, but keyword, dynamic. You are going to be on the edge of your seat for the next bunch of moves.
Even though the eval bar says that black is fine, it is super scary to be in this position. The error of margin is so little, you could end up just completely dead lost, busted, if you don't play the accurate moves here. You're pointing out all these ideas with queen g3 after blocking the e-file. They still look super scary. And once again, I'm worried for Gukesh. Look at the clock as well. He's burnt so much time navigating this opening. Once again, makes you feel that he's not in familiar territory. And has he been surprised? Has he been taken into troubled situations with the opening itself? And that would be something that would be disheartening to see, Robert. Also difficult psychologically for him. He needs to keep his cool. He needs to keep his calm. And he has to be super precise right now. With that king in the center, all of White's forces develop. Knight d5 in the air, queen g3 in the air. This can be difficult for black going into the middle game. While Gukesh navigates these complexities, let's zoom out, take a look at the other action, because, Robert, we've got such big matchups and there's fire on the board in so many of them. And look at that bottom left with Richard against Fabiano. That bishop on g4, he's just captured. He's just traded a piece there. Fabi's gone for the idea with long castle that we were pointing out. Right now, so much in the air with the knight jumping onto e4. This is a fun position. On top of that, we've got the Magnus Anish game, where in fact the line that we were discussing has happened. Magnus did decide to take the knight on e5, and currently pieces have been traded. But look at that pawn on d6. It feels more and more like a weakness. Black's piece activity looks massive here.
Yeah, it does. I think we should go to the game between Anish and Magnus, because we got some good information about this game. The position after rook e1 check, bishop king to f8, knight c3, knight b4. This exact position Magnus Carlsen has had in his game before from the year 2008. The big thing, though, is Magnus was white in the game. We see the feature chat. Thank you so much, BMN, for that information. This Magnus has experience in it, but he was white. And when you're preparing for somebody, you may not look at their games with the color that you have versus the color that they're going to have. So Anish has probably seen that game before, especially when you study an opening. You look at the best players who play it. Surprise, surprise, Magnus Carlsen is the best player. But in that game, bishop g5 was White's choice. And after bishop g5, I guess the point is knight c2 can be met by bishop f6. And after knight takes f6, you give up the rook in the corner with rook e7. Because if you get this bishop, knight e5, the f7 pawn, it's a very tricky position where a lot is happening. So many pieces are on pre.
Wow, that is an amazing piece of information that our chat has given us, that Magnus had this position back in 2008. That's more than 14 years ago. And that's really fascinating to know. I wonder if Anish was at all aware of this. Is knight e5 something that he might have looked at some point, or is it over-the-board inspiration? But whatever it is, it does feel like Magnus is doing fine in the current position that we have. After knight e5, Magnus decided to take on e5, bishop g5, which was what happened back in 2008. Did not happen. Anish came up with this idea to go knight e5. The trades happened. Magnus moved the rook to the d8 square to attack d6. Anish, saving himself from the fork and defending the d6 pawn, makes the move rook to d1. Now, I see our eval bar. It seems to say that things are still fine, but from a practical perspective, I really like these two knights. But once again, it's all about timing. Black has to play energetically here, because don't forget that king on f8 and the rook on h8 is just completely out of the game. You have to keep creating threats to win that pawn on d6. And how are you going after it, Robert? Are you considering a move like knight c4 right now?
Absolutely. And I think, we're looking at some positions before. Knight e4 doesn't work because the b2 pawn is hanging. The bishop will be happy to see the knight leave the diagonal. Bishop f4 hangs the pawn directly with knight takes b2. So d7, process of elimination. But I was thinking, can Black just bring the king up to e7 and win the pawn? And now that I look at it, bishop c8 is available to White. You protect your passed pawn by bringing your bishop to the 8th rank. You don't get a promotion, you don't get a new queen, but the bishop and pawn are connected with one another, and that looks annoying, because how are you going to get that bishop out of there? Knight d6 would be the way to attack the bishop here, but it's not the end of the story, because you can check this king back to f8, and you're pointing out the problem with having the king and the rook disconnected over here. Let's say I give this check, the king goes back to f8. I think White can get away with the move knight e4, getting rid of this pesky knight, which is trying to take the bishop. Because if you take the bishop after pawn takes, rook takes, knight f6, gf6, bishop h6 check, this king, this rook, they're never getting out. And it's probably just a checkmate if I can get my rook over to the g file. So, or rook to the 8th rank. This is just completely hopeless for Black.
If that bishop lands on 8-6, that is game over. Let me show you another fun line how it can do that, Robert. Let's just back up to show the kind of dangers in Black's position with this king on f8. The moment that, so after knight e5, let's say you go rook d1, which is on the board right now. If knight c4 is played, we are looking at d7. And you were pointing out that the drawback of d7 is that it allows Black's king to come out, connect the rooks, hit the pawn on d7. But then this brilliant move that you spotted with bishop c8 defends that pawn on d7. And if knight d6, I love the idea of rook e1, hitting that king, king f8. You were showing this line, knight e4. And now you mentioned this move knight c8, because obviously if you trade on e4, you're never getting to that bishop, you're never getting to that pawn on d7, so that's not what you want. Knight c8, and instead of taking that knight on c8, as you were saying, White has the alternative to pick up the bishop on f6. And take a look at this. It is super cool. If you grab the knight back on f6, I still don't care about your knight on c8. I go bishop h6 check, king to g8, come in with my rook and give you a mate on e8. Rook e8, rook e8. I promote, but who cares about promotion? Because I'm going to make a rook, not a queen, under promote and give you a checkmate.
Wow, that is a beautiful sequence. And, we're looking at beautiful checkmates. Can White play rook e1? Does that work? No. I was like, okay, if you take and I go king g2, I'm threatening you both to take and promote. But I guess there's the move like knight d6.
Wow.
And then when you get the queen, there's knight e8. The rook survives, it protects, and this knight defends f6 and g7. So I was just trying to be too clever for my own good, it would appear. It still doesn't look like White isn't, doing too badly, because this king is almost going to get checkmated, but it clearly doesn't work out. The evaluation bar says, Robert, go away. Let's go back to the position, because none of this has happened. Likely none of this will happen. But then it begs the question, is knight c4 actually a good decision? Because d7, bishop c8 looks kind of annoying now that we've been analyzing it.
That was a stunning line that you showed. It may not work, but these ideas exist in these endgames where you sacrifice and you're promoting and hitting the knight. I love it, Robert. And maybe, we've been talking about Black's piece activity, but if knight c4 runs into these lines with d7 and you're not winning the d6 pawn, I think we've been underestimating Anish's play.
I think so as well. I mean, Anish now is playing more confidently. The clock is about even. So Magnus is aware this is a critical moment. He needs to find the right way to stop this pawn. White is the side with the pair of bishops. You have two bishops here. There are no more forks. Knight c2, the rook just slides away. And while this knight can go to the d4 square to shut off this rook on d1, I think the problem is that white is going to open a new flank. The rook on b1 moved here just to avoid a fork, but now you have this move b4. Please take me on b4 that loosens your control of the d4 square. If you just take a pawn on d6, that's what you'd be going after. I think at some moment there's going to be a bishop a3. The b file opening looks terrible for black as well, and just simple chess at this point. This king on f8, this rook on h8, you've been correct to call them out. They are not in the game. The pieces are not coordinated, and that's a big problem for black.
Wow. Is Magnus Carlsen in trouble? We look at him on the camera. He definitely looks a little worried about his position. He's been having a long think so far. He's taken about 13 minutes. We're on move 20 here, and both players have burned about the same amount of time on the clock. Magnus knows it's a critical moment for him because, yes, he has piece activity, but no development. White has a pawn on d6. Anish has got the two bishop advantage. If Magnus isn't able to navigate into some complex variations where he can win the d pawn back, he might just be a lot worse in the next few moves. And there we see Anish not on his chair, walking around, comfortable with what he's achieved out of the opening. And it all comes down to taking the approach of sacrificing a pawn and not fearing against the world champion. Nice approach there, seems to be working out. While Magnus has a think in this important decision, we will come back to see what he makes up his mind to do. But let's zoom out and take a look on our other boards that we've got going on. Richard Rappo versus Fabi is the other big game, with Fabi currently one of the 5 leaders. And of course, we've all been amazed with Fabi's opening approach as well in this one. Let's take a look at how the game has progressed, because we've had quite a bit of development there.
Yeah, we have. But before we go to that game, we're going to look at one game almost certainly for the last time. The game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian in the middle on the bottom row there. It's an end game, opposite colored bishops. So we'll just pull the game up for you all so you can see where we're at. And it is just very level. Maybe black is even slightly better because of the extra pawn on the queen side, white having an extra pawn in the center, but the players know that this is a draw. They're on move 27, so I expect the next few moves to happen relatively quickly and for the players to split the point. Levon with the black pieces yesterday against Arjun Erigaisi. He spoiled, in a sense, a chance to win that game. Wrong. He just let it slip away from him in a tough end game, but he had his chances. And now here with the black pieces, he's had no problems against Wesley.
And both players so far have had a solid start, but I have to say I'm not super surprised, Robert, with the way this game has gone. It's been even from start to finish after that move b3, which we saw Levon was able to break in the center with e4 and equalize out of the opening. The players have played each other so many times. This is a matchup that we've seen happen several times. And take a look at their score head to head. If we can pull that up, we see that they've had 16 draws so far, and currently Levon leads with 3 wins and 2 wins for Wesley. So extremely level matchup, this one. Very often we've seen them play against each other but not get much out of the opening. Wesley is such a solid player. It's kind of hard to get anything against him, and very pragmatic in his decisions as well. When he thinks things are going out of control, he does tend to bail out and go for the solid approach. As you were mentioning, the position that we have, it's a narrative we've seen between them plenty of times. I think we're heading for their 17th draw.
We are indeed, but both players would love to win the tournament overall. They have won the tournament in the past. Levon 4 times, Wesley So once in 2017. And it's just one of those games where Levon showed good preparation. He was able to strike in the center and then liquidate. And Wesley, to his credit, he didn't just make the draw when the opportunity arose. If we go back to this point, with the queen coming to a3, he decided to swap queens, but there wasn't much of anything here. Black develops, the white knight dropped back, and we saw Levon go forward with his knight, attacking this pawn on e2 with a check and a fork. So we just got a series of trades. Now, the pawn on b7 cannot be captured as the rook comes to d8 with a pin and a win of a piece. So we saw the knight come out to c4, and that's where we got our opposite colored bishops. We see a trade on c4, we see a trade happening on d6, and then it's just even material, bishops of opposite color. So there's no real way to press because black controls the dark squares, white controls the light squares, and now that the rooks are coming off, it will be accompanied with a draw offer.
And there we see that happen as you speak, Robert. Rook d8, king d8, a pure opposite color bishop endgame, equal pawns. This one will end in handshakes really soon. And I think it works out for both players. They're currently on 1.5 points. A draw would mean a 50% start in the first segment of the tournament going into the rest day. And as you very well know, that Levon had such a marathon game last evening against Arjun. So nothing to be displeased about. Both players can take some happiness from this draw. Well, at least they get an early evening to enjoy. Meanwhile, a lot of enjoyment on the other boards as well. So let's zoom out and bring some of the action that we've got going on. Once again, for me, I do notice, by the way, that Richard Rappo has just retreated with the queen currently. Knight has gone to e7, so this position still remains very much alive, very much kicking, and I think we should deep dive into that one. Wow, we've had a queen trades already.
Yes, we actually have. So we'll pull up the game between Richard and Fabiano because that game also has liquidated, and we may be heading for a peaceful result. That's a bit surprising given the what was happening earlier. But we saw the move a6, and the bishop retreated to e2, and then black castled queenside. So we saw a trade on g4. The queen took back, just trying to be menacing, kick this knight out, hit g2. But what Richard did is give himself the opportunity to trade queens. If h4 were played, that would be a bad move because queen f5 is check, forcing the queen trade, and with a fork of knight and of rook and pawn with the knight on f5. So instead of h4, we saw knight e7, stopping the check here, but queen e2 forces the queens off in a different way. h5 is loose, so if you move the queen away, the rook can capture on h5. That's why the rook moved to the h file. The queen trade happened. We see trades. The rook comes to c1, the king to d7. And so when all is said and done, when the smoke has cleared, it's move 23, king d7, as the last one played. We have an even endgame, right? Both sides with a rook, knight, and 6 pawns. But that doesn't mean the game should necessarily be a draw. Black has an extra pawn over here on the queen side. There's 4 against 3. White has an extra pawn on this side of the board with 3 against 2. But it's harder for white to move the pawns, I believe, and black's position just feels very sturdy. I don't see a way in for either side, but perhaps these pawns can venture up the board and you can play on if you'd like, but I would not be surprised if this point is split in the near future.
I won't be surprised if the point is split, but I'll be surprised if it happens soon, Robert, because I still think there's something to play for in this position. The points that you mentioned with black's pawn structure having more mobility than white's. Also, let's not forget the rook on h6 on the open file sort of ties down white's king. You can't get too active with the king because there are always threats like rook h2. g2 is a potential weakness in white's position that can be attacked. Now, Fabi's played a nice little move, knight to c8. It's a retreating move, and what he wants to do is he wants to reroute the knight to d6, where you end up controlling more squares. You're threatening more ideas with the move knight c4, attacking b2. If white isn't careful, the knight might jump to e4. Imagine knight d6, f5, the pawn comes down the board. You get knight e4 in at some point. It can get tricky for white. I think Fabi isn't done trying yet. It might not be enough. And our Evalbar says it's even, but again, I feel it's more even for black than it is for white. Black can enjoy playing it easier than white can. It feels white's forces are not coordinated. The king is stuck to defending g2, the knight on g3 on one side of the board, the rook on c3 on the other side of the board. The knight from g3 can currently jump to f5. But what does that get you, Robert? You go knight f5, I hit that knight, and you'll just have to come right back.
Yeah, you gain a whole lot of nothing because you attack the rook. You can make a repetition, but play on. You just said black has nothing to risk. The knight comes out to d6. I agree with you. The more I look at it, the more I think that Fabiano can play on. There is zero risk in his position. Tomorrow's a rest day. He could play 8 hours if he wants and then get some sleep tomorrow. So this position still has life in it. I think that Fabiano is the type of player who looks for possibilities no matter the position. So he will try to objectively tackle this position. And while he does that, and Richard's on the clock, we can zoom out to all of our boards. The game between Levon Aronian and Wesley So is about to finish. They have made a number of very quick moves. And we see in the bottom row in the middle there, we're just left with a bishop and a bunch of pawns. And while black is a pawn ahead, it doesn't really matter. Wesley and Levon, I believe, are very clear that this game is going to be a draw. So who's up a pawn, who's down a pawn, that's not really of any importance. It's a clear draw with the bishops of opposite color.
100%. This is going to be handshakes very soon. This will be the first result of today. We see there are a couple of moves where a check has been given. The king comes, but it doesn't matter in the opposite color bishop endgame because the bishops control different colors of the board. It's very difficult to make progress. So this one ends soon, Robert. And if we see the top left, Anish versus Magnus, the big matchup of the day. Very similar lines to what we were discussing have happened. It's still a rich position that we have. A lot of complexities, a lot of lines to calculate. We see that black did jump in with the knight and Anish sidestepped with the rook. We can take a look at that. And also there's an end game in the Prague board, the top right. If we see queens have been traded off and white did get that central break, I think that's pretty even as well. The one game where I see the bar has shot up is the bottom left, the second board. If you see Nodirbek against Parham, and it seems to say that Nodirbek has an advantage over Parham. Let's take a look and try and break that down.
Yes, let's do that. I mean, Wesley and Levon, they will shake hands very shortly, so we'll keep an eye on that. And, well, in general here, the players, they're, duking it out. They're trying their best to get on the scoreboard. If you're Abdusattorov in particular, you were tied for the lead before today. If you can win and all of your rivals do not, then you will be in clear first. So in this position, the last moves have been played here were striking in the center. Not a single piece had been traded as of move 13. And then d5 happens, and then white doesn't take. White was up to d4. So, Tanya, the board explodes at this moment. If you take on d4, white doesn't just take back, because then black will capture e4. White throws a pawn forward with e5, attacking the knight. It's an intermezzo, taking back on d4 with the pawn, just establishing these pawns on d4 and on e5. And that's really bad news for the bishop on g7. It's bad news for the c file, which is only open to white, whereas black's open file with this rook, there's a big pawn in the way, and it's a connected chain. So that's why instead, after d4, the move d takes e was played. But there's this issue, I believe, of knight and rook on the same diagonal. So you have to be really, really careful here if you're Parham, because tactics will favor white. And by the way, Wesley and Levon have finished their game. They have drawn, and they're just analyzing it right now.
I have to say they are analyzing it, but it looked like it was an even game start to finish. Neither player were in too much trouble. The key moment was right out of the opening. Once Levon was able to get that e4 move in, and I see Wesley pointing at that b3 square, and I think that's the moment that they're discussing, Robert, because b3 was really the move that allowed Levon to equalize out of the opening, getting that central break in. And there we see the players still trying to figure out what went wrong for white, because it just looked like Lev made it look easy. And with that, Levon and Wesley draw their encounter and go on to the rest day with a 50% score in the Tata Steel Masters.
They do. And while they get to go home, these players are still going at it. And look at this, bishop g5. A pawn was captured on d4. And Nodirbek says, wait a second, let's go bishop g5. And there are many tactics that black has to avoid. Because if you get greedy and take another pawn on c3, white takes this knight on f6 with check. After bishop takes f6, the queen covers the bishop, looks okay, but the queen's also covering the rook. So if the rook takes e8 check, the queen is dragged away from the f6 square. And after bishop takes f6, white goes up a piece and will checkmate this black king. So Parham quickly responds to bishop g5 with bishop e6, closing down the e-file, keeping the f6 knight defended. But Tanya, the eval bar is skyrocketing in Nodirbek's favor.
And the reason for that, Robert, is this devastating pin on f6. It's one of those forever pins. How are you going to get out of this? And I don't have a clear answer to that. Bishop e6 has been played, as you were mentioning. Black cannot take that pawn on c3. Now white can simply recapture the pawn. Let's say you take, I want to keep my knights on the board, so you take it back with the pawn. Everything remains, and yes, there's a material balance, but there is this horrible pin on f6, which is so difficult to get out of. One of the moves that comes to mind is h6, trying to hide away and trying to say, you know what, if you move that bishop away, at least my knight is free. But I don't think black has time for this, because you can take on f6 even with your knight. Knight f6, bishop h6 is an option that comes to mind. And this would be a difficult trade. I see our eval bar says that this is not the way forward for white. There is something stronger. And the reason for that is you just want a pawn on h6. But the thing is that your d4 pawn is weak as well. Let's just finish that line, Robert, that after knight f6, bishop h6 doesn't seem to work because the d4 pawn hangs and black is doing fine now. And this is what black is dreaming about. But perhaps after h6, there's something way stronger, because we saw the eval bar say that black is still busted. And maybe you just take with the bishop on f6, bishop f6, and maybe d5 here immediately. Is that an option?
Absolutely.
Yes, d5 is the move, as the eval bar confirms. And the point is that you fork the knight and the bishop. And after bishop takes d5, you can decide, do you want to be fancy here? Yes or no, Robert?
Of course I do. Queen takes d5. If the queen takes what looks like a free queen, knight takes f6 with a royal fork of the king, the queen, and the rook, you're of course going to take the queen. And then when the smoke clears, white is up 2 minor pieces with a completely winning position. So if you can't play after bishop e6, pawn takes d4, if you cannot play the move h6, how are you going to deal with the threat of d5 now with this lasting pin? I guess knight b4 takes control of that d5 square. But that's not the end of the story. There's still problems for black going forward, because if you think we're just trading pieces, you're going to lose this game quite quickly. Like, you bring your knight to d5, you have everything protecting each other. That's great. But a knight comes into e5, a rook comes to c1.
Wow.
And white just has this firepower against black's position. f7 now is a target, by the way. So if you make some move like rook c8 or something, you just take on f6. And if you take on f6 with the knight, down goes f7, and you're crushed because there is a discovery. Your queen's under attack. This is no good. And if you take with the bishop, we just saw this tactic. Queen takes d5. If you take the queen, there's a fork on f6, winning the queen right back. So I believe that Parham is in huge trouble right now, Tanya. His position feels like it's on the verge of collapsing unless he finds all of the accurate moves.
And this is a huge moment for Nodirbek. He is one of the 5 leaders, and if he is able to win this, that would mean that his score would go to 3 out of 4, and he'd definitely be high on the leaderboard going into the first rest day that the players have. As we can see, this is where we stand, Robert. Currently 5. We've got Magnus, Fabi, Anish, Ding, Nodirbek, Wesley, and Levon, all with 2 points. Wesley and Levon are the only ones who finished their games. They did draw, so they finished the day with 2 points. Everybody else is playing. We're going to have shuffling around on the leaderboard.
It certainly will. It's a game of musical chairs, in a sense. And, well, Nodirbek and Parham, they are trying to get towards the top. They're such strong players despite their young age. But as we see, 6 games still in session. We will take a short break. Before we do, I want to remind everybody of a special event starting February, because the wait is over. After a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February 1st, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past PCL participants include Magnus, Ding, Nepo, Fabi, Hikaru, MVL, and Anish, so we could not be more excited for the league's return. And with over $100,000 on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use the command PCL in chat to learn all about it. Tanya and I We'll be right back, and when we return, it will be more from round 4 from the Tata Steel Chess Masters.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Oh my god, he's gone for it.
Knight e to g5 was Anish Giri's choice.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
There it is.
The world champion once again proving that he indeed has the best technique in the game.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
He's like the nicest person on the planet. When it comes to his chess, you just don't want to mess with Ding.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
The win for Black. Nodirbek continues his hot streak.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Arjun Erigaisi is on the clock here in the 4th round of the Tata Steel Chess Masters. It's his move. He is thinking, but he is not looking at the board. Perhaps he's looking at the empty table that was left between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. They drew their game. It was a good opening from Levon Aronian. He was never in any danger. But Tanya, in this game between Vincent Keimer, who is not at the board, and Arjun Erigaisi, we're still pretty early on. 18 moves into it, and well, a couple pawns, 1 pawn per side has been traded. The darks where bishops are off, but otherwise all pieces remain.
This is a battle between teenagers. Vincent Keimer against Arjun Erigaisi. Such an exciting matchup, this one. And as we can see that we're right out of the opening, but it looks like our eval bar seems to like Arjun's position. Meanwhile, Arjun in his classic pose of it being his move, but he's just looking everywhere else. As we've seen him do that time and time again, he is 100% thinking about how he wants to proceed here. What is the calculation that he's looking at? Why is our eval bar liking his position? And the reason for that, Robert, is because take a look at Vincent's c3 pawn there. It is a backward weakness. Meanwhile, Arjun is all ready to already start thinking about doubling up on the c file. It's just easier to play with Black. It might not even be a big advantage, which it clearly is not. It's somewhat even, but I think Black just has a more pleasant position with ideas of moving the queen away, the rook coming to the c file, c3 under attack. How does White get rid of this weakness? Would be to make the move c4. But in chess, it's a give and take. You can get rid of your weakness, but with that, you will open a monstrous bishop on b7 that Arjun currently has. So it is a difficult position for White to play. It just seems like a lot easier to play as Black.
I agree with that. And Arjun, he's looking to be precise here. Moves that come to mind, as you mentioned, bringing the queen away so the rook can go to c8. The queen maybe can go to f6 as well for the rook to get to c8. But it's all about this c pawn and the potential push to c4. Arjun, in a dream world, he would be able to bring this knight up a square to d6, and that way he controls the c4 square completely. But he's going to take a while, and c4 is going to be an option that Vincent will calculate each and every move. So a lot to figure out in this game. It's one of those positions where it's almost like there's not a lot of life at the moment, but there's so much potential for both sides because c4 changes the position from kind of a static one to a dynamic one, opening the bishop on b7. We will dive into this a little bit more deeply in a little bit, but the game between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, you hear that matchup, you think Magnus Carlsen, great record against Anish historically, but look at him. I mean, he is really working hard at the board because the position has gotten extremely spicy, and it's more or less a line that we were predicting. There are some differences, which is important and makes Magnus's position better than some of our earlier analysis. But as we can see, the pawn did go up to d7 after the knight jumped to c4. Then the knight went to c2, wrapped around to d4. The rook is cut off. But Tanya, b4. Anish strikes. He's got two good rooks. And oh my gosh, rook takes d7 was played. And I keep seeing the eval bar creep up. Rook takes d7, winning a pawn, seems to have been a mistake.
And you saw that expression by Magnus. I think he realizes that he has gone down the wrong way. He does look a lot more tense. You can look at him and you can feel that he is in trouble. Robert, rook d7 was such a natural move to be played. You want to pick up that d7 pawn. I'm loving how calm Anish looks. He is in control, slightly surprised, immediately he's reaching out for the bishop. And he's about to move the bishop. Will he move it to d5, hitting that knight on c4, also stopping the connection between the knight on d4 and the rook? Also, you've got no good square, because take a look at this. The problem is that after bishop d5, if you move the knight back to d6, white can go on and pick up the pawn on c5. And now, because you moved your rook away from d8 to d7, the b8 square is free for your rook to jump in, and this would be bad news for Black's king. Anish plays the move bishop d5, immediately gets out of the board. Magnus has been in big pressure from the start in this game. He hasn't been his typical self of making a move, walking around, checking out the other boards. He's had his head in his hands. He's been fully focused, and it looks like Anish Giri is in driving seat in this one.
And look at Magnus. He's in disbelief right now. And a big problem is what, Tanya, you called this out very early on. The rook is in the corner, not in the game. The king is on the back rank. And here's where the problems, they continue. If you go rook d8, the rook trade seems like, all right, we're trading pieces. Black's up a pawn. That's good news. But bishop a3 is the dagger. The pawn on c5 is hanging. You may think you're just defending the pawn with your bishop, and perhaps Magnus had seen this position in his head, but rook takes d4. It's a sacrifice of rook for knight. But after the pawn takes on d4, there's a bishop on a3 that is happy to see a newly opened diagonal. And not only can you take on d6 with the bishop with check, you can keep that pin. Let's go knight e4. Let's take that knight on d6 with the knight. Attack the f7 pawn. This position would be losing for Magnus Carlsen. So you see him. He can't believe it. And Anish Giri's behind him, and he's making a Michaela Moroni face like, excuse me? Like, what just happened here? Anish Giri might take down Magnus Carlsen, and the Wijk magic from the Dutchman continues. He has had so many good performances here, never won the event, a bunch of second-place finishes, but this year might be Anish's year. He is off to a great start, and in this game, after bishop d5, Magnus is in huge trouble.
This is a big, big moment for Anish. Robert, the last time that he beat Magnus Carlsen was back in 2011. And that was at this very stage in Wijk in their first ever classical duel. After that, he's never had a repeat of that. He's never defeated Magnus in a classical game. And this is his moment. It's also the confidence that he's showing, how quickly he's playing. We've often seen Anish have great positions, but then somehow loses that ability to evaluate it and to go for that kill in that extremely critical moment. But we've been seeing a different Anish here. He needs to strike, and he's showing all intentions of doing that. He has been finishing runners-up in the Tata Steel Masters. He's come second twice. Magnus, the 8 times champion of the tournament. He's got a 6-win lead over Anish, while Anish has just won 1 game. They've got 21 draws between each other, but this one looks like it's headed a decisive way and in favor of Anish. This is a huge moment for him.
And if you think about their matchup, their history against one another, Anish Giri won that very first game in Wijk 12 years ago. Since then, it's been all Magnus. He has won 6 decisive games. He's pulverized him in some of them. And Anish will be the first to admit that, if he is going to be the best, he's going to have to get through Magnus at some point there is a bit of a psychological barrier that every player faces when they're seated against Magnus. But if you look at Magnus's face, he knows he has gone wrong. And Anish knows that Magnus has gone wrong. So now it's about putting it all together. We just were showing the important variation that if the knight goes to d6, there is going to be a problem down this diagonal. The king on f8 is misplaced. If you bring the knight to e5, that doesn't actually help matters at all, because after b takes c5, now your knight is loose on d4. And if you take back, guess what? The ideas with bishop a3 are still there. You may want to say, let me just defend with bishop e7. Pieces are overloaded. The bishop on e7 is doing too much. And we see, by the way, Richard Report and Fabiano Caruana, they made their draw in the background there. But to finish this point here, the bishop on e7, it defends c5, but it also defends d8. And why is that important? Because after rook b8 check and the rook slides back, now we see the bishop doing too much. It can't have its arms in both directions. After rook d8, bishop d8, I can take on c5 with check. I take the knight on d4. White would go up a full piece in this variation. So Magnus, his hair is all over the place. He's frazzled. He can't believe what has just happened. He played this opening from the white side back in 2008 against Yannick Pelletier. And now in the black side against Anish Giri, things are going wrong for him. And finding the next few moves are not going to be easy for Magnus even to stay in this game.
The hair is out of control. The position is out of control. Robert, it is such a difficult moment. We saw there Magnus looking at his score sheet, trying to figure out where did all of this go so wrong out of the opening from him. And it's hard to imagine the world champion coming into so much pressure early on there. He looks back to see what the other result is. But of course, his focus is totally on the trouble that exists on his board in his game. When these two players meet, there's also so much of a psychological battle, given their history, their over-the-board history, their social media history. It's definitely a matchup that fans are super excited about. Their bromance. What is their current status? Just nobody knows. That's a big mystery. Are they friends? Are they enemies? Are they frenemies? That is one of the 10 questions that even science can't answer. But currently, looking at Magnus's face, it looks like he's not able to answer the big question. What is his next move now?
He's in huge trouble right now, and Anish is ready to strike. This would be, I think, huge, not just for the tournament, but I think it would be big for Anish, his career in general. He beat Magnus in that first game they played, but that was a dozen years ago. That was a lifetime ago. Since then, Anish has a couple kids. He's married. Like, he's changed as a person. His whole life is different. So to be able to beat Magnus Carlsen while Magnus is the world champion in all three disciplines on his home turf in front of the Dutch crowd who love Anish, who support him, who back him every time he plays, that would be a huge result. And right now, his face says it all. Magnus Carlsen is looking at this position and he doesn't know what to do. And he's mad at himself. And he's going to have to push his emotions aside for the time being, because as we see in the evaluation bar, it's bad for Black, but not all hope is lost. So let's, like Magnus, try to save it for him. A knight has to move. It is under attack. It can't be defended. Pawn to b5, that's not going to work out, because after pawn to b5, which does defend the knight, you simply take this pawn on c5. Now the knight on d4 is loose. The pawn on b5 is under attack. The knight on c4, the b8 square, the pawn going to c6, too much is happening, and it's all good for white. So you can't defend the knight. We have two safe squares, e5 and d6. Knight d6, pawn takes. We were talking about bishop 8. I think rook b8 first even. We were looking at. It doesn't look pleasant. You can't move the king. You lose your rook in the corner. Maybe you have some kind of knight e8 move. It looks terrible, but at least you're not losing on the spot. Tanya, I don't envy the task for Magnus, but you just need to calculate all the different moves. Just throw a move out and say, wait, that one doesn't look so easy for my opponent. And maybe it is this passive position where you're all tangled up, and if Anish isn't perfectly accurate, then you can escape later.
Magnus is so frustrated right now, Robert. He cannot believe the mess he's landed up in right out of the opening. An opening choice that he decided to go for the Queen's Indian and surprise Anish with bishop a6, and it's caused him this huge trouble on the board currently. And I think he's just wondering, where did this happen? The key moment was really that spot with king e7, where he had the option. If we just back up a couple of moves, Robert, and after knight c4, d7 was played. And here he had the opportunity to go into this line that we were talking about with king e7, bishop c8. And this is what he had to do, try to get his pieces out as quickly as possible. After bishop c8, you can go knight d6, you can go knight c2, but one way or the other, you have to target that bishop. You have to target that pawn on d7.
Yeah, we were looking at these lines earlier. This knight e4 move looking quite frustrating to meet for black, because if you take on c8, we were looking at positions like this, where after knight takes f6, this position does not look very pleasant for black. If you take, the bishop lands on h6 check, but because of knight c2 in the air, perhaps there is some kind of dynamic balance available to black.
And you have an extra pawn. Robert, also you have an extra pawn. So, even if the bishop does land on h6 eventually, and you're pointing out this line knight c2, I think that is key. You can't allow those mating traps and mating attack on the back rank. Knight c2 keeps some kind of balance, and this was the crucial moment. It was missed by Magnus, and ever since then, Anish has been on top of things. Let's come back to our current board, because this is where it's at. b4 has been played. Bishop d5 is on the board. Huge threats. The knight on c4 hangs. Knight d4, b4. What a move this was by Anish. Just absolutely fantastic play there. Bishop d5 hitting that knight on c4. We've been talking about piece activity, and now Magnus finds himself retreating one by one with his active pieces. If you take on b4, the rook takes on b4, and then suddenly these two knights are really in the way of each other, can't defend. You have to fall back with the knight. White will go on to win 2 pieces for a rook, and we've been saying this over and over again. The biggest problem in black's camp is that the rook on h8 is still not active.
It's true, and the problems
Bishop a3
persist. Bishop a3 coming. You would have a rook and 1 pawn for 2 bishops, but there's so many pieces on the board. And we talk about this. A rook and 1 pawn, that is 5 + 1, 6 points. 2 bishops, 3 and 3 is 6 points. It sounds equal, but when you have more powerful pieces, and 2 bishops, they're both powerful, and things to attack, that 1 rook is often not going to be useful enough, as the bishops do exert maximum pressure in the position. So this is a bad situation for Magnus Carlsen. He is going to work hard to survive, and maybe his best chance is the line we just looked at. I mean, it's not out of the question that he goes for something like this, and maybe instead of walking to a pin, he brings his knight to safety. This looks terrible for black. No player would want this position. But at the same time, Tanya, I think if we stick to this position for a second, it's not clear how white wins. The game will continue. White is much better, but maybe there's a chance for this king to run to d8, just go over here so the rook can come to e8, things of that nature. And while black is in trouble, black is not hopelessly lost just yet. But if you look at Magnus on screen, I mean, he looks like a guy who is ready to resign and get out of the playing hall.
He's in shock right now. He's not even blinking. He can't believe what this position is. And there we see it's about choosing the lesser evil here. There are no good moves in a bad position. He's landed up in concrete trouble, and that's the problem. The only thing is that Robert, Anish has to believe in his position. He has to believe that he is winning and then go for it. We've seen him get great positions, but at some point he tends to lose that faith in his own evaluation, and that he can beat Magnus Carlsen. He did it once in 2011. He's super close to repeating that in 2023 in his matchup against Magnus, and this would be a huge win. We look at Magnus, he's looking devastated right now. I want to show a couple of lines you were pointing out that takes on b4 might just be the best way forward. Let's take a look at that, because it feels if Magnus doesn't go for this, he might just be dead lost. And you want to come back with the knight to a5 so that you don't end up in any pin along the a3, f8 diagonal. I pick up your knight on d4, give up my rook for 2 pieces. You've got to try to activate that rook on h8 now. King e7 is the most logical move in this position. You want to bring that rook into the game. And I go bishop a3 check. King d8 might be a possibility, but let's see what happens if you make a move like king f6. You're trying to activate your pieces, you want to bring that rook out, but this is dangerous because suddenly all of white's pieces have so much coordination. You can come in with a check on f4. I can go rook f4 check. And if you go king to g6, bishop e4 check, really boxing up that king, and we can see the eval bar creep up and up and up. The king does end up in a mating net with the knight jumping to d5. The bishop will fall back to c1 at some point on this on the diagonal c1 to h6 if you move your king there. This is bad news. I just don't see Magnus creating any play, getting a chance to get that rook into the game. And if that doesn't happen, this is game over.
Right, so at that moment, king d8, as you were saying, it has to be played, and the rook does get to e8, and this is what he needs. Some semblance of hope, a position where maybe down the line he can give up his rook for one of the bishops and then get a pawn in return. And we've talked about this a lot in recent endgames in the past few days, where you have to see the future and say, if everything goes wrong and I'm going to be worse, what's the position where at least I can have the most chances? And so here, getting the rook to e8, at least you have some activity. White is better. Anish Giri gets to play with zero risks whatsoever. He likely will win this game, but Magnus will hold out hope and then make Anish work for it. So we'll leave Magnus to it. The guy looks like he wants to be doing anything but playing this chess game. So why don't we zoom out for a second here? We have 2 draws in the books. We saw the draw between Wesley and Lavange's opposite colored bishops. Not much to look at there. In Fabiano and Richard Report's game, we got into this rook endgame, equal material. There actually wasn't much life left after the position we looked at. It seems like they just traded pieces. So those 2 are done with. But the other games are fascinating. Look at the bottom right. We see the move g7 to g5 by Gukesh against Jordan van Forest. So he strikes with his g-pawn after Jordan brought that queen over to g3, but that means the black king will not castle. So why don't we actually just tune right into that game, bring it up to analyze, because the last few moves we predicted with rook e1, Tanya's brilliant knight d5 idea coming your way, but bishop e7 blocks that, but then the queen takes advantage of black's last move, and Gukesh says, I'm going to play g5. But after bishop d2, the queen is forced back. It is on the same diagonal as the bishop. Knight d5 is a useful discovery. And queen c7. So black has not lost any material. But Tanya, you've kind of lost the right to castle. You still legally can do it, but nobody in their right mind is castling kingside. So I feel like Gukesh has these long-term problems. And his king, it's safe in the center for now, perhaps. But in the long term, I feel like he's created many weaknesses.
And that's bad news when your king is stuck in the center and you're playing against sorry, I think we have to just adjust the cameras there. But here with Gukesh, you're playing against a guy like Jordan, who is super creative and super innovative with his attack. It can always be bad news if your king is going to be there for the rest of the game. Now, I just want to point out that black hasn't even started attacking white's king. Meanwhile, white can actually break into black's position with a move like f4 and destroy the pawn structure on the king side, start threatening all kinds of invasions along the g file and the f file. Also, Robert, the e4 pawn is currently hanging, but do you have the nerves to pick it up with that king on the center? My rook on e1. Yes, I can make a safe move like bishop d3, but that's the kind of move that I might make. Jordan, on the other hand, is probably already thinking about a move like f4, and you want to try to break open the king side. I think bishop d3 is really good. It looks safe, and I see when you play, the eval bar agrees to it. This is the move to go for, and then you keep all your trumps. You want to make the move f4. But what I want to look at, if we just back up, can white get over aggressive? You see your opponent's king in the center. Do you really care about material? Let's take a look at what happens if white actually makes the move f4. We've all played Sicilians. We know how crazy these positions are. And look at that, Robert. The eval bar dropped, but not by that much. And the reason for that is if you take knight e4, after I trade, bishop e4. Yes, you're threatening my pawn on c2, but I come with my bishop to c3. I defend my pawn on c2. I'm targeting your rook on h8. Both the files in the center are open. My rook on e1 is super duper active. Your king isn't going anywhere, and I've got everything to play for. This is massive initiative for white. Now, it depends on Jordan's approach here. Is he going to go in to first defend the e-pawn and then strike with f4? Or will he go for the direct approach of trying to create an explosive attack against the king by sacrificing the e-pawn?
Yeah, just to continue this for a second, rook g8, you think, oh, I can't castle anymore, but we already established that black doesn't want to castle kingside anyway. It makes moves like rook g8 easier to play, easier to swallow that decision. And white would be down a pawn. Tons of activity, tons of play. We see that the evaluation bar is perfectly content with white's position and just becomes a sharp game. The reason why I don't like this option compared to your first instinct of bishop to d3, if we back up here, the reason I like bishop d3 more is because it doesn't allow black to solve any of his problems. F4 is one option, H4 is another, and with more pieces on the board, look at the harmony here with white's pieces, all protecting each other, all having a purpose. Maybe the rook on D1 doesn't have the best purpose right now, but that's okay. The rook on H8, it's a bystander. It's not really participating in the game right now. H4 and F, that's not H4. That's H4, and that's F4. Those moves still in the air. Maybe an E5 at some moment. Maybe still a knight D5 if black's not looking out for it. So the typical plan for black is to play B5. But let's say I'm even solid for a moment. I play F3. White's foundation is so strong. You have a great pawn chain here. This pawn on G5, it really sticks out like a sore thumb, and H4 will hit you and you won't enjoy it. So I just really feel that maybe this knight goes back to E2, bishop to C3, knight to D4, then white has an easy bunch of plans. It's just, you look at the position, you see 5 different options. I look at black's position, I don't know what to do on each and every move. I play B5 because it's thematic, and then I'm out of moves. Like, I'm out of ideas. So I just think keeping more pieces on the board, not allowing black to clarify the position, is what Jordan should aim for.
And I would agree with everything that you've said, and then add that the player that we're talking about here is Jordan van Foreest. He is the guy who doesn't want to play solid. He doesn't want to keep everything under control. He wants to create a mess. He goes in for the complications. He is super fearless when it comes to these positions. Now, he's somebody who's also won the Tata Steel Masters. What a run he had back in 2021, scoring 8.5 out of 13 and playing an amazing playoff against Anish Giri, where it was just anybody's tiebreak, anyone's game. Eventually, Jordan came on top and won the Tata Steel Masters for the first time. He's just 23 years old. He's got a rating of 2681, one of the big stars in the chess world. He also was part of the Magnus Carlsen World Championship team for the match in Dubai against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And it's interesting to see how that experience has evolved Jordan as a player. Magnus often mentioned when he spoke about his team that Jordan's the guy who would come up with the most creative, most fun opening ideas. And that's the Jordan that we keep seeing here. By the way, as I speak, he does go for the recommendation that you liked more, Robert, keeping everything under control. This is the grandmaster approach. This is the professional approach. Why sacrifice a pawn when you've got everything going for you? You can play F4 anytime. You can play H4 anytime. You can even play F3 and keep things solid. Bishop D3, Jordan postpones the decision to break open black's king. And the reason is that every move that black has to make is a tough move to find. You can go B5, but there's no follow-up to it. You're never getting any pieces into the attack. Meanwhile, again and again, your king is in the center. And Robert, I hate to say this, but one more time, Gukesh in a bad call out of the opening.
He lost the first 2 games of this event. He had the white pieces against Ding Liren. That didn't go very well for him. He had the black pieces against Anish Giri. That went even worse. And then in game 3, he did make that draw. But now in game 4, he's playing someone who also had a rough start. But Jordan, has a dream position. Not a single weakness in white's camp. Not one. Everything is safe and sound. Black has overextended on the king side. You can go on the queen side here, but you're not threatening anything. So I really feel like Gukesh doesn't have a plan. And as we remind everybody of the standings, Gukesh has been at the bottom And on the flip side, Jordan, he struggled yesterday against Fabiano Caruana, who's at the top, and his draw against Richard Rapport allows Fabiano to be temporarily in first place with that extra game played. So Magnus Carlsen, you see him there with 2 out of 3. He might end up at 2 out of 4, but he has not moved, Tanya. He still is thinking about what to do against Anish Giri, who, if he wins, will be in first place.
Robert, and there we have him. He hasn't moved. He hasn't changed his pose there. He's still got his head and a hairful of there in his hands, and he can't get enough of where he's landed up. This is such a terrible position out of the opening for him. But I'll tell you one thing, Robert. Getting a good position, getting a close to winning position against Magnus Carlsen means nothing. It's half the job done. You still have to beat him. He's the guy you give one chance to come back into the game, and the tide turns like you've never seen before. And that's the problem. Anish has to keep the momentum going. He's played accurately so far, but he can't afford to make a single small error against this player. Magnus is a beast. We know the kind of comebacks that he's capable of in the position. Yes, he's in big trouble, but it's far from over. And what he's doing right now, he's taken about 25 minutes for this move. We are on move number 24, but he's trying to find that continuation that gives him maximum chances to stay alive. It's not easy, but again, this guy doesn't give up. Anish close to a winning advantage here, as we can see in our eval bar, but that means nothing when you're playing against the world champion. You still have to get the job done.
You certainly do, and there are 2 different approaches, and we just want to thank everybody who has been participating in the chat. We do see your messages there, but there are 2 approaches that Magnus can take right now, and that's why he's spending so much time. There's the approach we have been talking about with c takes b4, giving up the 2 minor pieces for the rook. It doesn't look very good for black, but maybe with the king going to d8 and the rook coming to e8, there are chances to survive. That's option 1. Option 2, which briefly was mentioned earlier, is if the knight slides back to d6, pawn takes c5, pawn takes c5, and say rook b8 check, and the knight has to go back to e8, you get to keep your material, bishop a3, bishop e7. It's not a fun position to play, but at least you keep your material. So these are the 2 options. Either you give up some material and get some activity and hope that that's going to be sufficient, or you keep the material and hope that Anish Giri makes some mistake or cashes in too early, because this position, white is down a pawn. But what is white up? White is up essentially a rook, because this rook on h8 is stuck by the king. White is kind of up a minor piece because this piece is pinned. And this bishop on e7 is doing a defensive job to this pawn on c5. So, Tanya, these are our 2 options. Magnus undoubtedly, not just thinking about this position, but 10 moves down the road from what looks like a tough one. So what do you think? Is he going to take the approach where he gets passive but keeps the material, or the one where he's down material but gets some activity?
It's such a tough call to take because you know that both positions objectively are worse for you. I think he's going to go in for the plan that we were discussing, where you sacrifice the 2 pieces for a rook, but you're at least able to get your pieces out into the game. At least try and keep some activity. Again, it's a tough call, and the more time that he takes on this move, the more it's clear. That just goes on to show this is the best player in the world that we're talking about. He's taken almost 30 minutes for this move, and that just goes on to show how difficult this position is for Magnus. Many times in his interviews, he's often said that in any position, if you end up thinking more than 10 minutes, it's already a bit shaky. He hasn't taken a decision for a while now. Anish, meanwhile, not on the board, walking around. Anish realizes that he is doing great. And there we see Magnus leaning back, often looking at his score sheet, looking pretty devastated with the position in front of him there. And, well, the one thing he's got going for him is great hair.
Yes, and you see Magnus there. He's looking pretty distraught. And that's not a look we've seen from him that often in Wijk and Zee, because from 2008 all the way through to 2022, last year, he is an 8-time champion. He is the defending champion. And, well, in this year's start, he won an important game with black against Vincent Keimer. And Tanya, we've talked about it. He often gets to slow starts, including in Wijk. There was a year, I believe it was 2019, where he drew his first batch of games, maybe his first 5, and then he won a big winning streak. So this year, he won a game early, which he doesn't always do. Sometimes a little bit of a slow riser. But now he might face a setback in round 4. And Anish Giri, you see his name on this graphic a few times. In 2018, Anish Giri in second place. In 2019, Anish Giri in second place. Back in 2015, Anish tied for second. So Anish has been within arm's length of first place. And it might be about time that he grabs that title, dethrones Magnus from his Wijk first place finishes. And that would be huge for Anish because I think, he's a jokester, right? He goes on Twitter, he's cracking jokes, posting memes, but something that must bother him is all of these wisecracks about how he's never won a super tournament. And he has had first place finishes in strong events, but in like the premier tournaments, it seems like it has eluded him. And Magnus, by the way, did bring the knight back to d6. He decides to keep the material and suffer passively, thinking that it's not an easy position to break through. So I actually, there were 2 options. Both of them had their drawbacks and their positives. I think that Magnus is now forcing Anish to demonstrate some killer technique. Tanya, you were mentioning this, that there are moments where Anish, he doesn't strike when the moment calls for it. He knows he is much better here, but will he be able to strike Magnus down?
That's the big question. And we can see just how much better he is because we're assisted by the eval bar. But Anish 100% knows that he is better. But is it enough? Is it unclear better? Does Magnus still have chances? These are questions that are existing right now in Anish's mind. But look at the speed with which he's playing, Robert. That shows me a lot of confidence. Something that we don't find very often when the players face Magnus Carlsen here. Now, Anish very quickly took on c5, trades on c5, creates that weakness, and this is a big moment. He will slow down here because there are 2 options. Just like Magnus had 2 options, Anish does as well. You can play rook b8 here, immediately giving a check and saying that do you want to trade a rook with d8 or fall back with your knight to e8? Not pleasant choices, either of them. The other option is to keep this option of giving a check alive, but you first develop your bishop to a3 and target the weak pawn, which actually, if you see, is impossible to defend. The line that you've already pointed out, rook c7 doesn't work out because now the check is even more powerful on b8. Yes, you can fall back with the knight to c8 and say that the rook defends the knight and the pawn, but that's the big problem. This position, everything is tied down, and it is super hard for black to move any piece at all. Bishop b7 ideas, rook e1 ideas, cutting off that king on the f8 square, a really difficult position. This will be busted. Again, Robert, do you think Anish is going to go for the rook b8 and try and trade off the rooks before he attacks the weakness, or will he keep the threats alive? Will he move the bishop? These are questions that Anish has right now in front of him, and a lot of our chat saying that Anish is playing so powerfully, and let's go Anish. There's a lot of support for him as well in the chat, and that's really nice to see because Anish needs that energy when you're playing against someone like the world champion. You need all the energy that you can, regardless of what the eval bar says.
Certainly, and you see Anish, he knows he has 2 good options. I'm liking the look of bishop a3. I'm wondering how black gets out of this. There may be a timely knight e6 retreat. Maybe there's king e7. I know we've been harping on the fact that the rook on h8 has been stuck, and I'm kind of walking into the middle of the board. But if you give me a check on e1, I can potentially block on e6 or even bring my king back to d8. So this knight on c3 is also loose with this bishop staring at it on f6. So there may be some opportunities in some positions for some kind of a knight move out the way. But it's so unpleasant. Even just the simple bishop takes c5 isn't looking so fun. But this is what I was aiming for. I was just trying to put all of my pieces close to my king. If you take this knight on e6, the king takes and gets out of not this pin, but the pin on the diagonal, and everything suddenly is defended, right? It doesn't look good, but we see the eval where actually it's shrinking. It's saying that white's advantage is decreasing. So it's weird, but I'm just looking at something just to survive. That's really all I'm aiming for if I'm thinking about this from Magnus Carlsen's perspective. Let me just survive move by move. And now you're challenging this bishop on c5. If the bishop retreats to a3, what was I just mentioning? The knight on c3 is loose. And it's funny, you blunder a full piece and it's still barely better for black. That's just how good Anish's position is, right? I'm giving you a piece by accident, and yet black is barely better.
He might very well decide to keep all the threats and play bishop a3, attacking c5. Has to look at all these lines and most importantly, evaluate it correctly as ending better for him by a huge margin at the end. The other option that we're looking at, also very pleasant, Robert, which he could be attracted to, is the move rook to b8 check. And I think that could be something that Magnus is hoping for. The more the pieces get traded, even if the eval bar likes it, the easier it gets for black. Let's take a look at that. Rook b8. I don't want to get my knight any more passive. Enough pieces are not playing in the game. I want to try and trade off your active rook. So rook d8 is the natural move, the human move at least. And you trade on d8, bishop d8. At first, I had a feeling that after bishop a3, you actually end up picking up the c5 pawn. But black does have a resource to defend that pawn. That bishop on d8 can jump to b6 and you still keep some material balance. But look at this line. You can now give up the rook on d1 for the knight on d4. And we've been talking about material imbalances. By the way, he is reaching out for a piece, Robert. And just to finish this line quickly, now you pick up the knight. It's still far from over. Black can fight this position after bishop d6.
Yes, yeah. I mean, knight e4 as well, just to take the knight with the knight, and that way you go after the f7 pawn. So it's going to be a bad position regardless, but you are correct. There is this passed pawn remaining. The rook will finally get out from the corner somewhere along the back rank and then get into play. So that gives Magnus some hope, even if both players know that white is much better. And Anish plays bishop a3. He says, let me just win this pawn directly. I'm not going to be down any material. And for Magnus, what moves does he have here? I mentioned king e7. There might be other moves that exist. Knight e6 looks very bad because after bishop takes, pawn takes here, rook b8 check now will win material, because if you block with the rook was doing an important job of defending this knight, so you trade. And if you block with the bishop, because if your king moves, you lose the rook in the corner. That's out of the question. You move the bishop back, simply bishop takes c5, knight to e4. You just pile up all of your pieces against the knight on d6. It is pinned, and king e7, the only way to get out of it, still knight e4. This is just completely lost. Your bishop can't move because your rook is hanging. Your knight can't move because the king is behind it. You're going to lose the knight on the square. I've seen worse positions, but not too many of them. And Magnus Carlsen has, in fact, brought his king out to e7. So this is the critical moment for Anish. Does he simply take on c5? The knight retreats to e6. He sees his knight's under attack. He sees that if he, just to show that line again, Tanya, if he takes, the king takes, and suddenly this isn't that terrible for black. White is better, but black doesn't look as losing as it did before. So just from an aesthetic point of view, this would be a dream come true for Magnus.
And then that goes on to show that this is in fact the most challenging question that Magnus could have posed. This approach in a difficult position to still try and activate his rook. He doesn't care about the c5 pawn. He doesn't think about how he wants to defend it. It's all about getting that rook into the game. King e7, I like it. Magnus played it fast enough. And now, of course, we see Anish is in a great position, but he still needs to find a winning path here. Rook e1 check is the other approach in the position, but once again, even after rook e1 check, black doesn't need to fall back with the king. You can make the move that we're talking about. You can fall back with the knight, intercept it, and you are always threatening to get that rook from h8 into the game. It will arrive on c8. White knight on c3 hang. So notice that you can't pick up the c5 pawn yet. Bishop into c5, Robert, would be a big blunder to bishop c3. So the move that I wanted to make here would be knight to a4. I still want to pick up your c5 pawn. But what I want to do is I want to pick up that pawn with my knight and put pressure on your e6 knight.
Wow. Yeah, that's a kind of a fork there. And so with c5 hanging, I might, and this is what happens when you're calculating, is you get to a position like this in your head, like this looks really good for white. So what, does black have any moves? If the answer is no, you disqualify this variation and go on to the next. With bishop d4, I'm going to defend my pawn desperately. If you take with the knight on c5, as was the plan, after bishop takes, there are 2 pins going on at the same time. King f6 gets out of both of them, and you see the evaluation bar, it's hovering around +1. It's very obvious to both players that white is better. But look at this position. Now the knight attacks the bishop. If you take on e6, pawn takes e6, the evaluation is creeping back towards the center because you have a pin here. But finally, at long last, the rook gets into play. The knight is free to move. And then black's worries are really behind him. So you don't want to give up your bishops. And if you simply retreat your bishop, I believe this knight is free to go. At long last, you attack the bishop on d5. We've been talking about this rook. It will slide into play soon. And the black king, it doesn't look safe because it's out on f6, but at least you're not getting checkmated and you have activity with your knights.
And we saw that Anish reach out for his move and then he pulls back for a moment. And huge moment here for him. Will he go for rook e1 check? These lines that we saw still keep Magnus's position alive, still keeps hope alive. So Magnus Carlsen, as he does, he is fighting a difficult position and he will do that till the very end. Anish will have to prove his advantage. Magnus Carlsen doesn't give up. Anish on fire so far, has been super accurate. But this is just about that margin getting smaller and smaller, that advantage getting less and less. He still needs to make those accurate moves. And we saw Anish had made a decision, but now he's doubting it. He almost reached out to make a move there, but he's doubting it a little bit, which is why he pulled back and is having another think. Does he go to capture immediately on c5? Or will he give a check? Anish there with complete focus there.
Yeah, there's so much to work out. We've been going through many variations, and Anish is going through many more. The calculation does not stop with, all right, the rook is free to go. He's getting concrete because if he is going to make some exchanges, he needs to make sure they're the right ones. Just like we were showing that line where the king got out to e6, and it looked like most of black's trouble was behind him. And we've been talking about as pieces get traded, as we head towards endgames, what pawn deficit positions are okay. Let's imagine a world where these 2 pawns are gone, but many of the pieces are traded. In fact, I'm just going to put a position like that on the board. Let's see how to get there. So, okay, bishop c5 played. I want to...
Decision made by Anish. He reached out and decides to not give a check and picks up the pawn on c5. And Magnus responds immediately.
No, sorry, that's me. I was just trying to make I was going to make a point. No, you're all good. I was just trying to get to a position where, let's say we get something like this, and white ends up winning this a7 pawn. Magnus would look at a position like this saying, I'm down a pawn, that's bad, but I will have chances to survive because there are not that many pieces remaining. So we see Magnus, and he didn't play 96 when you thought, but now he did it anyway. So he just took a little bit of time. He plays 96, and I feel like once Magnus studied the position, once he got over his initial frustration, Tanya, that he's like, wait, this really isn't that simple. So he does have his chances to survive. And Anish goes back in the think tank. This is a really big moment with the bishop on c5 under attack, with the pin on the knight on d6, the opportunity to take on e6, but I don't think you should do that. The knight is under attack for white. So big decision for Anish.
And Magnus took that huge thing, but now makes his moves fast, which go on to show that he has acknowledged, accepted that he's gotten into trouble out of the opening, but he is fighting. And it's all about the next couple of moves. Anish can very well blow away the entire advantage. We've seen so many lines, Robert, that you've been pointing out, where Magnus's pieces actually come out and black's doing fine. Right now, looking at the board, those 2 bishops look super powerful. The rook on d1, black's king on e7, still the rook on h8. Just a few moves away from finishing his development, his coordination, but there is pressure on Magnus right now. The big question for Anish is, how can he keep the momentum up? You pointed out the bishop on c5 is hanging. The knight on c3 is hanging. What happens if Anish wants to play energetically? The move knight e4 or knight b5. The knight b5 isn't possible because the bishop on c5 hangs, as we've been pointing out. So knight e4, putting on more pressure on that d6 knight, I'm forcing you to take my bishop on c5. There's no way that you can defend it. Let's say you pick up the bishop. I pick up your knight. I'm still not giving you the time and the tempo to improve your rook from h8. You've got to move that rook, Robert, and I only see one good square. You have to move it to c7, because if you go back rook d8, I just want to finish this out. Rook e1 check, and your king is back to square one. You've got to go back all the way to f8, and I can also, at some point, it's not possible right now, but someday knight d7 might come in, back rank ideas. I see that the trick doesn't work as yet, but this is not what Magnus wants. He doesn't want to land up in this mess again. So let's just back up. You go rook c7. You hit my knight. I give you a check. You've got to go back with the king. And it's still not looking pleasant. Your rook is still stuck on h8. And I see our eval bar hasn't moved much, which means that white still keeps the majority of the advantage. No killer blow yet. Black's still behind in development. White's still better. But how much better is this?
Right, because black's one move away from going rook to e8, offering that trade. Now, there's going to be a problem down the d file. There are threats on the last rank. The pawn on f7 is also loose in some positions, so there's a lot to work out. But let's say you rush with rook to b8 check. You see the evaluation going down. Rook c8 is played. Now your knight's under attack, so you can't just move your rook away. And if you trade, we're getting pieces off the board. We also have opposite colored bishops. So even if white is able to win one pawn, if enough trades happen, it's going to be like the game between Levon and Wesley. One extra pawn with opposite colored bishops will not necessarily win you the game. In all likelihood, it will not. So that is why Anish is sitting and thinking and working so hard after this move knight to e6. So we will let Anish continue thinking. In the meantime, we will take a very quick break. And when we return, it's more from Wijk round 4, the key matchup between co-leaders Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. We'll be right back.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on, look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
One person who would love to etch his name in the history books is Anish Giri, who just gave a shake of his head. So Tanya, he was looking confident. He got up from the board in his suit jacket. He just shook his head. So there was a variation he's calculating in his advantageous position that he doesn't like anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see how he replies, and there he goes. He just responded with the move bishop c5 to b4, and let's just do it before and after, an instant replay. The evaluation bar up around plus 1.8, almost 2 pawns better for white. He plays bishop to b4, and that evaluation goes down. It still is a large advantage for white, but that was, according to the engine, inaccuracy. And Tanya, what do you think about that move bishop b4? Do you think it gives Magnus more chances?
I think it's a natural move. It's a human move. You know, your bishop's attacked. You feel you've got these two bishops here. They're putting so much pressure on the black king. You want them to stay alive. Now Anish is threatening a devious idea of knight e4 or knight b5, hitting that knight on d6, and that would mean material loss for black. So actually Magnus cannot allow the knight on c3 to remain alive anymore, Robert. There is no way that you can keep that dark squared bishop. I think Magnus has to give up that bishop, and you look at him, he still knows that it is worse from him. He's got almost a little bit of a smile on his face, I feel, which is kind of strange to see. It's interesting to see how he's responding to this position. Meanwhile, Anish played bishop b4, got out of his chair, walking around. Yes, he seemed a little unsure about how to proceed, but that is chess. You're not going to have forced variations all the time. Anish has done the max that he could. Bishop b4 dropped a tiny bit of his advantage. Wasn't perhaps the best move, but I still think it keeps majority of it. Anish is better. But again, will it be enough to beat Magnus? Magnus knows that the worst is behind him. The rook on h8 will come out. He will take on c3. He will develop that rook. The question is, will Magnus be able to hold this position or not? Right now, it looks like he is a lot more comfortable than he was just a few moves ago.
One small note I'll make is if the A pawns were off the board, black would be feeling a lot better about this position. Why? Because with pawns on both sides of the board, in general, both sides of the board, you think bishop and not knight. Knights are slow-moving pieces. So there's going to be a target on a7 that black will need to keep an eye on. G7 also is targeted by this bishop on c3. So bishop takes e6, followed by bishop takes g7 is a threat. The question is, how big of a threat? Earlier on, we were discussing the opportunity, if it arose, to give up a pawn to liquidate into a position that seemed more manageable. So let me just take us through a situation. Bishop takes e6, a pawn takes or king takes e6. Let's take with the pawn. I think it just looks better. And bishop takes g7. Now, white would be up a pawn, a healthy extra pawn. But then I look at the position and feel like black also has pretty decent chances to hold, because once the rooks are swapped, now where is that extra pawn? It's on g3. It's hard to mobilize that pawn and create a pass pawn with so many pieces on the board, with black getting activity, a good knight that is on a light square attacking your bishop in the current position. So, Tanya, while I'm not going to argue about the fact that Anish will have an advantage, likely for the rest of the game, is it going to be enough to win? And just from the standpoint of how is the player feeling, I just think that Magnus has to be a bit happier now than he was before, because all that tension, the pins, the back rank problems, the rook stuck in the corner, that in many of the variations that are undoubtedly swirling through his head, that rook gets out. His pieces will not be pinned. So I just think that he can breathe a little easier. Not that it's over, not that he can take his eye off of the board here, but I just feel like you just think, all right, what happened before, it's not quite as bad as I initially thought.
100%. That was what I was saying, Robert, that indeed it looks like the worst is behind Magnus. He just had such an awful looking position with that king stuck on the back rank, the rook from h8 not moving. Now we see that a couple of exchanges have taken place. Black's king has come out. It is progress. White keeps trumps. White's got these two amazing bishops on the board. The big question, of course, as we've been saying it, will it be enough to take the full point home against the world champion who is an 8 times winner of the Tata Steel Masters. Now we see Anish in the background. We also saw Parham taking a look at this position. This is such a such an important game for the tournament, Robert. Wherever Magnus plays, for many players, for the audience, for spectators, it feels like it's a race for second place. And it almost feels like a given that the guy is going to take everything. He's just unstoppable when he's in form. He has been saying that he's feeling a little shaky about his play in this tournament. Not just that, historically, he hasn't started strong at Tata Steel Masters. This is the first time in the event that he has been in trouble. And speaking of trouble, look at the decision that Magnus takes. Trying to get out of all the trouble of the position, he decides to sacrifice a pawn on a5. Giving up the a pawn is a huge commitment that you've done. For the rest of the game, you will be down a pawn. White will have a passer, and Magnus has to have a clear path, a clear idea how he plans to stop that a1 pawn. Notice that bishop on d5. Notice how that bishop on d5 controls the a8 square. Imagine Anish picking up the a5 pawn and just marching down the board. I am shocked with this decision of a5. Robert, you've got to break this down for us. What does Magnus want with this pawn sacrifice?
He's giving up the pawn to distract the bishop for a moment and also to allow his rook the time to go to c8. Just to backtrack a single move here. Rook c8 is the move you want to play, going to an open file, but as we've been discussing, knight e4, taking advantage of the pin on the knight on d6. So a5 says, go away, stop pinning me. You take a pawn, the rook comes to c8. Now knight e4 is just the offer of a trade. So Magnus is essentially suggesting that he's okay being down the a pawn, but not for the long run. As you're correctly assessing, the bishop on d5 is an absolute monster, covering the queening square. If the bishop, say, could go to b6, a4, a5, a6, a7, a8 looks borderline unstoppable, but there are so many pieces on the board. The knight on c3 is loose. Let's say you move your knight back to e2. It looks like a very natural move. This rook can maybe land on c2. At long last, Black is getting some activity to work with. Not that the position is easy, not that the position is good, but Magnus finally will get his rook away from h8 into the action, and White's going to remain up a pawn. Anish doesn't have to worry. He's not concerned, but what he does have to deal with is newfound piece activity for Black, and I'm going to keep saying it because I do think it is an essential point. You want to think about what trades are acceptable for you, what trades will allow your opponent's defensive task to be easier. And Anish, of course, he takes the pawn a5. I'm mainly curious at how quickly Magnus responds, and I can barely get the words out of my mouth. He does play rook to c8, so now it's up to Anish to figure out where this knight on c3 goes. Just one last point, Tanya, is that if knight e4, I think swapping knights is not a step in the correct direction, because once you trade rooks, White is still better. We're never going to argue that point, but Black gets activity. Maybe rook c4, maybe rook over to a4, and the king does feel much safer in the center of the board if there are fewer pieces remaining.
It's very lucky that Magnus in this particular position will have the resource of rook c4, because otherwise the threat of bishop b4 is so powerful, Robert. So the move that you intuitively wanted to make is super important. You not only gain a tempo hitting the bishop, but you stop White's bishop from giving a check, and then followed by pressure on a2 and a5. And for the first time in a long time in this game, we see Magnus Carlsen get up and take a breather. He's left the board. That definitely is a sign that he feels a lot more comfortable in the current position. He sacrificed that pawn to get the time and the tempo he needed to get that rook out. The thing about these top players is that until all their pieces are in the game, if not all the army is playing, the development isn't complete, there is a sense of strong discomfort. They want all the pieces out, all the activity, even if it means at the cost of a pawn. And that's what Magnus has done. We were looking at different lines of giving up the bishop for the knight, trading it, getting out of the pin. But no, he decides to keep it. He decides to keep maximum pieces, instead sacrifices a pawn for activity. And now again, the ball is in Anish's court. Will he decide to go for these trades that you're pointing out, where once again we saw the eval bar dip just slightly lower than what it is, and your margin of advantage keeps getting less and less? Robert, I'm going to put you on a spot here. Predict a result in this game.
Wow, I didn't expect you to do that to me. I feel a little thrown under the bus, but I will forgive you. A result. Oh my gosh. I'm going to go with a niche win. I think that he has this long-term advantage. And what Tanya and I are talking about, what we're going back and forth about, is the fact that certain positions are easier than others, but it's never going to be easy. And this outside pass pawn gives great potential. So I think that Anish has amazing chances to win this game because I just don't see how Magnus gains that pawn back or really creates the necessary threats. And one variation is going through my mind as I'm saying this. Let's say you want to keep all the pieces on the board if you are Anish, and you want to bring your knight forward with a move like knight to a4, threatening knight to b6 here with a fork. Something I was just thinking about is a very natural looking sequence of like bishop b4, rook takes a4. If you take on e6 and well, okay, I can take on b4 here, I'm realizing, but I was just going to go for this position. Rook takes d6 check, king to f5. The king actually is very safe on g6, and this is what I've been trying to get to. White is up a pawn. White will remain up a pawn when you push it to a3, but it's a blockaded pawn, and that's the only extra material in the position. Black's king is safe. You probably feel like you can hold this game with actually a high degree of certainty. So this is the future that Magnus Carlsen can only dream of, and Anish should keep as many pieces on the board unless there's a concrete reason to swap. Keeping pieces on the board makes Black's life harder because there is a king in the middle, in the center. There are bishops taking control of important squares left and right. So I really believe that Anish should try to keep some pieces on the board unless there is a specific reason to trade them off.
Wow, that line you just pointed out, I'm still thinking about it. Knight a4 is quite a move, Robert, because you have a direct threat of poking the rooks on b6. Knight b6 is your idea, which is why you want to move that rook away. But as you were playing out that line, I think that's not even the worst that Black has to fear. By the way, Anish about to make a move with the knight, and he chooses. I feel it's heading towards the center. Is it a4? Does he go knight a4?
He went knight a4.
Wow, on the board as Robert was calling out, and the points that was there, Robert, while you were showing this line, rook a7, trying to sidestep that fork. Magnus also has to watch out for the idea after rook a7, bishop b4 that you said. If we just make the move. And rook takes a4. You were pointing out the line with taking on e6, but here White can even pick up the knight on d6 with a check. Because after bishop d6, king d6, and my first feeling was that this just is blunder because of bishop b3, but I realized that you've got rook d4, and why is the eval bar still so skyrocketing for White?
This way.
Bishop b7, that's the way you go.
Yeah, because king c7 limit by rook check, and you are picking up this rook for free, so you'd be up in exchange. But even this, Tanya, if we just continue for a second here, let's say you take this here and rook takes a2, this doesn't look that easy to win unless you're winning a pawn somehow, and you probably are. But you imagine a position like this where you're up in exchange and you think in advance, that king might go to g6. If I don't win f7, then how am I going to win this game? f2 is a bit of a target. So this is just like the hope that Magnus has, is like, let me get to some worse endgame. I'm going to be worse no matter what. But at least there's limited material and there's not the clearest path forward. So you asked me, I answered. I do think Anish Giri is going to win this game. It just remains way too complex with the king in the center, with pins, with strong piece placement for the white rooks. And I don't think, despite the fact that these pieces are close together here, I just don't feel like Black has the harmony between his pieces.
Wow, knight a4 is actually quite an amazing move. I mean, it's so difficult to imagine to put your knight at the corner, the edge of the board, and to walk into these ideas where your bishop and knight are on the same file and you can go rook a7 and hit them together. It just shows the kind of form that Anish is in. He's calculating the lines. He's being concrete. He's not just saying that I'll go knight to e4 to the central square. I'll trade off the knights. I'm up a pawn. I've got these two bishops. I have a feeling that it's better for White. He's not playing on feeling. He is playing on pure calculation here. He has seen these ideas and he believes that's his best chance. And the eval bar seems to confirm that. And it's To me, it's very impressive. The decision to play knight a4 is amazing stuff. You're threatening knight b6, but you need to calculate these lines with rook a7. And once again, Anish makes the move, gets up, and we don't realize it. But as players, we know that these have a lot of psychological impact as well. When your opponent makes moves quickly, they're strong moves, doesn't sit on the board, it just feels like the pressure on you is piling up. And that's what makes the opponent crumble.
It does indeed. And something that we've been doing is going back and forth with like, oh, it looks much better for Anish. It's too difficult for Black to play. But there's this hope that if we trade these pieces, the defensive task is easier. And that is what's going through the players' minds. At one point, we caught Anish on camera looking at a position and then shaking his head, looking frustrated. So the players are trying to visualize the future that maximizes their chances. In the case of Anish Giri, it's to win the game. For Magnus Carlsen, it's to hold. And it's really a situation where it's not going to be easy. The line we just looked at, just to show again, that if you take this knight on a4, bishop takes d6 check, where exactly is your king going? Maybe to e8 to stay out of harm's way, but this rook comes into b7. The bishop protects a2. This bishop can't move off the c file because if you go to d8, in comes bishop c6 check and mate, not just winning the rook on a4. So I feel like there's just too many problems right now to solve with material on the board. So Anish Giri, he is playing this very intelligently. He didn't bring his knight to e4 and swap. He is keeping his knight in a menacing position, trying to go to b6 with a fork. And good luck to Magnus Carlsen. I mean, the moves are not getting easier right now because he is keeping pieces on the board. So if we just go back, I do think bishop takes c3. And after bishop takes c3, this position, while still bad for Black, would have been perhaps a little bit easier. I see a knight move. That looks good. I'm getting active. I'm going to try to bring my rook to d8 or to c8. So it's a bit of hope chess, I acknowledge, but I just see a clear path forward for Black's pieces compared to the game where they feel stuck.
It's excellent play by Anish so far, and there is so much at stake at this game. This is the Wimbledon of chess, the Tata Steel Masters. This is what sets the tone for the rest of the year. This is the biggest, the most prestigious chess event. And there's one player playing with the Black pieces who's won it 8 times. He is the 8-time champion, Magnus Carlsen. And then Anish Giri, who has had such a phenomenal run. He's finished runners-up. He's finished second 5 times in the event. As we can see there, Anish at 28, he has been playing this event as a child. He's gone through the different events happening in Wijk and reaching the Masters, where he's finished runners-up so many times. It's so close yet so far to the championship. He's played the playoffs, fighting for the title, been on the receiving end, lost those. Robert, it would mean so much for him to win this event. It's still very early on, and this is just round 4. But any classical tournament where you end up beating Magnus Carlsen, you know that the job is half done, because he truly is the biggest obstacle for these best players in the world in any given tournament in their pursuit of the championship.
And look at Magnus right now. I mean, he looks like he's in shock. He is trying to work it out. And as you said, beating Magnus Carlsen is a huge step in the right direction. But if we pause for a moment and we think about the tournament at large, if Anish wins this game and Nodirbek or Ding are unable to win, then he will be in clear first place after 4 rounds. But then I look at the names on that list, like Ding Liren, like Fabiano Caruana, who Anish already played, like Nodirbek, Abusatarov, Wesley So, etc. Anish still has to get through all of them. So even if he does go on to win this game, he is going to be thrilled through the roof. But he can save the celebration for after the event, because beating Magnus is a lifetime achievement. But you want to win the tournament, and that's just one step. You're not even a third of the way through the tournament. So Anish, he has pressure on himself. He really wants to win a big event, and none bigger for him than the Wimbledon of chess in its 85th edition in the Netherlands. For him, a drive away. He is a Dutch player, the number 1 player from the country. But when you reflect on your career and you see that the number 2 player, Jordan van Forest, he was the first Dutchman in decades to win the tournament, that does have to sting. So Anish, he's a friend of mine. We talk regularly. and he is generally in good spirits. But you have to imagine that getting this title would be so monumental for what has already been an illustrious career. It will take it next level.
I couldn't agree more with that. And I also get your point that even if he was to cross this one big hurdle, the tournament is so long and the illustrious field is so strong that it is still early days. But once again, Magnus Carlsen is the biggest obstacle. And then just the joy of being able to beat Magnus in a classical game is something that few experience. Going into the rest day, that would be the best case scenario. And I think this game has so much at stake for Anish. So far, it looks like he's got a dream position. He's played an opening where he took some aggressive decisions, Magnus Carlsen landing in trouble. But of course, Magnus is going to fight tooth and nail to save this one. We see the current board with us, Robert. Rook A7 is the move that we are looking at for Magnus. He's still having a think. He's taken about 9 minutes. The players are on their 30th move. They have to keep the clock in mind as well. Magnus has about 15 minutes on his clock to make another 10 moves. Anish about a little more than 20 minutes. So the clock could play an important factor in a critical moment as well. That's not something to forget. Currently, Magnus again looks a little frustrated with what is going on. It's not easy to land up in a bad position and then have to fight it to save it. But that's what the world champion's been doing this entire game. We see Arjun Erigaisi behind him walking around, and Anish there just crossed the camera, who's looked very comfortable from start to finish. Robert, let's pull up our analysis board and take a look at what exactly are the lines that can save Magnus in this crucial game and this crucial moment. Rook A7 is what you were meant. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, can I just not make any moves since I'm not sure? I mean, we were talking about Rook A7. I still loved White's position, so I'm going to sit here silently and ponder the answer to that question for eternity.
Well, Magnus has only about 14 minutes to ponder to that question, and even less because he's got 10 moves still to be made. And I got the feeling that he was about to reach out. Well, Rook A7 felt like the most attractive response to Knight A4, taking advantage of the pieces that are lined up on the A file. If not, White's plan is clear. You want to jump knight with B6, forking, or even think about coming back with your bishop to B4, pinning that knight on D6. So some massive threats there. And not an easy moment for Magnus. We see Anish there in the background. The tension is high. In his mind and his heart, Anish knows that this is a dream position to have against Magnus. But this has happened so many times, including the recent World Championship Blitz, where Anish was dominating that game, but missed the trick, and Magnus eventually went on to win that endgame. So this has happened a couple of times. Anish needs to keep the past behind him and believe that he can do this. He can beat the world champion. I know that this might sound easy, but I think even for the best players in the world, it's a psychological barrier that they struggle to break.
It certainly is. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, he's been the best player in the world for so long that when you face him, you quadruple check all your variations. You're worried that he's going to find a way out. He can be a magician, but right now he looks frazzled. So let's leave him to his task for the moment. There are other games still underway in fact. And as we look at the bottom right-hand side of our screen between Jordan van Forest and Gukesh, it looks like pieces have been traded. So we're in a position where there's still life left because White has a pair of bishops, Black has a knight and bishop, the queens are on the board, but the attack never got started. So that's good news for Gukesh. Next to it, second from the right down there, Vincent Keimer, Arjun Erigaisi, Rook, knight, queen, 5 pawns per side. The material is level, but with Black having the outside pawn and White having an extra pawn towards the center, there's a dynamic that doesn't make it as a dead draw. Now, the game that's really interesting, as Magnus just brought his knight to c4, by the way, so we will look at that in a moment. I just want to draw our attention to the top right, where it looks like Praggnanandhaa has actually been outplaying Ding Liren, whose king is in the center. And if we can, I want to pull up the Abdusattorov game on screen quickly because that one is looking electric at this stage. The king is wide open. Parham's king on h7, not looking very safe. So we'll quickly go to the game between Nodirbek and Parham because black is up a passed pawn, but the king on h7, the queen on c6, rook on e6, causing that king some serious problems. Tanya, this is a very dynamic position. It's a tactical position, and I feel like white, despite facing this passed pawn here, should be better because of king safety.
100%. I don't know how much better he is. I see the eval bar and it does say that white is doing well, but the c3 pawn definitely gives hope to black here. Now, there are some concrete problems. Your bishop on f6 is under fire. It's attacked. You can't move it because the g6 pawn hangs. There's no way that you can give that pawn and survive. To me, it looks like king g7 might be the only move in the position. You could also consider queen d1 check and then c2, but let's show that. The problem with that line, if you go queen d1, king h2, and after c2, Robert, there are so many ideas here. Even the option of taking on f6, you can take on c7 with a check. That is something you can start with. Rook f6 looks really attractive. The eval bar will tell us if rook f6 actually works. Turns out that it does. Queen to c1, and I'm guessing the move has to be, what is it? Oh my God, queen a8?
Maybe just take the rook.
Wow. And queen h1, your king is safe on g3. What a line, Robert.
There's no check on f4. And if you go to d6, I take your queen here. So this is about to be a checkmate. You have a rook and a knight for that queen, but the king safety, that's paramount. That tells the tale. And that is why Parham, in the position with king to g7, he protects this bishop. And now, an important point, rook takes f6. It removes the defender of the rook on 8, but it's actually a losing decision. Because after queen f6, queen takes 8, pause. White is up a knight. Should be winning, right? Not so fast. c2. And there's no way for this queen to stop this pawn. So black is completely winning. The c6 square under black's control. That means a new queen will appear on the board. And that means that Parham would win. So instead, look at this move. Knight to e5. If you take this knight on e5, you are going to have trouble once the rook takes back. c3 is loose. The king is open. The queen has to stay in touch with this rook on a8, c7, g5. I just feel like despite the evaluation, Tanya, if black doesn't get the piece off the board, it's going to be trouble.
Well, I keep looking at these lines of trying to promote the c pawn, and that's what's coming to my mind. And let's just point out that before, if black doesn't trade the knight on e5, you're just busted because that knight is so strong. There are way too many threats. For example, here the idea of queen d1, king h2, c2 runs into similar problems that we've been talking about. You can't take rook takes f6. The g6 pawn is hanging. Everything hangs. And once again, this will be game over. So black, in fact, after knight e5, Robert, will be forced to pick up that knight and trade it. And once again, it's the king safety that will be a big problem. But I think the c pawn gives black enough chances there to hold. Let's take a look at this. You take bishop e5, rook e5, and queen d1 check, king h2. I'm really scared to make this move because I feel that if I would, and then the eval bar is going to shoot right up, but I'm going to try it anyway. c2 here, trying to queen, trying to make a chance. And once again, we see this is the wrong decision because you can just take on c7, I'm guessing.
Let's see. Queen takes c7 is good. King h6. There's rook e7 going for mate over here. That looks very interesting. But rook h8 apparently is even somehow.
Wow.
Queen e5 attacking it. Oh my gosh, there's rook h7. You cover all the squares, and it's a draw because once you trade rooks, there's going to be checks with the queen. That is unbelievable, and we might see this. We see knight e5, king h2, so take on e5 with check is forced. The rook takes back, and there is also the move queen d6. So I am looking at this move because the rook is pinned. If you take the rook in the corner here, you lose your rook with check, you lose the game. And if you take the queen after pawn takes, the rook gets to c8 behind your passed pawn. That's bad news. So what do? Queen takes c3. Rook e8 looks winning for black because you are piling up pressure on the pin piece. But this is where things get amazing. f2, f4, Tanya, blocking the pin. And now the black king needs to be very careful because the white rook is free to go.
And we might be heading there because, as we can see on the live board, this is the action that you're calling at has happened play by play. Queen c3 on the board, Robert. And now f4 is in the air regardless of whether you play rook e8 or not. Because once I can get out of the spin along the b8 h2 diagonal, again, your king is super unsafe. I see the eval bar. It says that white is better. Rook e8, f4. What is the evaluation in the king pawn endgame? We've got to take a look at this. Rook e5. I don't believe white can go queen e5.
Right, because after the queen trade, black has the outer pass pawn. You do king f7, king e6, you take, and the c pawn goes and promotes. So this would be a bad decision. So that's why the queens stay on, as you were suggesting here. And white is better because the pawn structure is bad over here for black. The e5 pawn is the most advanced pawn. Not saying it's winning, but also the black king is in a bit of danger if e6 can be played.
Very tricky position, but it does look like black will also have some trumps and will be able to maybe hold on. That would be my prediction for this one. I think if rook e8 and we get a queen pawn endgame, it feels like Parham might survive this. But for now, it does look like Nodirbek's the one who, after this tactical skirmish of exchanges, has come out slightly on top, according to our eval bar, as we are seeing this line with rook e8, f4. Really cool stuff. We will keep an eye out on this. Let's zoom out and get an update on the other boards, Robert, as well as the clock runs low for most of the players.
Well, I have to take us back to Anish Giri versus Magnus Carlsen, because look at the eval bar on that board. The knight went into c4, and then white's rook went over to c1, just simply attacking the knight. The bishop on a5 does look loose, but if you take the bishop, you lose your rook on c8. So the knight is under attack, and it is pinned. So, Tanya, the move here for black seems very hard to find.
Well, the good news is that white isn't exactly threatening to take on c4. So you might have a little bit of time to do something, because let's say it's white's move here. If you take rook takes c4, black recaptures the rook, and notice that rook on d1 and the rook on d7. The rook on d1 is pinned. So rook c4 runs into rook c4. Meanwhile, if you take with the bishop, black can respond with rook d1 coming in with a check and then capture on c4. So Robert, the saving grace here for Magnus is that rook c1, it pins the knight, it saves that bishop on a5, but at least white isn't threatening to grab the knight. How can black use this momentum? Because white's got some ideas of his own. Bishop b4 check is an idea at some point that you have to watch out for. How do you respond to rook c1? Is bishop g5 an option?
Bishop g5 might just be met by f4, kicking the bishop back. So I'm trying to find even individual moves here. But I just want to show your point, because it is a really good one. If black played h6, and you see the eval bar doesn't change all that much, if you take on c4 with the bishop, the rook trade happens, and as you pointed out, the rook can take the bishop on c4. If you lead with the rook, you just lose the material, because after rook take, this is amazing. You don't even lose material because there's knight to b6. But the point was that the bishop takes c4, rook takes d1, then you actually lose material. Black would be up a rook for a bishop and pawn. But because there are tactics here with knight b6, white would still be ahead. That's amazing stuff. So bishop e5 was Magnus' choice. And Tanya, the eval bar keeps going up and up and up. And Anish Giri may be up from the board right now, but when he sits down, he is going to be happy about this move in all likelihood.
I'm just trying to understand bishop e5. So it's clear that Magnus doesn't fear a trade on c4 because of the ideas that we saw with the rook on d1. Is the point of bishop e5 that if Anish was to fall with a check on b4, bishop to b4 check, does he want to go king to f6? Has he just vacated that square for the king? Is that the point?
I think so, but the tactics are going to favor white, because knight c5 can be played cutting off circulation between rook and knight on c4. If you take on c5, this rook takes on c4, and there is a pin along the c file. So if you try to defend with rook to c7, I simply go bishop a5, kicking your rook out the way, and when your rook moves back, the bishop slides into b6, and there are just problems left, right, and center. Tanya, it is miserable. And let's not forget about the little a-pawn that could, because if black is all tied up in knots, the a-pawn will just sprint to the other side.
That is no little a pawn. That is a big a pawn, Robert, and it has a clear path ahead of it with this bishop on d5 controlling a8. It's always something that black has to keep in mind. All trades of heavy pieces will always favor white. White will end up in a winning endgame if the heavy pieces trade off. Anish comes back to the board. This is a huge moment. We see it's almost a winning advantage. There are all these ideas possible after bishop b4 check that we're pointing out. Anish completely focused there. When you're playing against Magnus, you cannot afford to lose your concentration for even one move. One inaccuracy, and he's back in the game. Anish there takes off his jacket. He's going to sit back there. Magnus gets up from his chair and leaves Anish to think this through. I think just sitting on the board, looking at this position is hard enough for Magnus.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to look at that position either. And Anish Giri locked in. He is hovering over the board. And if he finds this tactic, bishop b4 check feels very natural, even if just to drag the king out to f6. But one thing that white needs to be careful about, you might want to play the pawn f2 to f4 to attack the bishop, but you need to look out for a move like bishop d4 check, cutting off the rook on d1 from the bishop on d5. So just like we were saying, the knight was coming to c5 to cut off black's rook from a minor piece, black could try to do the same if white is not looking out for it. But bishop b4 check and knight c5, it just pins everything in black's position, and the a-pawn is extra. Without that a-pawn, Tanya, the position actually might not be that terrible for black, but ever since Magnus played a5, if we just go back to that moment here where he played a5 to distract the bishop from its pin here, that has been the extra pawn for white, and it's going to be the extra pawn until it becomes a queen.
Just amazing geometry in the position with all the minor pieces on the board, the two rooks, the heavy pieces, the major pieces, all attacking each other. So much pressure on black. And we have to take a look at this line because I'm pretty certain that Anish will make the move bishop b4 here. You want to move that bishop away. You want to try and put more pressure, knight c5 coming in. And let's just show the different kind of dangers that are there with the pins that you've been pointing out. Robert, bishop b4, king f6. And I want to just expand on that line a little bit. Knight c5, rook c4. Now, when you had this on the analysis board, my first thought was, wait a second, can't black just play rook c7? Because you're talking about all these pins. I'm just going to sidestep them. Rook c7, and if you go rook c1, which might seem like a natural response to double up the pressure, look at the bar coming down, and that's because my rook on c7 is defended. I can't jump in with the knight on c5 to d3. My rook c7 is defended. At least I don't lose material. Let's back up. What is the problem after rook c7? And the answer is that this is where the power of the bishops comes in. You go bishop a5. You dislodge that rook from c7. And after this, whether you go to a7 or you move your rook to d7, it doesn't matter because white will continue putting pressure on the c5 knight. But let's say you make the move rook d7 here. And now bishop comes in from b6, Robert. I take away the c7 square. I'm still attacking your knight. And with this little bishop dance, I have put all my pieces in optimal places to attack your knight, to win material. And that is the power of a bishop pair in an open position.
It's too much to deal with if you are Magnus Carlsen. And the a-pawn, the little a-pawn that could, it's going to run to the other side of the board and become a queen. So it's problems everywhere, and you can't solve them all. Like this position, you might not lose a knight. Actually, you might lose the knight. I was saying bishop to d6. But like even a move like bishop to back on this diagonal, bishop f3, you have a new pin to worry about in addition to the one that already exists, and a skewer down the diagonal. Like every move you make has some other problem to it, and black is really just struggling to find individual moves that don't lose material. And if you lose any more material, you of course are going to lose the game. So after the move bishop b4 check and knight c5, if Anish finds and plays that, he will be in great shape. But he is down to about 11 minutes, and it's move 31 has just been played, so he has 9 moves to make to reach the time control. And when you start seeing things and you think, oh, okay, that doesn't look as winning as I would like, or I see an opportunity for black to create some complications. That's when you start to go wrong, especially when you do not have much time remaining.
I saw Anish there reaching out. As you were mentioning, the clock does tick low for him. He's taken about 6.5 minutes for this move. He's got 9 moves to make to reach time control, to reach that 40 move mark, which will give the players an additional 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And once they reach move 60, they get an additional 15 minutes for the rest of the game. Of course, every move that they play, every time they press the clock, they also all through the game from move 1 get an increment of 30 seconds. But the clock does matter right now. Anish is burning the time a little bit. He's got 9 moves to make to meet the first time control, and this could prove to be critical in Magnus's path to saving this game. So he needs to be a little careful. By the way, Anish has made a move. And
Did Anish go bishop? Nope, I don't have a move from him.
He hasn't made a move yet. I did see him reach out, but it looked like he was reaching out for something on the king side, Robert, and I don't understand what that might be, what his idea might be. Bishop b6 looks like a direct line with such a concrete follow-up. And
Yeah.
Robert, he's about to make a move.
He does look like he's looking at the king side. So I am wondering what he's eyeing over here. And now he paused again. So he is not certain of his next choice. And he plays bishop b4 check. Okay.
Bishop b4 on the board.
So maybe he was just, trying to trick us. He knows that we're commentating. So he's like, he's trying to confuse. Where is he going? What's he doing? Of course he sees the correct continuation with bishop b4 check. And he gets up from the board once again. Where is Magnus going to move his king to? If he goes back to e8 or d8, it looks very awkward. Just to show you, if your king to e8, knight c5 hasn't gone away as well. You take on c5. I still take on c4. Not only is there this pin, rook e1 will be a pin. Your rooks are still on the same line as each other. Now your king is in line with this other rook. It's not very pretty for Magnus. And bishop b4, he has not responded to because he's feeling the heat of these minor pieces against the black king, against black's pieces left and right.
It spins all over the board. And Anish's piece play has been spectacular in this game. We've had the eval bar guiding us throughout. But there he's been sitting, finding one accurate move after the other, just keeping his advantage, keeping the tension, bringing the heat on. He's played a flawless game so far, and it looks like he's getting closer and closer to taking this one home. We do have a move from Magnus. He moves the king away to the most active spot, a natural move to make really. King to f6. You don't want it on the last rank, dealing with threats there. King f6 played, and now will Anish find the very strong idea that we were talking about, Robert, intercepting the support on the c4 knight by the rook on c8 with the spectacular knight c5.
He's going to find it. I mean, look at the way he is positioned. He sees that the end could be near, and he wants to find this move and beat Magnus Carlsen. I mean, it means so much to him. It's not overstating the case at all. He only beat Magnus Carlsen one time, and it was their first game, and that was a dozen years ago. So since then, it's been all Magnus. Magnus has become the world champion, the number 1 rated player in the world, has beaten Anish 6 different times. And when they play in online formats, Magnus is also beating him. So, kind of to punch back a little bit, especially in an event that means so much to you and has since you were a child, that's going to be a memory to store for life, to tell his 2 kids. I beat Magnus Carlsen on the white side of this position in Wijk 2023. So knight c5 is where our focus is. Tanya, are there any other moves? Because I'm not really seeing others that catch my eye the way knight c5 does.
Knight c5 just feels like such a direct line. You need to just precisely calculate these complications that arise after the trades. But Robert, just the point that you were making, Anish hasn't shied away from concrete, precise calculation. He's made them and he's played them and he's done it fast. That has been super impressive. As you were saying, beating Magnus in a classical format in over the board. It's rare that that occurrence ever happens in a stage like this where Magnus has won the event 8 times. Anish has come second 5 times. So much at stake. Also, just the joy of beating the strongest player on the planet. You're so close to it. Anish has played a near flawless game. And I'll be honest, if Magnus does survive it, kudos to Magnus for being resourceful, but it will be heartbreaking for Anish.
There's nothing more upsetting than spoiling a winning position. And I think it's nothing more upsetting than spoiling winning position against the best player of all time. You want to get this victory here. So the king is out on f6. The knight can go to c5. And look at the clocks. I mean, we have a bunch of moves to make until the time control. And when you see someone start to dip near 5 minutes, that's when you worry about an inaccuracy showing up, a mistake being played that doesn't win a winning game. And that's the famous quote, right? The hardest game to win is a one position. And for Anish, he doesn't want to see that come to fruition.
That would definitely be very heartbreaking. But I think Anish right now with full focus is calculating these lines once again. He's down to 6.5 minutes on the clock. He still has 8 moves to make. And this is Magnus's big hope. Inaccuracies when the clock runs low. And we've seen this play out so many times. I hope for Anish's sake, that's not the case this time. But once again, this is what gives Magnus his chances right now. That Anish needs to sit and calculate, but he needs to do it fast. He needs to believe in his calculation. He needs to make those moves. Now, knight c5. Robert, we've got to look at this. What are the alternatives? Because it's just such a forcing line on the board. And we see Anish reaching out there, but that was just for his hair.
He wants to make sure he's looking sharp for the cameras when he takes home this full point. But there is a sense of nervousness to him. And the reason why we're asking what other moves are there is because if knight c5 were clear 6 moves down the road, Anish would have played it already. There could be a timely f4 that he's looking at, because let's just throw it on the board. If f4, you play bishop d4 check, I take you, knight takes, and then this knight on c4 gets captured. And all of a sudden, we have 2 minor pieces and a pawn for a rook, a winning position for white. But guess what? Knight c5 has been played by Anish Giri. He is showing that he just wants to be meticulous. He wants to be accurate. He does not want to let this win go. He knows he's winning. I'm sure Magnus also feels that. And so when you analyze the next few moves, knight c5, rook takes c4, you're not getting out of these pins, Tanya. Magnus Carlsen is losing this game.
Anish Giri has been flawless today. He has played stunning chess, Robert. Knight c5 played. Magnus immediately takes on c5. It looks like Anish has calculated the line through. He picks up the knight on c4, pins that knight on c5. And now the big question. If Magnus saves that knight on c5 with the move rook c7, will we see the action that we were calling out with the bishop hitting that rook and then eventually hitting the knight? You do the little dance with the bishop a5, bishop b6. Or will Magnus go on to sacrifice an exchange? I don't even see what is the way that he can do that. This just looks like game over. Knight a6 is what you're pointing out. And after rook takes c8, knight b4, and you still have some hope alive because you hit the bishop, you're hitting the rook on d1, you're hitting that pawn on a2. And this would mean that white, if he falls back with the bishop to b3, you can pick up the rook on d1 and pick up the pawn on a2. And this gives you hope.
Yeah, it's not going to be much hope with the bishop.
Rook c7 on the board, Robert. Rook c7 played.
Oh,
Anish,
my goodness.
Anish can't go bishop a5, bishop b6 and win huge material here. This is busted for Magnus.
It certainly is. He can't move any of his pieces. He is completely stuck. Bishop a5 may force resignation. You look at Magnus right now, and he's not acting. He is not trying to play a character. He is very upset with how today's game has gone because he was the one who chose to play a provocative opening, one that he had from the white side back in 2008. These were all choices he made. So he must have been comfortable with the position. He had studied it, and yet things went completely haywire and wrong. And so with things going off the rails, you're looking to think, what did I do wrong? That's chess for you. You only have yourself to blame, and it can be lonely. It can be isolating, but this is a great champion here. And Anish Giri, in his own right, has been a great champion. People have criticized him and would say, what do you mean champion? He hasn't won anything. He's never won a super tournament. But he showing you right now that he can beat Magnus Carlsen. He has been second place at this tournament 5 different times. You don't see just anybody doing that. And I think we are about to see Anish play the move bishop a5 to kick the rook out of c7 and then bring this bishop into b6, taking advantage of a pin on the c file.
He's reaching out for it. I think this is just a moment that we all need to just take in because it's massive, and he goes for it. Anish Giri, unstoppable today.
Unstoppable today and unstoppable in round 2 with the white pieces. So he has looked very sharp with the first move advantage, first against Gukesh a couple rounds ago, now against Magnus. We can't forget his games as black, where he played against Fabiano Caruana, and if anything, he was the one who had a preferable position. Then against Parham Maksudlu, no trouble there. So Anish Giri has been as close to perfect as you can get in the first 4 rounds. It's still early in this tournament, but Magnus Carlsen doesn't drop games very often, but nor does Anish Giri. We mentioned the stat. He has lost 7 times in his last 115 games in Wijk. That is not a lot considering the level of opposition. And, well, Magnus here, he is kind of perked up a bit. He might make 1 more move, 2 more moves, but he is going to tip over his king, extend his hand, and give Anish Giri a much desired full point.
Magnus looks absolutely devastated right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if the game ends anytime about now, losing huge material in the current position. As we see, Anish has played excellently throughout from start to finish. The way he handled the opening, it reminds me of his game against Gukesh, where he came up with this super nice idea of that small rook lift, rook to c2, rook e2, went on to sacrifice a knight, went on to sacrifice a rook, went on to completely expose Black's king and deliver mate. And now again with the white pieces, this time he's taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock at the way the game has turned out. Robert, you said he might resign in a move or two. We might see that happen right now as Magnus realizes there's no way to defend material in this position. You move the rook, you save the rook, you lose the knight as the bishop jumps into b6, and the bishops are doing the talking. The pin is devastating. You end up down a piece in an endgame. This is game over for Magnus, and he realizes it. What a game by Anish. And regardless of what happens in the tournament, at least for this part of it, of the event, Anish has so many reasons to be proud of what he's displayed today over the board.
He's earned his rest day because tomorrow the players are not competing here in the tournament hall. They get to rest. They get to do whatever it is they please before round 5. And there it is. The clock is stopped. Anish Giri takes down Magnus Carlsen, not a sight you see every day. And the look on Magnus's face is like, what just happened there? The players, they are friends. They've known each other for a long time. They're discussing the game. But Anish is like, what was that, man? How did you make that mistake? You're Magnus.
Wow. And there we have the 2 players analyzing the lines. But this was an all Anish Giri game. Magnus never got a chance, never got a position out of the opening. It went all wrong, and Anish made no inaccuracy in converting it to a full point. And there we see a lot of support for Anish from our chat as well. Just completely deserved for his display of extraordinary chess today. And with this win, he goes into the rest day as one of the potential sole leaders, really, depending on how the rest of the rounds go. But currently, Anish on a massive 3 out of 4. And it's not just about being high up there on the leaderboard. He's done it by defeating the world champion in a brilliantly played game.
And Magnus, he's going over the game with Anish right now. He probably is just trying to figure out, where did it go wrong? What would you have done if I had played this better move? And it's great to see him do that because, he's upset. The game did not go his way. It was not his day, but he loves chess. Both these players do. And to go over a tough game with one of the best players in the world, that still is a worthwhile experience. So Magnus is, of course, going to be upset about his day today. His quest to 2,900 was put on hold, but it's definitely halted for sure after today's action because Anish Giri is stealing those rating points.
We see amazing sportsmanship there by both of them as they discuss the openings, and Magnus there, it looks like he's mentioning that he just messed up, and it's going to be, I wish we had mics on the players and we could actually hear their thoughts, Robert. That would be amazing to hear their post-game analysis. But from what we can make out, Magnus there pointing at the f7 pawn, somewhere f6, knight h4 ideas. And I think these are the Queen's Indian ideas that we often see. The players right now are discussing the opening. Because right after that, it just felt like huge trouble for Magnus. And there we see the arbiter telling them, there's an analysis room right down the hallway. Maybe take it there, guys. But of course, Anish and Magnus involved in intense analysis there. And chess is taking over right now for these two players. Robert, what do you think? You predicted an Anish win. You were on point. Are you predicting an Anish tweet as well?
I don't think so. I think Anish, despite all the jokes he makes and the love he has for social media, I think he's also a person who shows the utmost respect to the opposition, to the champions of the game. So, I mean, if he tweeted something, it would just be bragging at this point, and I don't think that's a particularly good look. He let his moves do the talking. He just played an excellent game. He's in first place, and there are a few other games still going. Jordan Van Forest and Gukesh drew their game, as Magnus and Anish still are analyzing. I love to see it, but there still are 3 more games, and those games are looking complicated. In the top right, between Ding Liren and Praggnanandhaa, we have an endgame where material is even, but Black's pawn structure is healthier. In the bottom right, second from the right, we see as the players, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen finally leave the playing hall. We see Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi locked up in a queen, rook, knight, and pawn position. But I'm still tuning into the Nodirbek Abdusattorov Paramaksulu game, Tanya, because neither king looks all that safe to me. And if Nodirbek can win this game, that puts him in a tie with Anish Giri for first place.
That's a big game for Nodirbek and for Parham, both players. Parham has also shown incredible play. And let's not forget that Parham is a last-minute replacement for Jan Krzysztof Duda in this event. So he comes into the strongest tournament in featuring the best players in the world with very little preparation. And despite that, he's held his own. He's shown incredible resourcefulness. But that's exactly what he needs to show right now as well. Look at that fearless move that he just played. He moved the queen from f4 to h4. Now, most of us mere mortals would think about just trading the queens off. And if we just pull up the analysis board, Robert, the first thing that came to my mind when you were talking about this game was, we're going to see queen e3 check on the board. I mean, look at that king on e8. I would never want the queens to stay on the board with my king hanging out, absolutely open in the center of the board. But no, that's not Parham. And after queen e3, rook e3, it's an endgame. And it's kind of hard to believe that white could be a lot better here. I think this would just end in a draw. You've got rook a3 coming in. You put pressure on the a2 pawn. The king from e8 will defend the g6 pawn. Nothing to worry about. But this is not Parham's style of play. Parham makes the move queen to h4 instead. So keeping the queens on the board and, very importantly, controlling the h8 square. Because white had a trick. White wanted to play queen h8. With queen h4, one, black stops that idea. Second, eyeing an e1 check himself. And the big question is, after rook c5, it's really not a question, but a line that we should show. It runs into rook e1 check, king h2, the only move. You give a check from f4. And now you've got 2 options, Robert. You can either intercept it with the queen, but that would run into rook h1, where you end up losing the queen. Let's just show that. And after king h1, you pick up the queen. If not queen g3, the other option is only worse, because after g3, you run into a checkmate with queen f2. So be careful. The c5 pawn, yes, it's weak, but it can't be picked up. And Nodirbek, realizing that, has made his response. He falls back with the rook to d1, so keeping everything under control on the e-file. That said, this is very ambitious play by Parham to not trade the queens, because now his king can be in big trouble.
His king is in trouble, and his clock isn't great either. He's down under a minute, and he has 2 moves to make. That doesn't sound like many moves, but there are no checks. There are no queen trades right now. As you pointed out, the queen needs to stay in contact with h8, and that's why the queen came to h4. What is White's plan? Maybe to bring the rook to b1 and give a rook b8 check. This queen can hop into g7 at some moment. So I actually think with the c5 pawn under attack as well, that Parham, he makes the move c4. He actually keeps the evaluation where it was. But these are the types of games where it's thrown away on move 39, 40, 41. The stress of the moment as Nodirbek brings the rook to f1. Tanya, all of a sudden, queen trying to come to g7 and rook f8 checkmate, and the g6 pawn is loose. The a6, c4, black's pawns are all over the place, and Parham now down under 45 seconds to make this final move.
40 seconds on the clock, 1 move remaining, and a really difficult moment. And right now, he's just thinking, why didn't I trade those queens when I had the option? But Robert, he doesn't shy away from complications either. Right now, Parham has to take care of this threat with queen g7. As we can see, the pawns are weak, but the bigger weakness is black's king. Meanwhile, white's king is super safe. No checks on e1. I love this last move by Nodirbek. Rook to f1. There are no rook trades possible on e1. And what white has done with this move is taken away black's opportunity to go into safety with king f7. So it was a preemptive move, stopping black's king from getting to a safe spot on the king's side. And queen g7 is a massive threat. He makes the move. He finds it in seconds. How does Parham do this?
He is living on the edge. That's where that rapid blitz and bullet pays off. That was the 40th move. He gains 50 minutes on the clock, and he makes that king d7 move, walking his king up into the open. And now there are checks. You know, rook d1 check. There's queen g7 check. There's queen d2 check. There's all sorts of things like queen b4 trying to go to b7. So there's a lot to figure out here for Parham, but he makes king d7, which turns out to be an accurate move. Whew, I would not be able to make that move with just 2 seconds on my clock.
The only way to explain it is if you understand this idea that you were pointing out, and let's just put the king back to e8. Now that the players have 50 minutes on the clock, they've got time to just take a breather, to calm down, to compose themselves and approach this position afresh. The moment you understand that white has this really big idea of going queen g7, and then your king is really in the kill zone. Rook f8 is a checkmate coming in. You have to deal with so many threats. And I was mentioning, Robert, that the rook moved from d1 to f1 to stop the king from getting to safety from f7. But by doing that, black has got the option to go to the other side and get to safety. You've got to have some nerves to make the move king d7, but you also realize that it's the only way to survive checkmate. Queen g7 would have been game over if it was allowed. And Parham in seconds finds the move. Just brilliant play. As you're mentioning, the Iranian grandmaster has spent so much time playing faster formats. He's so quick with tactics. His tactical vision is second to no other. We've seen him play aggressive chess. He thrives on complications. So a move like king d7, it's like second nature for him.
Yeah, king d7, a huge move. And you say safety. I look at the king on d7. I'm like, your definition of safety is a lot different than mine. And Nodirbek, he is scratching his head here. He probably wants to move his queen somewhere. Where can it go? It can go to b4, trying to get to b7. It can go to b2, doing the same thing. And the good thing of putting your queen on b2 is you keep an eye on g7 and d4. Queen d4 check centralization could be very useful for black at some moment. So playing queen to b2 just gives you all of these options here. And this king on d7, it's just vulnerable to checks. But if black is able to trade off, say, the rooks, maybe there won't be a checkmate. So you at least can feel a little bit better.
And I see your eval bar. It doesn't give a massive advantage to white, but if you're a player playing black, I know if I had the black pieces right now, I would be just thinking that I'm getting checkmated in the next 5 moves. With all these checks coming in, the queen jumping into play, it's so hard to hold these positions. But Parham just makes his move. We can see him. He's walking around, taking a look at other boards, seems completely relaxed. And this is the thing about these youngsters, Robert, they're so concrete and they're not afraid of a position just because of the way it looks. He's seen the lines. He feels he's got resources of his own. For example, you're pointing out now queen b4 allows queen d4 check, a nice centralization that will keep everything under control. And after this, you can also think about getting your rook to b6, hitting that queen, stopping the queen from coming into b7. Just some ideas to keep in mind. On the other hand, if you make the move queen b2, keeping the d4 square under control, at the same time, you're threatening queen b7. Black can centralize the queen from e4. And now what I do is I stop you from going queen b7 check as well. I've put my queen in a nice spot. And if you go rook f7, I really want to make the move rook e7, but I'm super scared of the eval bar, screaming that it's wrong, but and just it slightly does go up. But perhaps the moment I made rook e7, I also realized that black has got the option to go king e8, where you actually gain a tempo by hitting the rook on f7. And even this one gives a little advantage to white. That's just how complicated the game is.
Yeah, I think the reason why this is better for white is how we started looking at the position. If you play rook c7, that threatens queen b8 checkmate and queen h8 checkmate. So you play queen check on e1, the king goes h2, and you get that queen trade that Parham did not like earlier. The queen has to come off because it's checked to the white king, and the queen is under attack, so you trade, and then after rook takes c4, we get that endgame. And Parham, he looked at this endgame, and even though there are drawish tendencies, he was worried. And the reason he was worried was because in an endgame like this, no matter if this rook is passively defending or it can be a little bit more active and stay on like a square like c4, that the white king can venture on over. The trade that black cannot afford, just to put this on the board, is you cannot take a2 for g6. These types of positions are typically winning for the side with the two passed pawns, because when the black pawn goes up, the one white rook stops it from behind, and then white's pawns just rumble to the other side. So this is an endgame to know, to store in your knowledge, your memory bank of endgames. A 2 on none on one side is and one pawn on the other is different than if the pawn were on g7, which would be a drawish position.
Nicely pointed out there. And now we still have this position. I did see Nodirbek reach out to make his move, but then he pulled right back. So he's also still thinking there are so many options which are super tempting for white here. We mentioned 3 of them already. You've got rook f7 check ideas. You've got queen b4. You've got queen b2. You can also give a check right now yourself with queen d2. So Nodirbek trying to navigate and see which is the option that he likes best. Not easy as black, not easy as white. That said, if Parham had the opportunity to trade queens, I think he's going to take it now. I think at this moment, with the king on d7 and white out of any threats, any back rank ideas, you really want to get rid of the queen. You have to keep in mind the point that, Robert, you were trying to make, that your king has to keep the f7 pawn, the g6 pawn defended. You can't afford to allow white two connected passes. 2 connected passes are way better than one lone passer on the other side. King d7 on the board, Parham walking around. The players have met time control, so they get an additional 50 minutes on the clock. Nodirbek still thinking on his 41st move.
He's going to think for a while because the time control gives him 50 minutes. We'll see that time added to the clocks shortly when they hit their zeros and make their moves. So let's zoom out for a moment. There are other games remaining. We promise we will look at the games between Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi. That one is looking quite level in nature in the end game. And then the top right, we have Praggnanandhaa on the black side of position where he is the favorite now. Ding Liren's king is caught in a bit of a net, so we will certainly tune into that. But first, we're going to stretch our legs just like the players are doing. And when we return, it is these final 3 games in the 4th round of this year's Tata Steel Chess Masters. We'll be right back.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dock chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Oh my god, he's gone for it.
Knight e to g5 was Anish Giri's choice.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
There it is.
The world champion once again proving that he indeed has the best technique in the game.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
He's like the nicest person on the planet. When it comes to his chess, you just don't want to mess with it.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
The win for black. Nodirbek continues his hot streak.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
On a day when world champion and the #1 rated player in the world, Magnus Carlsen, suffered defeat, the only other player over 2,800 might also suffer the same fate. Ding Liren, the top player from China, currently rated 2,811, who has previously finished second place in the Tata Steel Chess Masters. He's facing an uphill battle against your compatriot, the teenager Pragnananda. So Tanya, Prague is proving that he belongs, and right now he has a better position with black against Ding Liren.
Wow, Robert, I'm still reeling from that sensational Anish win. And it wasn't just about the score for me, it was also just the quality of play that Anish displayed today. It was really at the highest level, an opening inaccuracy by Magnus, which ended up in big trouble, and there was no coming back from that. We rarely see Magnus Carlsen lose in this way. Anish was really on the top of his game. And speaking about being on top of the game, I think that's what Prague needs to do now. As we can see, he has a really pleasant endgame. The reason for that is that black's pieces are super active. The knight on b4, the rook on c1. More than that, it is white's pawn structure, Robert. A simple concept of pawn islands that tells you how many weaknesses a side has. We can see that black has got 2 pawn islands, one on the king side, h7, g7, and one, as you're pointing out, on the queen side. Meanwhile, white has got 3 pawn islands, which gives him a lot more weaknesses. Weaknesses means targets that black can capitalize on. It's not an easy task to convert this, but it is Pragnananda's chance to score a massive upset. Now, Prague has defeated world #1 in faster time controls, in speed chess formats, multiple times, in fact. But this is the first time that he plays against the world #2, against Ding Liren in classical chess. Their very first matchup against each other, and it looks like Ding is on the back foot here in this endgame. He's got to be careful. But again, it's never easy when you're playing against a player like Ding.
It certainly is not. The last one play was pawn to h4 to defend this overextended pawn that was just targeted on g5. The black king at any moment can slide into h5 to put pressure on h4. That pawn is defended for now because of the rook on d4. But if this rook slides to h1, maybe Prague will just win that pawn. So there is something I want to point out that let's say I play king h5 and a move like rook e4 is played. There are checkmating ideas against this king. That's one thing. If I could get my rook to d3, that is checkmate. But if I go rook to d1, then the knight can go to e5 to cover the square. So if I make some random move, that is checkmate. That's game over. But another thing, this knight on c4 is kind of a target because the king is protecting it, so is the rook. So if you could just give this check on c5, that would fork the king and the rook. So I'm already looking at moves like knight a6 or knight to d3. Let's just get my knight to c5, hit this, hit that. I feel like too many of White's pieces, including the pawn on h4, are a bit too loose for comfort.
Lots of big threats. I love how you're pointing out that Black's knight can jump around and create forking ideas. Also, the good news for Pragg and Pragg fans is that he has made time control. So we see an additional 50 minutes were added on the clock. The players have reached move 41. And in these kind of positions, that's exactly what you want. You want enough time to find the accurate path ahead. Now, you were pointing out h4 and the possibility for Pragg to advance with the king to h5. Hit that pawn on h4. But I'm a little worried about this king position on h5 because it feels like you could also come into a lot of danger, Robert. Let's say king h5. And just to demonstrate an idea, I play the move knight e5. I take away your d3 square. And what I'm really dreaming of is if your knight was to move away, I might suddenly start threatening moves like knight d3, hit your rook, which might even force you to trade with knight c5 check, Robert, because if you don't, let's just show that. If you don't do it, knight f4 can come in with devastating effects. It's not mate because luckily you can take on h4, but knight f4 to show the point, king into h4, and now it still doesn't work, Robert, because you have rook g4.
Let me go to a different square. How can I make this work?
Rook e1. Rook e1 is the square that will demonstrate this perfectly. And then you just take it immediately. So that doesn't work either.
But we'll be fancy. Knight f4 check. The king, no matter if it takes, it goes up. It gets into the rook's path. So you have a discovered check and you win the rook. So I get what you were going for. Unfortunately, there was no way to blunder into it. That's a shame. But I think your point at large is a good one, that the knight coming into e5, and he did play king h5, and Ding quickly just responded with knight to e5. It at least
on the board,
getting White some more activity. This rook can land on d7, and if you're not careful, if this rook lands on h7, you can even checkmate the black king. But as soon as the rook releases, h4 will drop. And rook e1 comes to my mind as well. This e3 pawn that you were highlighting, it's just such an eyesore. It's a weakness, and you can go right after it.
Rook e1 does hinder all my plans of tricking with knight d3, knight f4. Why move that knight on b4? And once again, it will be on Ding to find a good way to defend this pawn. And it's really not easy because you can't push it. The h4 pawn is hanging. I can't go e4. That will stop my rook on d4, defending that h4 pawn. But you have to be a little careful, Robert. Let's say you play rook e1 and I make the move e4. You still cannot rush in with taking the h4 pawn. So just to show how tricky knights are in the endgame, you get that pawn, but you end up walking into a fork and losing the rook. So there are still certain things that Black needs to be careful about in this endgame.
Absolutely, and something that White needs to be careful about is the checkmate. And so it's funny.
Wow, did I just walk into that?
Well, knight, I guess. Oh wait, king goes c4. It's not even checkmate.
C4?
Maybe I'm the silly one. I thought it was checkmate. It's not checkmate, but this still is going to be good for Black, kicking the rook away, taking the e4 pawn. But I really did just think that was checkmate in one. I'm going to be honest.
It's easy to miss that it's not checkmate also because the knight was covering. White's own knight was on c4 before it moved to e5. And that's just the kind of actual mind games and mind tricks that happen even when you're playing a real game of chess. So as you were pointing out, rook e1 is a big moment here for Pragg. And will he be able to find it? Robert, it's a dream position that Pragg has achieved with the black pieces against Ding Liren. Ding Liren is one of the hardest players in the world to beat. And here Pragg, all of 17 years old, in his first clash against a 2800 plus player, looks like the one who's pushing for a win here. Still a long way to go, but this is a dream scenario for him.
And just to notify everyone watching that Arjun Erigaisi drew with the black pieces against Vincent Keimer. We didn't dive into the game, but it looked level throughout. So the teenagers split the point. That's really good news for Arjun because he's had the black pieces 3 times in the first 4 games. He started with black in the first 2 rounds. He drew against Pragnananda in the first round, and then the second round he drew against Wesley So. That was impressive defense by him. Then in game 3 with white against Levon Aronian, he was in a bit of danger. He, in fact, was lost according to the engines, but it was very tricky involving a Zugzwang. And now in the 4th game against Vincent Keimer, he was never in trouble. When we tuned in earlier, it was even a ever so slight advantage for him. So he's still in the middle of the pack. Tanya, he's been very, very impressive in this tournament because I feel like outside of the Levon game, in 3 of the 4 games, he's been completely calm. He's controlled the situation. And so in the next 9 rounds, he may be able to score a victory or 2.
He's definitely got reasons to be pleased with the way he's played so far. And you mentioned the Levon game. But Robert, when you end up holding a game like that and saving that critical half a point, it gives you so much confidence as well. You've had a long fought battle against one of the best players in the world and you survived that. Then you know that, yes, I found my rhythm in the tournament. I am in shape. I can save difficult positions. I'm finding dynamic continuations as he did against Wesley as well. Arjun Erigaisi is definitely in shape. The other teenager who has been playing amazing chess here is Nodirbek. He is currently one of the leaders. He was one of the leaders at the start of the game. He is at 2 points out of 3. His game still continues, and it's a wild position against Parham. As we can see on the bottom left, the second board, the king on d7, still at the center of the board. Anything can happen. It feels like black can get checkmated at any moment. And Robert, I would love to pull in this game while we wait and see how Pragg shows his technique and Ding defends that game. We'll keep an eye out on it. But right now, wild action on in the Nodirbek versus Parham.
Wild feels like a bit of an understatement. I guess the reason why it's just wild and not incredibly wild is there aren't too many pieces remaining. But this king on d7 is not exactly a happy camper. Where is it going to find shelter? Rook f7 check is already possible, and the king is not going to the e8 square. If you go rook f7 and the king e8, the queen jumps in, and that is check and mate. It's a sort of a ladder checkmate with the queen and rook. If your king goes to c8, the queen still goes to f8 because when the queen is dragged back to d8 to block, the queen comes back to c5. There was a queen on d5 covering that square. Now the queen is gone. If the king goes to b8, in goes the queen to a7, and then pick your poison. There's checkmate in 2 different ways over here, queen b7 or queen a8. That would end the game. So, Tanya, that means the king has to go up to c6, and Parham had to see this in advance when he brought his king to d7 in the first place. He is showing off some incredible understanding that the king will have to run. Up it will go to c5. Maybe it will even go to d4 and into the white position.
And Robert, do you still think that this is just wild and not incredibly wild? I mean, with the king running up on c5, d4 down the board, a rook and a queen still giving you checks, I would be shaking and shivering with black. Meanwhile, Parham's super chill. He's composed. He's walking around. He's made his moves. He realizes that king c6, it's not getting checkmated. But take a look at this brilliant defense that he's come up with. Queen b7 only runs into king c5 and the king is totally safe. The other check that you have from a4, queen a4, instead of queen b7, black can run to b6 but also intercept it with queen b5. Just the vision and the realization and the calculation that your king will be safe on c5 and on d4 in the lines that we've been checking is incredible stuff here. Rook f7, so tempting, but concretely, it seems to not work out and black is surviving.
Right, so rook f7, maybe you hold off on that move, and there are other moves to play here. Queen f8 comes to mind, because now if this move, rook f7 check, is a much bigger threat. Let's say I make some... the problem with it, having limited material is you can't really waste moves. This is not easy to do. But I was just going to say that if this king goes up to c6 now, maybe it is safe, but I have more checks to give this king. But queen c8 check king goes to b5, and look at the evaluation. It's starting to say even black maybe ever so slightly better because the king is running to the other side, and now the white king might find itself in danger because all of your heavy pieces are on the other side of the board.
And check this out, Robert. If you give a check on b7, rook b7, after king a4, I don't see the next check for white. I mean, my king is on a4 and you don't have a check.
It's a great king. It's a healthy king. They say in the end game, you're supposed to use your king as a weapon. This feels not like a pure end game because there are checkmating threats, but the king is safe here. And in fact, it is black threatening a mate of his own. If you make some move like rook a7 to go after the pawn, you'll see it. Rook e1 check, king h2. And Tanya had a different line that looked exactly like this. The pawn has to block, and then the queen can choose b2 or e2. Doesn't matter. This is check and mate, a sort of ladder checkmate with the king on the second rank.
What a position this is. Just amazing stuff. That it looks like black king on d7 should be getting mated, or he's going to end up losing that queen on d5 somehow through some pin, but it's absolutely safe. But don't forget, the players have no idea of the objective evaluation of the position. Nodirbek very well might still be thinking that there has to be something in this position because it looks so tempting for white. But at some point, through calculation, you realize that none of the checks are really working out. And in fact, black's king on d7, through a series of forced moves, manages up in a safe place, regardless of which check you give. This is amazing stuff. And Nodirbek there with his classic pose of twirling his piece, full focus, full concentration, still perhaps looking for that checkmate that doesn't exist.
But such an instructive point by you there that players, especially newer players who are getting better, they still want to give those checks because how do we improve as chess players? We often do tactics and we see a king out in the open. And when you're solving a puzzle, you're saying, okay, check, check, checkmate. That's how it works. But that's not always how the game itself should be played. When you're doing a puzzle, you know there's a solution. When you're at the board, like Nodirbek and Paramar, there may not be a winning sequence. And in fact, we're being told by the engine evaluation that it is not a winning position, even if white is better. So don't just give a check for the sake of checking an enemy king. This isn't 3 checks. This isn't a puzzle. This is an over-the-board classical chess game. So if we're not going to play rook f7, which is a fine move, but not giving white a better chance, where else can we go? We said queen f8, queen b8 is also a move that looks like you're just kind of getting closer and closer to this king over here. If you make a careless move like g5, you see the evaluation bar go up because it's a rook f7. You don't have rook e7 as queen a7 checks and wins this rook on e7. You can't block the check and you can't protect the rook. So if you go king c6, now rook c7 check, your king has to go here, and you never ever want to walk into a situation like this. Rook takes c4 check, picks up a pawn. There's probably something even better here. Maybe we can find a checkmate, but the point is that you are walking into a discovery, and that is inadvisable.
Wow, queen b8 looks quite strong with the threat of rook f7, and these are definitely options that Nodirbek is considering. But Robert, I think Parham also has ideas of his own. We're talking about black's king. But black needs to also find a way to get to white's king. And the one weak spot in white's position is the g2 pawn. Black does have the option in certain cases to go rook to e2. Let's say you make a move. Let's say you make your move with queen b8. And the eval bar will let us know. So rook e2 now seems to be fine. And immediately as you play it, I also realize it's a great move because it stops rook f7. The queen on d5 now guards the f7 square. At the same time, I'm hitting that pawn on g2, and if you give queen a7 check, now I don't think I can step up with my king because a6 falls with a check, but perhaps I can just go back king to e8. I stop you from giving rook f8, and if the best that you can do is queen b8 check, then I'm already really happy.
Just repeat the moves and make a draw. That's black's goal in this position. So great eye by you there that rook e2 would be such a fantastic move, because let's say black had a free turn here. If you play a3 and then rook e2, you already see the evaluation claiming that black is significantly better. The reason why: no check on b7, no check on f7, checkmate on g2. If you play rook g1 to stop the checkmate, this rook can also slide up to e3, threatening a new checkmate because that pawn is pinned. Also, trying to help you push your advanced pawn up the board. Rook can go to b3 at some moment to attack this queen, and if queen goes to a4 with check, you can even think about playing queen b5 because the end game, if the queens are traded, is winning for black. Black has the best pawn on the board, has an advanced king, and the a3 pawn is loose as well. This would not be a good deal for Nodirbek. So I think we have seen that black has ideas of his own with rook e2. You don't want to allow that. Queen b8 is one option. Rook e2 seems to work. Queen f8 will protect the f7 square. Looks dangerous for black. The only other move that I can think of, because we keep talking about rook e2, is queen b2, just keeping all of our options open with our queen, covering the weak point in the position, and just passing the turn, essentially, back to Parham.
Once you put your queen on b4, it's so hard to retreat with it to b2 as a square. We've come to this conclusion after realizing so many different points about this position and sort of playing through the different ideas. But it's so much more attractive when you're playing white, Robert, to make a move like queen b8, to make a move like queen f8, or to go in with a check with rook f7. Just so much more aggressive. Queen b2, I would be surprised to see on the board, and I saw when you played it, the eval bar does approve of it. So it is a good move because it stops the threat of rook e2, plus threatens a check on g7. Not an easy move to find here for Nodirbek. And I think if he doesn't play this, any other queen moves, the more I look at rook e2, the more I like it. If I can push white into defending that g2 pawn, let's just say I just want to make one more point. You go back with queen to b8 or queen to f8. If I can go rook e2 and force you to play rook g1, and I love this idea of going rook e3 here, threatening rook h3, a move like king h2, oh, this is queen a7, rook e3 just walking, and this is what I mean. It's just mine holes everywhere. There are mines everywhere in this position. I thought I'm just winning this position after king h2, queen d6. I trade the queens, get a great rook pawn ending, but queen a7 would be game over for me.
If you missed that check to the side there, it could be a problem. And, well, I think that Nodirbek, he is going to continue thinking about this position. And while he does, while we wait for the players to make their moves, we should note that round 5 is played in a different venue, and the tournament organizers were nice enough to let tournament ambassador Anish Giri into Thursday's venue early. So let's have him show us around.
We all love to play the Tata Steel chess tournament in Wijk, but part of the tradition is that we play one round in a special location somewhere else in the Netherlands. Tata Steel Chess on Tour is back, and as a tournament ambassador, I have the privilege to take an early look at the location. It's going to be spectacular. The location for the Tata Steel Chess on Tour is the Johan Cruyff Arena in Amsterdam. I'm looking forward to see you all here on the 19th of January.
You know that was filmed a little while ago and not today, because I think Anish would have been much happier, smiling nonstop after beating Magnus Carlsen. But it is so cool that the Tata Steel Chess Tournament does this every year. I remember when I commentated live on site, we also went to a football stadium. It was a lot of fun. We got to be on the pitch beforehand. So for the players, it's a new venue. It may be a fresh set of circumstances, but it's great to see that chess is really loved in the Netherlands and big venues host this chess tournament.
Tata Steel on Tour is that one round during the whole event that happens on site somewhere else in the Netherlands. They usually do it at a stadium, at a big arena, and this time is no different. The players will be playing the round in the Amsterdam Stadium, and I'm sure Anish Giri, who we just saw in the video, he is going to be super excited to be there after his big win today. So definitely a round that he's looking forward to. But before that, the players will have a rest day. And I'm sure that's also a rest day that Magnus Carlsen is looking forward to after what happened today in his game. You want to try to change the rhythm. You need a little bit of a break, and that's what the players will get tomorrow. But meanwhile, action is still on, and Nodirbek has made his decision. And Robert, this is what I was saying. It's such a human approach to go forward, Queen F8 or Queen B8, as you were pointing out. I like this move. It puts a direct threat of Rook F7 with devastating effect. Does Rook E2 still work? I'm always afraid of suggesting a move because I feel like you'll make it and our bar is going to shoot right down. Right up in this case, but it stays.
It stayed there because Rook F7 check. The king runs away. King C6, Queen C8 check. The king goes to B5, and we've looked at a position just like this before. If you go Rook B7 check, the king has safely run to A4. Now G2 checkmate is threatened. The only way to stop it is not Queen G4, because then I believe you throw in this check, and the rook is lost, by the way. I just noticed that. But Queen G4, just to put that on the board after Rook E1, you pointed this variation out earlier. I can take this rook, but after Queen takes C4 check, I may have to prove the victory somehow. Instead of taking a free rook, this check again. It shows that after G3, oh my gosh, I was about to play Queen B2. I was about to play this move.
It's super tricky, but you do it with the other piece. Yeah, this would not happen, but I completely get your feeling. You want to give the mate, but it is possible the other way as well. Even the position that you have, Robert, we can show that line as well. And now you can go Rook to E2 and give the mate from A1 instead.
Right. The king goes back and the queen gets to go to A1. But I was not having full board awareness there. The rook covered what would have been a checkmate, not on E2 because the queen, not on B2 because the rook. I blundered my queen. But if the queen blocks, Rook H1 check, a deflection tactic. The king was protecting the queen, not anymore. Give me your queen, give me the game. So in many of these positions, a queen trade will be good for black, and the black king is darting to the A4 square. At Parham, he's played King E8 to D7 to begin with. You know that he's ready to play King C6 at any moment.
At any moment, but at this moment, he does have the opportunity to create his own threats with Rook E2. And knowing Parham, knowing his style of play, I could bet my house that he's going to play this move, but it's probably a bad idea to bet my house on anything. But Rook E2 is indeed what I'm expecting from Parham. Robert, we also have another game on. Let's see if we can pull our zoom out, our bird's eye view. We've had 5 results already with one huge, decisive victory for the tournament ambassador, Anish Giri, taking down world champion Magnus Carlsen. The other 4 games ended in a draw, but fighting chess all around. And we see that Prag did go for your idea at the top right board, attacking 3-pawn. Rook E1 was played. Should we just pull that board up and take a look at these developments that have happened? Rook E1 played. Ding took the decision to defend that pawn, not with E4, falling for the trick as I did against you, but instead Rook E4. He saves that E3 pawn, and black has to always watch out and not move that knight from B4. Knight D3, knight F4, always in the air for white. That's the one trick that Prag needs to be careful about.
He does, and he will be vigilant. He can play Rook H1. This pawn on H4 is a target, and I'm wondering how Ding Liren plans to save it. I don't think he can, so he might have to move his knight out the way, because if Rook takes H4, you're trading the rooks. Like if I make a move like King C4, Rook H4, the rooks are coming off, and if you take, now the king is going to get this pawn, and there are passers that are going to reach the other side. So I just don't think that a position like this is what Ding wants. Maybe he'll move his knight out the way, and after Rook takes H4, he'll bring his Rook up to E7, get active, hit the C7 pawn, which means B6 is going to be loose. The G7 pawn is also under attack. So Ding Liren is going for counterplay of his own by attacking the black pawns.
That's a really nice line, a very resourceful way to counter the position. It might still be worse, but white's best chances lie in activity of his own rook. So very important that after rook h1, this line that you mentioned, attacking that pawn, white doesn't go on the defense. I just want to point out another variation that I thought was first possible, Robert, but if we look deeper, we realize that white indeed must go for this active resource that you're pointing out after rook h1. If you try to defend the pawn with knight to f3, saying that I don't want to give anything away, black can continue pursuing it with rook h3. You hit that knight, and at first it might seem rook f4 keeps everything under control because you're defending the knight, you're defending the pawn on h4. By the way, rook h1 on the board, so we might see your line being played out. And here, if this happens, black has got knight d5, and I think that comes in with devastating effect. You're hitting that pawn on e3, the rook is overloaded, nothing can be saved here. You have to go rook f7, but then you just pick up the pawn on e3, and white is helpless. Can't pick up either of the pawns because the knight on f3 hangs.
And if the knight moves, there's a discovered check. That won't be so fun either. And this knight can go to g2 and win the h4 pawn. So it feels like the position is looking really nice for Pragg. Great winning chances. And Ding, fully aware of that, needs to find a way to cause problems. That's why I like the look of the move knight c4, because it threatens rook e7, rook takes e7, knight takes b6. You need to start getting after black's pawns. So rook h4 is one move candidate. Why don't we also try for checkmate? This is a checkmate with the knight on c4. The knight goes back to e5, but something about this looks very wrong to me. The rook on e4 is blocked in by the own knight. So if there's a move here that gives black a bigger advantage, I would prefer that to going rook h1 and taking h4. I'm not really seeing it at the moment.
I see our Evalbar does like black's position, but not by a huge margin, Robert, which means that white is still within drawing range and black needs to play super accurately to make the most of this advantage that you have. So far, Pragg is really keeping it there. He has played all the right moves. Rook h1 has come in, and now really it's on Ding first to find this idea that you were pointing out with knight c4. It's not an easy move to play on the board where you're just walking into giving away this pawn and you know that black will have a passer on the king side. Yes, you get some activity, but you are down a pawn. Rook e7 ideas can be met by knight d5. It gets pretty complicated. I think the point is that Ding needs to find a knight to c4, which itself is a very difficult move to find.
And his knight was just on c4 2 moves ago. It's very difficult to go back to where you came from. But what other moves? There aren't many pieces on the board. A move like king c3 doesn't really make sense because rook takes h4 forces the rooks off the board because the rook is trapped in this square. So you take g. And even if you save your g-pawn, black is already up a pawn. So if you go knight f7, well, king h5, king g6, get your knight out of here, give me this pawn. And even if I didn't win a pawn, I could just start pushing my h-pawn as an outside passer, a decoy. So I just feel like Ding Liren needs to find that active chance. I would love to play knight d3, as you mentioned earlier, but this really, really, really strong knight on b4 is keeping it out of there. So I just think by process of elimination, the move knight c4 comes to mind because knight h3, as you showed before, this looks very wrong with the knight coming to d5, scooping up this pawn on e3.
Too many pieces and too many pawns hanging in this variation. The hardest part for Ding to play knight c4 is the key point that you made, that the knight just moved from there to e5. And it's also a square that doesn't do much. You're not really threatening from c4 to jump into anywhere. And I'm just wondering how Ding is going to approach this position. Not an easy endgame. Things looking good for Pragg. Still a long fight ahead, but it's much harder to defend this position. Pragg can just stay still. He just needs to throw the ball on Ding's court. It's so easy to go wrong with white, as we ourselves have been seeing, despite having the eval bar, making inaccuracies, because that's just the nature of this position. To defend this is a lot harder if black just sits.
It's going to be a difficult task for Ding Liren, no matter what the next few moves bring. And for Ding, he would love to hold this game, because if he is able to make a draw, then he will find himself in a tie for second place with Fabiano Caruana. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, well, he might have other ideas, because a draw for Ding may not be a tie for second. If Abdusattorov wins, he will be tied first through second with Anish Giri. But I would say the storyline The biggest deal of the day is Anish Giri taking down Magnus Carlsen. The Dutchman takes down the Norwegian, the world champion, in all three classical, rapid, and blitz formats. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day than the one Anish Giri has gotten today.
And that win pretty much gives Anish Giri bragging rights for the rest of the year, Robert, because this is truly the most prestigious chess stage. And to beat Magnus in this classical format with the game that he played, just an amazing result all through. Kudos to him for being super accurate, super combative in that one, and everything just worked out. While the other 4 games did end in a draw, as we see, Wesley against Levon was even start to finish, but we did have a very big fight between Richard and Fabiano, which kind of fizzled out a little disappointingly because that really started with a lot of fireworks, but Richard handled it perfectly. And then with the pieces being traded, liquidation happened, and that ended in a draw. The other really exciting game that is still on, of course, Prague, as we can see on our screen, sits tight. He's made that move that attacks the pawn on h4. And currently at the top right, we can see Ding is still having a think. Not an easy moment. He needs to find a way to activate his own pieces. Prague's in the driving seat in that one, while the madness continues at the bottom left. That second board that we've got is just crazy all through.
I can't wait to dive back into the action. Advantages for the youngsters, Praggnanandhaa and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But before we dive back into the action, we're going to head on a quick break. And I first want to give a shout out to the Collegiate Chess League because it is back. The spring season kicks off January 21st. That's it, 4 days away, and the season promises to deliver the best in collegiate chess, with past participants including the likes of Wonder Liang and Grigor Parin, and an impressive $30,000 prize fund. We'll bring you coverage of all the action at twitch.tv/Collegiate Chess League. Use the command CCL in chat for more, and we will have more from Wijk and Zay when we return from this quick break.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under promote to a bishop. Under promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4 e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on Chess.com.
We are back here in the tournament venue in Wijk. Parham Maksudlu defending tenaciously with the black pieces against Nodirbek Abdusattarov, and the Uzbek teenager who led his country to the gold medal. He is looking for a second win of the event. He entered the round 2 out of 3 in a tie for first. He saw Anish Giri take down Magnus Carlsen. He wants to follow the Dutchman's lead and join him atop the leaderboard. But Tanya, Parham has been very impressive in this tournament. In game 1, he was a last-minute invitee to the field. He was shaky with white against Vincent Keimer. But since then, he defended that game against Ding Liren for almost 7 hours. Yesterday was a pretty peaceful day against Anish Giri. And today he's also showing that stubborn defense. He's been worse throughout this game. It looked like earlier he was in tactical trouble. But right now, in this queen, rook, and 3-pawn position, the king on d7 out in the open, and yet the eval bar has not changed its mind. Parham is holding this position right now.
What I love about the way players like Parham and Arjun come up with their defensive resources is always taking the dynamic way forward. It's been so impressive to watch this entire gameplay by him. His king has been in the center for the last several moves. White's got this queen and a rook, super active. But Parham hasn't gone in or offered a queen trade. Instead, he keeps his own chances alive. As we can see in the current position, he is threatening to take on h3, but there has been a very nasty trick set up here by White in this position. The last move played rook to f4, inviting rook h3. Now notice the g2 pawn is pinned, so you can't take on h3. But the whole point is that now once the rook has taken this pawn, the king sidesteps, goes to g1. You're threatening rook d4, pinning and winning the queen. The rook on h3 hangs, and you might be like, but wait a second, there's a check on d1. Queen d1 comes in, but White doesn't care because now White falls back with the rook to f1, intercepts the check, attacks the queen. No checks here possible. The rook hangs, the queen hangs. So Parham needs to watch out. He's definitely seen this. He will not go for rook takes h3. But if not, White has got a killer idea of playing rook d4. You pin the queen, you win the queen.
Wow. And one more thing to show in that variation. After rook h3, you can play rook d3 to save the d4 square. But what have you done? That rook that was on h7, helping the king feel safe, queen to g7 check. The king runs up. Give me this pawn with check. You think your king's running away? We kept talking about that a4 square. Not anymore. Queen and rook are here, and the queen on d5 is pinned and lost. This would be a win for White. So do not get greedy. Do not try to steal this pawn on h3. Rook f4 says, go for it. Have it. It's not going to work out for you. So that means Parham has to come up with something else. Rook d4 remains a massive threat. He can move his king out of the way, but if he does that, maybe a6 is falling. Maybe g6 is falling. There's just so much to work out here in this position, and he has to move his king. I think that is clear, and as soon as I say it, he does pick the c7 square for his king. Parham Maksudlu on move 40 brought the king from e8 to d7. That was the correct choice. It was difficult. He made it. Now, in another difficult moment, he plays king c7. I've been very, very impressed with Parham because, Tanya, I see him as such an attacking, aggressive player. Now he is demonstrating that he's not one-dimensional. He can defend tough positions for dozens of moves. I am very impressed.
And that is the sign of a champion, of a world-class player, not only to be able to play attacking, aggressive chess, but also to be able to be resourceful in very difficult positions. One of the examples of that is a player, Hikaru Nakamura. Now, he's somebody we've often spoken about as he's so aggressive, so attacking. But what makes Hikaru truly stand out is his ability to defend difficult positions. And to me, Parham, I can see a few reflections of that style that Hikaru has, which is so strong, which makes him almost unbeatable. Of course, Parham has to mature a lot more as a player right now, but he's showing all the right signs. This king march, bringing and keeping the king in the center of the board and still safe. That is high-class chess. You were pointing out queen takes a6. It might be an option, but Robert, that actually allows Black to create his own play. Remember the pin that we were talking about. Now you can come in with rook takes h3, give a check. The king has to sidestep to g1, and now I give a check on d1 with my queen. The difference is that your queen has moved away from the king side. I'm going to make the most of that with White. After rook f1, for example, there are ideas of going queen d4 check and at least there is a repetition in this position. If black wants to play on, you can still do that, but at least black is completely safe. So the a6 pawn doesn't worry Parham so much. The big question is, can white create more coordination and more threats with his pieces? Is rook d4 a possibility here?
Rook d4 looks possible, attacking the queen. Please play rook takes h3 check, because king slides to g1. The queen is under attack. Now the rook is hanging, and you've left your king's defense. So if the rook d4, you can't take the pawn, but maybe there's a queen move that looks okay, like a queen c5 perhaps. Nope, that's not it, clearly. And I think the reason why is queen f4 check, winning c4, and then the game is in white's hand. So, this is... Every move, Tanya, is tricky. Rook d4 looks excellent. What is the move to save black here? Oh, gosh.
And it looks scarier as we speak, because if you move the queen to a wrong square, like you pointed out, you can pick up the pawn, but also there's queen d8 check coming in.
Oh.
There's queen d6 stuff. How are you hiding with all these threats? If you go queen to c6, you can maybe just go into the endgame and pick up the c4 pawn.
Why not? Just a clean extra pawn. And very importantly, when your rook comes to g4, this rook is passive. In some of these other endgames, that rook was over on a3 causing problems. What are you going to do? Rook h6? No. Rook g7. There might be h4, h5 very quickly. And that actually might be a big problem for black. Not to mention the white king can just come up the board. This is not the type of endgame you want if you're Parham Magsudlu. So there is a move here, and by process of elimination, it must be rook f7. You take my queen, I take yours. And the difference is you can't win this pawn because the rook slides to c6 and black immediately wins the game. A rook behind a passer. The black king is fast, and so that is not acceptable for Nodirbek. He needs to continue the attack. So rook d4 is met by rook f7. I think queen h8, a move like that keeps the attack going, but it's getting very, very messy.
This is just such inspired play we've been seeing by the players today. Just amazing chess all throughout, Robert. We've had one decisive game so far, but there's been so much action on all the boards.
There has been. And one last line I just caught at the corner of my eyes. Queen c3. That attacks this pawn and protects the h3 pawn at the same time. But if this king runs away to b7 and you take the pawn with the rook on c4, there's this really nice tactical shot of rook takes h3 check. I know I just told you that the pawn is protected, and that's true, but the queen is overloaded. Remember this term. The queen is doing too much at the same time, protecting the rook and covering that square. So when the queen is dragged to h3, down goes the rook on c4, and then the position is even by material, so the game should be a draw. But just so much happening in this game, so much happening in the other game. And one game that was exciting early and fizzled out was the one between Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport. They drew their game early, and maybe it was too early. The press caught up with Fabi for the whole story.
Then we reached an equal endgame, and he offered a draw around move, I don't know what it was, 19, 20, something like that. And I was ready to accept the draw because it was completely equal. It was after he took on g4, traded queens. And then I was expecting that the play would continue, hg4, he would move the king and trade all the rooks on the h-file and we'd make a draw. But I realized that it wasn't exactly like in the rules that you can draw before move 30. Mm-hmm. So we asked the arbiter, and the arbiter said you should play a few more moves. And so we did. But then with every move that we played, he started to get worse and worse until soon his position was extremely dangerous. Mm-hmm. But at that point, we reached move 30, and I thought a little bit, about playing on. But just the fact that we had sort of agreed beforehand. Like, the moment that we had kind of agreed, the position was completely equal. But then, I think it just, like the last few moves of the game, don't really count in a way because probably both of us were not, psychologically fully in the game anymore.
Ouch. That is awkward.
Yeah, Tanya. You know how I feel about the draw offer. Ban the draw offer. And in fact, it was banned. They couldn't make a draw when they wanted to. So then they just kind of sort of wink, wink, agreed on a draw. And then Richard started making bad moves. So I'm with Fabi in the sense that this position that we have on screen was even. So if they wanted to make a draw in a different tournament, they would have just said, yeah, this position is even. I get it. But one, I don't like draw offers. And two, if draw offers didn't exist ever, unless there was a repetition, then someone makes a mistake, you take advantage of it. So I think that Fabi, with the fact that they agreed, he did the sportsman thing to do. You don't really renege because Richard wasn't playing the board so much anymore, it sounds like. But do not offer draws. Fabi, come on, man. No draw offers.
No, it was definitely very gentlemanlike of Fabi to continue on the terms that they sort of had agreed off in this position. And let's just point out, sorry, Robert, if we can just back up to this moment, which he mentioned, that he was expecting Richard, after the queen trade, to just move the king up the board. Everything, the rooks get traded. Everything gets traded on the h file. Rook h1, knight h1. And he said this was a draw, so he was completely ready to accept the draw offer at this point. This is the moment where the draw was offered to Fabi, and he was going to take it. And then they realized that they haven't made it to 30 moves. They ask the arbiter. The arbiter tells them that they still need to make a couple of more moves. And it's true, because when we caught up with the position, we felt that Fabi had his chances. It's even material, but the rook controls the h file coming into h2. g2 is a weakness. We were pointing out the flexibility and the mobility on Fabi's pawn structure on the queen side. And it felt like it might be even, but if anyone can try here, it's Fabi. And every move that Richard made was a bit not up to the mark of the position. And it's so strange if that happens, because you sort of agreed to something a couple of moves ago, but then you're at this point when the circumstances are different, the position's different, you want to play on, but you can't anymore. It's a really awkward situation to be in.
I just want to point out that what you're saying is 100% correct. If Richard played king e2, rook h1, trade the rooks, this position would surely be a draw, no questions asked. And I guess it is a strange dynamic because once you agree on a draw, you just start making random moves. And I actually looked at e4 and was like, why would you do that? You're giving yourself an isolated pawn. And now that I actually see the game and hear why that move e4 was played, it makes more sense, because at the final position, if you look here, they made a repetition just back and forth like this. But if you don't make this repetition as black, you're better here. You have a healthier pawn structure. White has 2 isolated pawns. Black only has 1. So this position is one that Fabiano, in another game and against a different opponent in a different tournament, could have played for a win because he has the better chances. But if we go too far, we lose the storyline. If we go back to this moment right here, and Richard was in the mindset of, I need to find every single accurate move, he would have just moved his king up, as we have been discussing, played rook h1. Black doesn't want to give up the open file, and the game would have been a draw. Let's say just here, just to show. Now we have a position where your knight looks trapped, but you just play f3, and your knight will get out this way. And if you try to trap the knight, that's how you lose games like this, because I'll play e4 and get after your pawn. So it still is equal, but my point is that
knight h4 prop.
Yeah, pretty much nothing would have changed that except for what Richard did. But now we get why he did that.
Yeah, it's just, I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing happen at a tournament. And it's, as you mentioned, Fabi is a pure example of a sportsman. I mean, he's a gentleman, and his sportsman spirit is super high. And that's what we see in this one. But it's definitely not a pleasant situation to be in, because somewhere Fabi did realize that he would want to continue, but you sort of agreed on something before. And I don't know, I think this is definitely something that needs to be sorted out from the organization perspective. But draw offers, as you're pointing out, that's the bane of our reality that needs to be eliminated.
There is a famous example of that, by the way, but let's go back to the Ding Liren versus Praggnanandhaa game, because those two are still playing. But while we bring up them on screen, the game between Larry Christensen and I believe it was Anatoly Karpov, there was, maybe it wasn't that game, but there was a famous game that essentially Vishy Anand lost in 5 moves at one point. And the reason why he lost his game in 5 moves back in the 80s was because he had seen another game that was a quick draw, but it was actually a losing variation. So I'm actually going to look up that game because I know the player that he lost to, and I will give the fuller story because Vichy losing that early doesn't make any sense to most people. So I'm just going to pull up the start of a position. Give me a second. It doesn't matter whose game. Let's go to move 1. And these were not the players. It was Vichy Anand against Alonso Zapata. In that game, it was e4, e5. So we start off normally. Knight f3, knight f6, knight takes e5. Great. d6, knight f3, knight takes e4. And then after knight c3, there was this game where the move bishop f5 was played, and the players, strong players at the time, I said Larry Christensen. I'm not sure if it was him. He actually beat Anatoly Karpov in like 12 moves one time. But bishop f5 defends the knight, and the game was a quick draw. And it's actually a huge blunder because after queen e2, the piece is pinned, and you're threatening d3. And if queen e7 to block the pin and defend the knight, there's knight d5 attacking the queen and attacking the fork on c7. So when your queen moves out the way, there's pawn to d3. So Vichy resigned, in fact, after the move queen to e2 was played in that game. He lost in 6 moves. Sorry, I said 5. He lost in 6 moves to Alonso Zapata because this was before the engines. He saw some game where, oh, this looks pretty good, and he didn't actually realize that in the game that he was basing his move off of, they had agreed on a draw and just made some moves. And so that there are famous examples of this in chess, and my point is the same every single time. Ban the draw offer. I don't want to see draw offers. Play it out. I get certain positions are dead equal, no hope for either side. But funny examples of this do exist in chess history.
I think it's moments and incidents like these, what has happened today, and what you mentioned about Vichy's games that bring about a change in the chess world. This is definitely something to think about, that if the draw offer did not exist, the players would play out, and perhaps Richard would make moves differently, as Fabi pointed out. He wouldn't make these moves which slowly but steadily worsen his game. But then in the spirit of sportsmanship, Fabi had to sort of agree for a draw in that moment where it was something that was decided before. It's a bit messy in my head still, Robert. I'm trying to get my head around it. But there we are. And speaking of a mess, take a look at the position that we've got. The board we have in front of us, Pragg still trying to push his game against Ding. And we see both these players. Look at their pose. Look at the way they're looking at the board. There we have got Ding Liren, fully focused, head on his hands, completely involved and engrossed in the position because he's got his task cut up, and it's not an easy one. Pragnananda, one of the youngest players in the field right now, he's all of 17 years, looking confident, leaning back against the world number 2, as he has an extra pawn in this endgame. Robert, will this be enough to take the point home?
Great question. I like the presence of an outside pass pawn. That seems to give very, very good chances, especially because it's an extra pawn. The e3 pawn, still a weakness, but the rook is very active. And I mean, Ding Liren should probably slide his rook on over to a square like e7, and then knight f8 becomes a threat, going after the h7 pawn and the c7 pawn at the same time. There could be a knight d5 that has to be calculated. So maybe rook f7 seems to be the place to go. That way you don't give a tempo to that knight. But e3 is weak. c7 is targeted. h7 can quickly be threatened by a move like knight f8. I would say that there are still good winning chances for Pragnananda, but he must keep this h-pawn.
Nicely pointed out. The H-pawn, and we've often spoken about how helpless the knight is against the rook pawn. So that's something to keep in mind. Any endgame where the rooks get traded, white will be dead lost. And speaking of dangerous positions, Robert, if we just zoom out for a moment, we will bring up the other board because I have my eye out on it, and it is just so fascinating what is going on there as well. We've, of course, had 5 results already with one big decisive game, which is the storyline of the day with Anish Giri taking down Magnus Carlsen, the other games ending in a draw. But I see our second board from the left there, and Nodirbek still pushing for that win. Currently, he is on 2 points. This win will put him on 3 points out of a possible 4 going into the rest day. The position is super weird, super crazy. Rook to d4 is the move that we were looking at. It has been played. If we just back up to that moment, we found this very challenging. You came up with the resource that black has against rook d4. Parham as well found it. He made the move rook f7. You attack my queen, I'll attack your queen. And we came to the conclusion that in fact this was the only way forward for black. And then white made the move queen to h8, the other end of the board, keeping the defense on the d4 rook, and things are still very tricky for black. Where are you moving with your queen? Because watch out for queen d8 check.
Oof, that is a nasty threat. Also important to point out that these checkmates that black had in other positions don't work here. Rook f1 check, king h2. Your queen can't reach the necessary diagonal because the queen on h8 covers e5, the rook covers d6. You don't get that fatal check to deliver checkmate. So if that's the case, the rook is probably better off staying on f7, defending the king on the 7th rank. But where does this queen go? If you go to c5, the queen can come into d8 check, and maybe the king does in fact escape here. It looks scary, but Parham has proven that he is capable of holding on, running with his king, and something is disliked about the move queen to c5. I just went queen d8. It said it was even. So there is a move here that gives white the upper hand.
But I think Parham has taken another route. He has decided to move the queen from d5, not to c5, but he plays the move queen b5. The one thing I like about queen b5, Robert, is that it keeps the chances of giving a check on b1 alive. Now, you want to keep your own activity going, your own counter chances. It just feels like a slightly more active square than c5.
Totally with you there. And it covers all the important squares. It covers the pawn on c4. It also covers d7, because if queen d8 check, king b7, you can't get to d7, not with the queen and the rook where they're situated. And so this could be a position where Nodirbek is going after black's king. But if he is unsuccessful, you need to watch out for this pawn on c4 as well. Any queen trade that doesn't lose a pawn should be to black's benefit. And so for Nodirbek, queen b1 check is not really a huge threat because the king can just slide up to h2. So he has a turn here to figure things out. Like even a quiet move like a3, it's not the end of the world. You see the evaluation is slipping a bit, but my point is it's not a kind of huge blunder because you cover many of the important checking squares with your queen and your rook.
Also important to note how black is covering important defensive squares. Instead of a3, if you give a check on d8, the one thing good for black is that you've got forced moves. You don't have too many options. Not so much to think about. You can't take your king to c6 because queen e8, if we just show that, king c6, queen e8, and you end up losing the rook. So this gives Parham the opportunity to make his moves fast as well, and which is why Nodirbek needs to take his time before making hand moves. We call hand moves the ones that you naturally play. In blitz, you'll just quickly go queen d8 check, and after king b7, you just realize you've got no good way to continue. So once again, queen b5, black's position looks super dangerous, very tricky, and yet white doesn't have a clear path to prove the advantage.
No, and what Nodirbek has been doing very well is not giving the checks. He's been making moves like rook to d1. So maybe there is a useful move here because the queen is very importantly placed on b5, I feel. There might be an opportunity to distract it. One thing to note, queen d8 check, king b7, queen d5 would pick up this rook on f7, but the queen is on b5. So if we distract the queen with a4, in this position, it doesn't work. You see the eval bar drop. The reason why we keep showing variations like this, you give a check on the diagonal. The only thing you do is block it with the pawn, and the queen comes in with checkmate. So do not give the check on d8. The threat is strong in the execution. Instead, because the queen covers the e5 square from h8, maybe a4 to begin with, just to distract that queen away. If you take, now queen d8 check wins the game on the spot. King b7, thank you very much for your rook on f7. I'm going to win a rook and win the game. Oh, actually, this is not so clear, is it? Because if king a7, oh, that's check. Wait, that's check here. But if king b8, if you take the rook, then queen a1 check picks up this rook. Nice. Oh my gosh.
Even when crazy stuff.
I thought I was suggesting a line.
But we did see. I mean, this is a really nice idea. And just to just to show what you meant by losing control of the e5 square, Robert, I think the key check might be queen e5. Queen d8, super attractive, but once you've deflected the queen from b5, perhaps it's queen e5, and after king b7, queen d5 still doesn't work because you can't pick up the rook, so still says it's winning. This is hard to understand.
Maybe just instead of picking up the rook, pick up the pawn. And now your rook is closing in on the king. This rook is still loose. You can give one check, but this queen can't get to the all-important diagonal. In fact, all of those squares are under White's control here. This is beautiful geometry, and there are going to be many checks against this king on b8. So the White king is safer tucked away, and we did just see the move a4 played by Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Oh my God, Nodirbek finds a4. What a guy. This is the guy who led his team, the Olympiad team, to win the Chess Olympics in Chennai. He's the one who won the medal on his board, the world rapid champion. Look at the way he's keeping the tension on the board, not giving the checks, but creating more and more threats, the most difficult problems for Parham to solve. This is play at another level.
You're just giving no easy choices to Parham. I like the way you were describing that. Is sometimes you give a check, you make the moves easy. And the reason why I'm calling specific attention to that is I'm looking at the clocks. Parham has 14 minutes and 40 seconds to get to move 60 before he gains that extra 15 minutes. It's Black's 48th move right now. And Tanya, as we've been looking at, every move for Black takes several minutes of calculation. If you go queen c5 here, maybe it's possible. And all right, it only gives White a little bit of an advantage, not a huge one. If you play queen to b4, let's see. There it is. It's losing. Queen d8 check, queen d5 check, pick up the rook. So you kind of have to know where your queen belongs, and covering the d5 square seems to be the most important thing. And covering the c4 pawn. If you cover the d8 check, then you lose sight of the c4 pawn. If you throw in rook f1 check, there it is, losing. Because after king h2, there still is no check on e5, and you've given White control of the 7th rank. In addition to queen to d8, there will be rook d7, and you're not going to stop all the checks. So every turn for Parham is a challenge, and he is now down to about a minute per move. He does get the 30-second increment per turn, but Parham, whose previous experience, his best tournament in Tata Steel was a 7th place finish 4 years ago in the challengers section. He is on the rise at a career high rating, but I do not envy his task, Tanya. I'm looking at this position, and I just would hate to be sitting in his seat.
All those lines apart, you make a great point about clock management here, because Black has only a small margin of error and has to find the only moves, and the only way to do that, I say a lot of onlys because that is what defines the position. The way to do that is by elimination. So very often you end up burning the clock on each and every move, and that's how you win games at this level, by putting incremental pressure on your opponent until they eventually crack. Very few times you'll see a big blunder and the game is over. That doesn't happen that often. And that is what Nodirbek is succeeding to do so far in his game. I'm so impressed with this move a4, Robert. As you were mentioning, the queen has to find a good square covering d5, covering c4, and the only way to come to the move, what you were suggesting, queen c5, is once you realize that. But the big question is, how long will Parham take? How much time is he going to take to understand that concept? And he still has 12 moves to make and 12 minutes. That gives him about an average of a minute per move in a very difficult position.
And I'm going to play a little game here. I just want to see something. Let's see. Queen c5. Okay. The bar stays the same. What about queen c6? The bar also stays the same. Two moves that keep the evaluation, the status quo, but are very different. Why? Now there's queen e5 check. And if I get queen e5 and your king goes somewhere, do I not have rook d6? That doesn't look very appealing to me. There's going to be, if the queen moves off the diagonal, there's queen d5 check. The g6 pawn is under attack. Maybe I'll play a5 and rook b6 check. So that doesn't look very good. So why don't I put my queen on c5? There's some kind of difference here. I'm also looking at queen d8 check and then rook d1, rook b1, now that your queen is off the b file. Like if I give this check, okay, every time I give the check, it's wrong. So I'm just trying to show something. Eval bar, stop reprimanding me. I wanted to bring my rook to the b file because if you make a careless move and I go rook b1, your king can no longer hide because queen b8 is check and mate. So, oh my goodness, Tanya, maybe it's rook d1 first. Okay, of course it is. Just don't give checks. That's the answer here. Never give that first check.
Don't try that at home. I don't know if that's a great general advice to never give checks because usually they seem to work perfectly, but this is one of that unique position where really keeping the threat is much stronger than its execution. And the way Nodirbek has realized that on every move and continues to grow on it is just incredible to watch. Now, Queen c5, the one thing that gives me hope for Parham is that in general, if you realize that you have these two moves, Queen c5 and Queen c5 feels like it controls more squares. You're also controlling the e5 square, which is really important in the position. Why give your opponent more chances, extra chances for checks? The line that you were pointing out, Robert, I think one way to explain that is also that if you give a check on d8, and the king runs to b7 with the same idea of getting your rook to b1. The point is that black can continue running to the a file and the rook from f7 can actually join on and defend your mating threat of b8. And once again, we see the eval bar doesn't move, so it validates this defense. Now, we're only able to come to these conclusions by playing around, checking different moves. But for the players, they've got a limited amount of time and need to make an optimal decision in that much time. Not an easy task when you're threatened with checkmate. Parham has made a move. He's gone for Queen c5. He finds the most accurate line of defense. And Robert, Rook d1 on the board.
He didn't even think.
God.
He mapped this out when he played a4. We've been moving pieces back and forth, making mistakes. Abdusattorov, the young Uzbek player, the former world rapid champion, the current leader of the Uzbek team, leading them to a gold medal Olympiad. He brings the rook back to d1. And what you just said is brilliant, that if the king could get to a7, the rook could slide to b7. But now you're too slow. King b7, rook b1 is check. And after king a7, queen b8 is checkmate. And you don't need to just give a check. Rook b1 is a big threat with queen b8 to follow in many positions, or queen d8 check, and then rook to b1. So this is a very critical moment for Parham. If he stops the check on d8, the rook still slides to b1, threatening queen b8 check, and that king, earlier on, we said it could run up the board, but it's looking scarier because this pawn can also push up to a5 at the right moment and get a rook b6. There's so much to work out for Parham, and I feel for him because he's on the defensive, and now he's down under 9 minutes, Tanya, and he has 11 moves to make.
I'm still just shocked and amazed with the speed with which he blitzed at the move rook d1. It just shows amazing board awareness. And now we are complimenting one player, how impressed we are with Nodirbek. And look at Parham. He makes the move rook d7. These guys are machines. How are they playing like this? This is unreal chess. This is God-level chess.
It is, and I think that Nodirbek made the move rook b1 in like 3 seconds, and he keeps putting the pressure on Parham, both in terms of checkmating attacks and on the clock. He is the former world rapid champion. He's a teenager, but he won that title in 2021. That is no small feat. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is a beast. I see his rating. It says 27-13. I'm looking at his play. I'm like, he is clearly better than that. But Parham, he's no slouch either. He brings the rook back to d8, seeing the threat was queen on the last rank over the b8 square. So he blocks that. But can White just go pick up this pawn? Go up a pawn? Why not? Can White bring the queen all the way back on the yo-yo string and go up to b7? I'm looking at the time and I'm seeing a world rapid champion playing perfect moves. And I'm seeing the young player from Iran in his early 20s, Parham Maghsoodloo, playing some of the best defense you could possibly ask for. And he did that against Ding Liren in an endgame. Now he's doing it in a complicated tactical melee.
This is just unreal stuff. To hold on to these positions, to find defensive moves, and the queen and rook dance that Nodirbek has been doing the last few moves, coordinating them, not giving a single check when that's the most tempting thing to do on the board, creating these mating ideas. It's so instructive. The last 10 moves by Nodirbek have been mind-blowing. And as you're pointing out, rook d8, I don't know who I'm more impressed by. Nodirbek putting threat after threat, or Parham finding the only moves, the only way to survive and keep going with just minutes left on the clock, 9 minutes to go, 10 moves to be made, and each move difficult than the previous one, as Nodirbek is not letting go of the pressure. Rook d8, stopping the idea of queen b8 check, which would have resulted in a mate. Finally, Nodirbek decides to give a check on g7. Parham wastes no time, makes the only move. If it's the only move, you got to play it fast. Rook d7 on the board. If the queen goes back to the 8th rank, Parham will repeat, but now your idea of again transferring the queen to the other side of the board, trying to get in from the B line, becomes a reality, because queen b8 will come in with a devastating threat of queen b8 check, and I am not seeing a way for black to save the checks down the B file.
This is wild stuff, and this is just the strength of the new generation. Both players are impressing the world right now. And as we see the players in this tournament, the oldest player on screen here is Jordan van Forest at 23. Parham Magsulu, 22 years old. The rest of them in their teenage years, Gukesh being the youngest of the bunch. And Abdusattorov, 27-13. I believe he is underrated. His classical chess rating has not caught up to his performances in the shorter time controls. I mean, all of the top players have so much respect for both of these two. And I just believe that Abdusattorov has shown time and time again that he is a force to be reckoned with. And I just love the way he's playing this, Tanya. He brought his queen to g7 with check. He can take this pawn on g6, and let's see what happens. Queen takes g6. The eval bar says still better for white, but the advantage slips away a little bit. And so instead, queen to b2, just going for the attack. I don't think that Nodirbek wants the g6 pawn so badly with the queens on the board. He wants to go for Parham's king when Parham has a minute to make for every move.
I would be terrified to be sitting in front of Nodirbek right now. Look at him twirling that pawn, having this dominating position and finding the best moves on the board. How is this guy doing this? Queen b2 played, as you're mentioning. He doesn't care about the pawns. Who cares about the material when you're going in for the king? Absolute accurate. This is a masterclass in how you attack your opponent's king. And now a big question to Parham. He's got little time on the clock. He's got to find a way to survive queen d8 check and these ideas which are coming in. A move like rook d6, for example, to try and run away with the king, it just falls into queen b8. Okay, first I thought queen b8, king c6, queen b7, checkmate. That's game over. So which means you have to go to d7, but that invites rook b7 check. And why is this not checkmating? If this is not checkmate, then nothing is, Robert.
Oh my gosh, queen e8 check, the king goes to d5, and the king is running towards the other side for now. You can keep the king inside with queen to g8 check, taking away the d5 square, but the king runs up to e5, and after rook e7 check, king to d4. And if you are not careful and the king somehow survives, that is a passed pawn. That's the reason why Nodirbek did not take on g6 to begin with. If we go back a few moves when he went queen to b2, if he takes on g6, up goes the pawn to c3. The threat is c2 and rook d1 check, and then black can deliver a checkmate. So that is why he didn't go pawn grabbing, even though the advantage would still be his according to the engines. It's not a position you want to be where you're passively defending when black will bring the rook to c6 and white is kind of frozen despite the extra pawn. So queen b2, I love that move, Tanya. And now for Parham, he sees queen b8. He sees queen to b7. Another idea is kicking the king to the last rank. And all I need is a rook somewhere on this 8th and final rank. That would be checkmate. So maybe there's a queen f, g, or h7. I'm just going to pick a square. Let's go to g7. All right, still threatening rook to b8. The rook has to go to b6, and then the rook can slide the other way. This is so complex. How is Parham surviving this far? That's a big question. And how is he going to continue to do so with this queen barreling down the b file?
And that's the bigger question. How do you keep surviving so much pressure and so much tension on the board? Nodirbek playing like a total beast this position, Robert, for a lack of a better word. Even that might be an underestimation of the way he's handled this game. Queen b2, I'm just so impressed with this whole a4, rook d1, rook b1. The last few moves have been absolutely mind-blowing by white. And one thing that comes to my mind in this position is that can black play king to c6 and simply sidestep some checks And at least you're not coming in to b8 with a check, but maybe you still go queen b8 because I don't know what my next move is. And there we have it. Queen b8 still works.
Yeah, I think we can just make a random move to see what the threat is. Queen c8 check, there it is. If you move your king to d6, because you have to save your queen and your rook, in comes rook d1 check, picking up the rook, or actually just pick up the queen. What am I talking about? That's more valuable. And if the rook slides to c7, there's queen e6 check. Where does your king go? Not to the b file, no. Not to any of these squares. The queen goes to d6, and there is this move, rook b6 check, distracting the king from the queen. You take the rook, you lose the queen, and white wins the game. So queen b8. He went king c6.
He went king c6. He played it.
But queen b8, we were just looking at that. This looks like trouble. And queen b8 is a very obvious move for Nodirbek. We do not fault Parham for going wrong. This position has been the biggest gargantuan challenge for many moves. But look at Nodirbek. He knows queen b8 is good. He is going to play that move. And what is next for Parham Maghsoodloo?
And he's reaching out for it. He goes for it. He is playing this position flawlessly to perfection. Queen b8 played, as you're mentioning, not a difficult move to find when that's the square that you've been eyeing for the last couple of moves. That's been your idea, to come in with the queen. And now a huge threat, as we were seeing, with queen c8 check, which would eventually go on to win a black's queen. How is Parham going to handle this? He's down to 6.5 minutes on the clock, 7 moves still to be made, and the clock is not his biggest problem anymore.
It certainly isn't. There's a queen and rook on the same line. That's a battery you do not want to see, because the king is in grave danger. How do you defend that king? You may think rook c7. Isn't that threat queen c8? That's what you two are talking about. But after rook c7, there's a new check on e8. And if your king decides to try to run to the d file somewhere with king to d5, rook d1, I'm very sorry, but your king has no more squares, which means that you have to give up your queen just to block that check. That's a losing situation. So you can't play rook to c7. That allows queen e8. What can you do here? As queen c8 check is such a big threat, I'm struggling to find Parham's next move.
It looks like he's going to end up losing that queen, because I really don't see a way that you can stop queen c8, queen 8, and queen e8. And there we see Nodirbek, who has played the position to perfection, gets up and takes a little walk, which actually puts more pressure on your opponent. Left by himself on the board, Parham in a difficult situation. We're struggling to come up with a defensive move. The eval bar seems to say that there is no such thing as a defensive move anywhere. And Robert, I'm just wondering about that position where Parham had the opportunity to actually trade off the queens a while back. That would have saved him a lifetime of troubles.
Yeah, let's quickly bring up that position, because it may be the moment that Parham regrets. It was way back in time at this point. We had a position right around here where he could have played queen e3 check, forcing the queens off the board and entering an endgame where white is better, plays without risk. And maybe Parham, it was near move 40. He didn't have much time. He was likely assessing this as being difficult for him, if not believing that white has better chances to win than he had to draw. We could see the evaluation bar say, oh, not so fast. Black is holding on, because after rook a3, the king is very close to the g-pawn. So if you attack it, the king defends it. And if you sit passively for now, it's not the end of the story. The game will continue. Maybe the white king comes over to this pawn, or maybe it goes up the board and you push the kingside pawns, but it should, with proper play, be a draw. But Parham probably didn't want to give up material without time to think about all the options. And then, since they played perfectly, threat after threat, causing problems for this king on d7. And even though the eval bar wasn't changing, that's a credit to Parham Maghsoodloo's defensive resourcefulness. But as we're getting into the game, I just saw that rook. It looks like he moved that piece. And just to see where he went, rook d3 was the choice. And it's going up and up, Tanya. This might be a situation where this king is not going to find shelter. And at the very least, white could pick off the pawn a6 with check.
I mean, you want to pick off pawns, give checkmate here. Queen b7, rook b6. There's just no way that doesn't end in checkmate. We've got the analysis board up. The players we can see on our cam. Queen b7 will be on the board. Robert, is king d6, rook b6. Does that end in mate or not?
Let's see. The king runs to e5. The queen goes to a check. I see b8, but that looks wrong. Let's go to g7. King e4, then rook e6 is lights out. Oh my gosh, the king can't escape. The rook's in its path. That's a huge problem for Parham. He would love his rook to be back on d4 or something, so his king could run away.
He goes for it. He goes for queen b7 check. The only move Parham's going to make it really quick. He's going to go king d6. And now Nodirbek, I'll be surprised if he goes on to pick up the pawn on a6. Might still be winning. Huge advantage. But it looks like the way he's played, his eyes are on the target. And the target is that king.
Yes, I thought queen a6 was, forcing a checkmate or a win of the queen as well, because if the king stepped up, there'd be rook b5. But after queen a6 check, the king runs back to e7. Clearly still a huge advantage for white. You could steal another pawn and go after the king. That would be winning. But I'm with you, Tanya. Check, check, check. Oh, he took the pawn. You know what he did? He just wants
How
me
do you do this, Robert?
He wanted me to feel better, but I also think that he is in a situation where he's moving very quickly because he sees a way to grab a bunch of pawns, and he knows for a fact that is, a significant advantage, if not a win. So he doesn't want to calculate all the king maneuvering, but he did have that win there. You had the better move with rook b6.
It doesn't matter. I just thought rook b6 was the most natural way. It's so tempting to go in there with the rook, but this is winning as well. As we can see, queen a6, he picks up the bunch of pawns. As you're saying, there's a famous saying in chess, right? If you see a checkmate, or you can win material, because sometimes the mate is not a mate and you're just sort of long line, wrong line. But if you win material, you're going to win the game in the end. So he does pick up the a6 pawn, picks up the g6 pawn, and the troubles on black's king continue. The one thing we notice is that how white's king has remained unscratched. There's been no threat on the king, no way black has managed to create play, and that has been the biggest drawback of black's position. It doesn't matter if you mate immediately or 5 moves later. Nodirbek has found the way. Queen g6, everything's safe. The rook is definitely coming into b7 next. You've got queen g7 check ideas if black's rook intercepts on d7. And this just looks like game over. Queen c6 is not possible. Queen d5, is that a move to try and defend? Then you've got rook e1 perhaps.
We have so many checks. Queen g7 check, rook e1 check. There's even rook b7 check. Because if you take the rook, then queen g7 with a skewer winning the queen. So if rook b7 is available, I would like to play that as king going to the last rank. I don't have checkmate. So how is that possible? The queen covers my mating square. Should still be easily winning though, because if the king goes over here, there's queen b6.
Queen b6 and rook d8 picks up the queen.
Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to believe that for Parham, he's got no chance anymore. There are too many threats. There have been too many threats. And that is how top players win chess games. It's not always as simple as let me go win a minor piece. Jordan van Forest blundered a pawn yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. That is a rare occurrence. What's more likely to happen is the sustained pressure leads to an inaccuracy because we're not engines, right? None of these players can see through to every single variation. And so mistakes happen when you're under pressure. And Parham has been fighting, clawing back in this game, but Nodirbek never let him go. I mean, seriously, such an impressive attacking display.
Just super stuff by the Uzbeki prodigy here. And this is how he won the World Rapid Championship as well, where he just kept putting pressure and playing fast. And we see him not only putting pressure on the board, but the clock as well, playing accurate, playing fast. Parham makes the decision to go with the king to d7. So his idea is that if you jump in with rook to b7 with a check, he wants to go king c8 and attack your rook and not give you enough time to create threats. Because once white's rook leaves the first rank, black will also start threatening rook d1 check coming in, queen g1 check ideas. So rook b7, I think, would be an inaccuracy here.
I agree with you. And one thing to note is now that white has stolen 2 pawns, a queen trade is almost certainly going to be winning unless you allow that pawn up the board. So there may be a position where instead of going for checkmate, Nodirbek's like, all right, let's get those queens off, and the ensuing endgame is just 1. So queen f7 check, for instance, okay, queen e7 you can't play because of rook b7, but I was just wanting to show a position like this. I guess it's not as winning as I thought it might be because the pawn is so advanced and the black king will sprint to help the pawn. And that means that white's pawns are a little bit too slow. But I was just looking to see if there was a queen trade victory for white. The answer is no. But after queen f7, queen e7, rook b7 would win that queen on the 7th rank.
I'll just be a little disappointed if this ends up in a rook pawn ending grind win rather than a spectacular checkmate, because the play that white has displayed, this deserves a beautiful finish.
Yeah, and tournaments often have a brilliancy prize, and it's usually some kind of amazing tactic. This was just effort, pure effort on the part of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's earning this game, but it's not over. So he can't let Parham push this pawn up the board and have some hope. So I like queen f7 check. I think it's a good idea to start giving the king some checks. Where does that king even go from there? If it goes to c8, I think that the queen comes to b7, the king comes to d8, and we start giving even more checks, and the rook comes in. Somehow this, there's no mate yet, but it looks, so promising.
Nodirbek reaching out is definitely going to be a check there, because as we've seen that if black is given just a couple of moves and you can allow c3, that would just... No checks? Of course no checks. Who gives checks? Noobs gives checks. Checks for noobs.
I can't believe it. He moved this pawn up to a5 because he wants a new queen. He sees everything. This is full board awareness on display. Just to go back a second there, the pawn was captured on a5, he now has rook b7 check, because after king c8, that queen that was protecting the king from c5, there's queen c6 check. The king has to go to d8. We give it a check, and this is a known pattern. Rook e8, queen e6, rook g8, only move, and we just have this king in a vice grip. So a5, taking advantage of the fact that the queen needs to stay in contact with the c6 square, and now rook d1, is that a threat, Tanya? That's the big question, because if it's not a threat, you can just push your pawn up to a6 and win that way. But if it is a threat, maybe start giving some checks.
It's amazing how quickly Parham responded with queen d5 in this position, because he needs to start threatening a check. Also, from Parham's point of view, before Nodirbek went a5, he's of course looking at all these different checks and these different ideas. Where is he going to go with the king? And suddenly your opponent comes on and makes this completely unexpected move. That really shakes you up. It's so difficult to handle. After queen d5, I don't think you can allow a rook trade. That would give black a lot of chances, because then the c4 pawn starts counting. So he does finally give a check from g4, also controlling the d1 square. And his idea is simple. He's not even going for checkmate. Robert, you move the king anywhere. Everything's under control. I won't be surprised if we see white pushing a6 on the next move.
He's going to. And I feel like I've learned a great lesson about when to give a check. Instead of giving the first check that crosses your mind, maybe the threat really is strongly execution. I always thought that was just some saying that I didn't need to listen to. But now I feel like I've learned a lot. Thank you, Nodirbek. You may be young, but you have taught us all an important lesson. And it's time to push the pawn up to a6. You could play rook b6 check. I'm sure that's good. But the way Nodirbek is played, he is going to refrain from giving a check on b6, push this pawn up, and this distract at bare minimum the black pieces, because the c pawn is a bit too slow. a6, a7, and a8 is likely to happen.
I don't like rook b6 check, because that might actually give black the possibility to go king c5 and start advancing with the king. You don't have so many checks yourself. Let's say king c5 and it's probably still winning for white. You've still got queen c8 check, but suddenly ideas like rook d1 come into play. I'll go all the way up to d4, Robert, and this gets complicated. The way Nodirbek's been playing, a6 is definitely going to happen. You've been talking about board awareness, keeping in mind all the aspects that exist. We've been saying that queen on g4 defends the rook from jumping onto d1, but we forgot to mention this h3 pawn. That was the other idea of the move queen d5. And with queen g4, not only did he stop the d1 square, but he also stops all ideas with rook h3, a6, as we were talking about. It's on the board, it's played, and Parham immediately responds with c3. He's got 3 minutes, a move to make. He's threatening to go c2 next.
He hopes it's a threat. It's not even really a threat. Oh, rook b6. Because king c5, there's queen b4 mate now that the pawn pushed. He waited for the pawn to push so it clears the fourth rank.
God.
He sees everything.
Everything.
That is.
And if you go king c7, he wants to go rook b7 check.
Yes, and if you go king d6 now, rook d7, give me your queen. At bare minimum, there might have been checkmate.
God.
He has just played everything so perfectly. This is a masterpiece.
King c7, rook, a masterpiece, Robert. King c7, rook b7. If you go king c6, you end up with queen a4 check. Let's just point out the different checkmates that are there. Queen a4, king d6 goes into your trap. If you go down to the and this is game over. If you go down to the 8th rank, there's mate along the 8th rank. He's gone king e5. It was the only move to stay in the game, to survive, to not lose the queen immediately.
Oh my gosh, but queen g5 check. The king has to go up the board. If you go to d4, there's queen f4 check. You're winning the queen. That wins the queen on the spot if king f4. King d4, excuse me, queen f4, because this is the checkmate that Nodirbek's set up. And if the queen goes to e4, rook b4 checks and wins the queen. So that means your king has to go to e4 at this point, and then queen e7 check. If your king goes to d4, there are ideas with rook to d6. If you go queen e5, there's idea. Oh no, I blundered, checkmate in one. Rook e6, thinking you're winning the queen. The queen survives and checkmates the white king. So be careful, Nodirbek. That would be a heartbreaker to blunder. And we see the king is up on e5, not the queen yet. But do not make the blunder I just did.
And it's so easy to make these mistakes, Robert. And for sure, if it's a bullet or a blitz game, it's bound to happen. But these players, the kind of moves that they've been making, how accurate they've been, their awareness has been so on point. They're fully aware of these ideas. Queen g5 played. And after king moves on to d4, I'm still wondering, does white have... What does white have? Because rook b4 check, I thought was winning at first, but you still have king c5 and you survive. King to e4 played.
Yeah, and the queen e7 check. Queen e5, do not be like me. Do not blunder a checkmate because rook d1 is the threat. I think you just have to keep giving checks. So queen e7, queen e5, bring this queen back, maybe to h4 because that leaves this side of the board open for the rook. And if the king keeps going, in comes the queen to e1 with check. And now I think we win the queen somehow? Oh, no, win the rook. Okay. Winning material. That's all you need to finish the game.
And the good news for Nodirbek is that he's got 14 minutes on the clock to figure out a pleasant choice of checks that he has currently. He can go queen e7, there's queen h4, he could go queen g4. All of them keep his winning position intact. He's reaching out for the queen, and he makes the move queen e7. Robert, he's playing the line that you're calling out. But queen e5, just no rook e6. Just stop there.
Okay, queen e5, do not blunder the checkmate I did. That's the one thing he has to look out for. Otherwise, he keeps giving checks. Oh my gosh, queen e5 played. Please do not play rook e6. I never root for a player.
It's not going to happen, Robert. I mean, have you been seeing the kind of chess that Nodirbek's played?
It would break my heart for him if he blundered checkmate in one. I know he's not going to do it. He's not me. He's not a fool. But that would be the ultimate tragedy. And look what he's doing, by the way. He's spending time. He knows he's winning. He's going to win whether he has 13 minutes on his clock or he has 3 minutes on the clock. So he's doing the right thing, trying to find the quickest knockout.
I mean, rook e6 would be the worst blunder in the history of worst blunders in this position. Imagine playing this amazing game and then walking into this mate in one. But it's happened. It's happened to everyone, and it can happen. But the fact that he's slowed down and he's taken his time, if it was a bullet game, one could still expect it. But with time on hand, he's going to comes to mind. Rook b4, queen h7, all these ideas. I like that Nodirbek is taking his time to calculate. And we see there an arbiter standing as the players have crossed the 60th move, but it doesn't matter anymore. The addition of time on Parham's clock because he's busted on the board.
I feel like the arbiter is doing tactics, like, oh, how can I find the checkmate here? Yeah, where's the quickest checkmate? And Nodirbek playing like this, a disrespect speed run. I mean, the way he was playing, how quickly he was playing, It was really a sight to behold. And I do love that he slowed down. It's a lesson for everybody out there who feels like they don't end up winning games that are just completely won. He knows that he is winning. He doesn't need to rush this decision, blundering a checkmate on the first rank. So queen h4 check looks good. Rook b4 check looks good. After rook b4, maybe there's rook d4 that you have to calculate. So there's just no reason to rush. And as soon as I say don't rush, he plays queen h4. Not that he rushed, but he is finding the right way. King f5 walks into a checkmate. King d5 loses the queen. King e3 was the only way, but then this queen drops back to e1 and will eventually win this rook, it seems.
That's a really nice forced sequence of moves. And we see a move by Parham. He's gone for king to f5.
And checkmate. That is...
And handshakes.
And I love that Parham let Nodirbek checkmate him. So many people resign. They don't want to be checkmated. But that's a sign of respect that Nodirbek played a brilliant game. And let's let him finish the job. So credit to both these players. Parham finding the king escape. But we just have to talk about one player in particular. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He is a rising star. He's a former world rapid champion. He led his country to a gold medal in the chess Olympics. He is a monster, and currently he is in a shared first place with Anish Giri. Tanya, we can't say enough about him.
Absolutely. This is his debut at the Tata Steel Masters with 3 points going into the rest day. And what a gameplay that was. We saw the players, even Parham, acknowledging just the brilliant chess that his opponent showcased. With a big shout out to Parham. Kudos to him for finding these defensive resources, played like a champion himself, but Nodirbek in the end just putting so much pressure that the ambitious play that Parham offered just backfired at the end. But brilliant play by both these youngsters. Nodirbek clearly with a bright future ahead. And I'm not even just talking about a faraway future. I'm talking about the future of this tournament. Currently leading the event along with Anish Giri.
It used to be the case when you looked at the younger generation that they received an invite into the field. Like, that's the person I'm going to beat, because playing Magnus, playing Wesley, playing Levon, that sounds very difficult. But I'm going to beat the lower-rated, younger players who don't have that experience. You look at this tournament, Nodirbek Abdusattorov at the top, okay, he is not somebody who is just going to lose. Of course not. He's, in fact, in a tie for first place. And speaking of youngsters who are making their mark on the tournament, we have Pragnananda here taking on Ding Liren. And Prag has been better for most of the game. We apologize to him and to Ding Liren for not being able to focus as much as we would like, because we'd love to give everybody unlimited attention. But now all eyes are on this matchup. And Tanya, he is up a pawn. It's this H pawn still surviving. But look at Ding Liren. He's fighting back, trying to get active, attack this pawn on b6 to keep this rook in the king's sight. I mean, it's a good effort from Ding Liren, even though black remains a pawn ahead.
And it's a very healthy pawn ahead. A rook d6 played, defending the b6 pawn, attacking the knight on g6. So white still doesn't have the time to activate the rook to h7 as well, hitting on h5. You can go knight f4 and attack the h5 pawn, but that just helps black further, because black really wants to get h4 in. Prag wants to go on to push this pawn further. So once the knight moves to f4, h4 becomes a free pass, and that would make things even more difficult for white.
For sure. And the king on f2 is well positioned. This is an endgame. Use your king as a weapon. White is doing just that. At some point, there could be a king b5 to go after the b6 pawn. So that's why the rook on d6 is so well placed. It's protecting that pawn over there on b6. And you do not want to trade off rooks, because if you trade rooks and this knight can't catch up to the h-pawn, that will not be good for Ding Liren. So where is his knight going? Knight f4, h4 looks pretty good for black. Where else can you go?
Even that position, Robert, I think white has to try to coordinate the knight and the rook to create threats against black's king. And I'm trying to find the way forward for Prag. Let's say you go knight f4, because it feels like a forced sequence of moves. You go h4. You have to defend the h5 pawn. And what if I start threatening with discovered checks? I go rook to f7. Your idea of king b5 might very well be the right way, but it's encouraging to see the eval bar not drop down below. I want to threaten some checks with my knight. And the problem that black has is that where do you go with your king? Let's say you go to g1. I start giving you a million checks, knight e2, knight f4, knight e2, knight f4, knight h3, knight f4. And how are you hiding with your king? If you go king h1, then watch out, rook to h7, and you might just lose your biggest strength.
Yeah, that's not what I want to do. I would rather keep my king close to my pawn. So when you check me a bunch, I think I can... I was going to go here, but then I saw the eval bar react negatively. But you're right. There's so many checks here. If the king goes here, knight f4 check. If the king goes back, no more checks. But thank you for the pawn. I've separated
and
you.
This is amazing stuff. Rook g4 winning that pawn. So it's still not easy. And white has got counter chances by coordinating that rook and knight against black's king. And Ding is fully aware of all this. This is what he's trying to create. I think we're going to see this line. We are going to see knight f4 because I don't find an alternative for white.
I guess throwing in the check first and then seeing where the king goes, because if it goes to g3, then rook g7, the same exact plan that we were just orchestrating. And I need to take us back to move 49, because I am being informed, we didn't get to look at the game, that the move here, king f5, was an inaccuracy compared to king f6. Just the difference being that in the game, after king f5, the king going to e4, perhaps the king went on a long journey and it slowed down the progress of the pawn. Whereas if the king had gone to f6 immediately over here, after rook takes c7, maybe even this knight comes back into the game, and then this rook slides to b4 with check. And I think that black, not up a pawn anymore, but will likely get that pawn and be able to protect the remaining pawns.
But that said, it's so natural to go ahead with your king. That's the kind of chess that humans play, that we play. We want to bring our king forward, attack our enemy pawns. Finding the move king f6 would be super hard, Robert, in a game, and especially when... So can't blame Prague for missing that one, but a critical moment there pointed out. Rook d6, and Ding is still having a think. As you mentioned, rook f7 is an alternative to knight f4. So two ways forward here to still pose resistance to this h-pawn. If Prague is able to get this pawn rolling down the board, that's bad news. So I don't think white has the time to try and create play on the queen side as such.
Right. And so look at the clocks, by the way, because we are move 56. And if these clocks are up to speed, they are down to just about a minute to make 4 moves. And that can be easier said than done, especially for Ding Liren. One slip, one wrong spot for the knight, this h-pawn runs and becomes a queen. So Ding Liren, he's got his back against the wall. He might throw in the check. He might just play knight f4, but he has to move, Tanya. He needs to move.
I feel knight f4 is tough because, with just 50 seconds on the clock, just fearing this move h4, if you are not thinking about the idea of rook f7, I don't know. It's kind of hard to play knight f4 as well.
He played it. He went with
it.
Whew, just as you said it, he says, Tanya, what was that? It's not too hard for me. But
yeah, if you can spot it, it's not hard, Tanya. Knight f4 on the board, played by Ding, and he hits that pawn on h5. H4 we were pointing out, which looks scary at first, as black is threatening to go king g3 and h3, start pushing that pawn, but it might just have enough time for white to go rook f7. We'll find out. H4 has to be played. Prague goes for it. Will Ding go for this counterattack with rook f7? He goes rook g7. That's a new way to play, and I see our eval bar, it approves.
Yes, it stays around the same. And the point is the knight can go to h3 with check, and the black king can't touch this. So that's good news for Ding Liren. But if the king goes up to f3 and the knight does slide to h3 to stop this pawn, maybe the black knight, it's been good on b4 for a large part of this game. Let's go into d3. I'm attacking the pawn on b2. I might give you a check on e5. I might even be able to trade knights at some point if I'm not walking into a pin. So that's what black really wants to do, is dislodge the blockading pieces of the passer. So a knight trade would be favorable, if not just immediately winning for black.
And 30 seconds for Prague. He's still got to make two moves. He goes king f3, knight h3, playing the ending out to perfection. As we can see with the eval bar, it remains about the same advantage for Prague currently. Black still has to watch out for checks on g5, checks on g1. Rook g7, a clever move, stopping the black king from connecting with the h pawn. No king g3. As long as white can keep the h pawn as is, it gives hope to white's position. But Prague needs to find a way to dislodge this knight.
And the problem for white, though, is the pieces can barely move. Knight g1 check, knight back to h3, we see that. But if you ever move your rook to f7, then the king approaches the knight and forces it away from h3. So coming up with an idea for white, not easy. But for Pragnana, down on the clock right now, he has got to find a move. I think knight d3, rerouting the knight over towards the king side, is the way to go. Maybe your knight also ends up on g4 to block the rook, and then the king goes to g3. He goes knight c6. Okay, good move. He's just
with 4 seconds on the clock. Go on, Robert.
No. It's good for you to call that out. I mean, he barely got that move off.
Barely got that move in. With 4 seconds, he's now up to 34 seconds. He still has one more move to go, Robert. He made the move knight c6, and you were pointing out knight d3 with similar ideas, but it looks like he hasn't messed up his advantage with this move. One can get so panicky in these situations, but not Pragnananda.
No, and the knight is coming to e5. Watch out for rook g6 as well, by the way. That is in some positions a threat, and the knight goes up to g5, giving the king a check. If you go to the g file anywhere, you are going to regret it because the knight will check, and there'll be a discovery against the king. So the king should step either up to f2 or over to e3. Looks even better to my eyes because king f2 walks into a fork.
King f2 walks into a fork. King f4 also gives the chance to give a check on h3, and then you're just pushing the king further back. King f5, rook g5 check. Meanwhile, king e3, not an easy move to make either because you're going far away from your pawn. King f4, staying closer to it, but this does give white the opportunity to come back with the check. He does it, and now will Prague go further back on the board? But it's move number 61. We see the players lean back, take a breather. Very important to just calm down, compose yourself. There, Prague, having a drink. He needs to just get up, wash his face, come back, and take this position afresh.
Ooh, so the clock is ticking down, but you get an extra 15 minutes. So to remind everybody of the time control, move 60 has been reached. And once 60th move is made, you get 15 minutes for the rest of the game. Pragnanda, he is going to wisely use that time. So while he does, Tanya and I are going to head out for a quick break. Just like Ding Liren, he was jetting away from the board. We'll jet away, but just for a little bit. And when we return, we'll break down this exciting endgame where Pragnanda is up a pawn against the number 2 player in the world.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
decisive games thus far in round 4. We have 2 leaders at the moment. Praggnanandhaa hoping to be the third victor. We'll see if he's able to do that now that he's back at the board. But the major story today was Anish Giri's epic win over Magnus Carlsen. Anish shared his thoughts on when he knew the game was in the bag and what this victory meant to him.
I thought it was in the bag after first time after he allowed me BC, because I thought it was dead lost. And then I blundered 96. And then the second time I thought after a5, bishop a5, rook c8. I mean, I thought, okay, it's very convertible, even for me. But it was in the bag after first time after he allowed me BC, because I thought it was dead lost. And then I blundered 96. And then the second time I thought after a5, bishop a5, rook c8. I mean, I thought, okay, it's very convertible, even for me. But, you know, still possible. Like, I was almost blundered at one point. I thought he has no moves. I almost played king g2. Then there's 93 check cheapo. So there's like, but then when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, that's that blunder that I should avoid. So that was good. Actually, I was sort of just thinking that the odds of me messing this one up are higher than usual. That made me feel relieved because I didn't put much pressure on myself. I thought like, okay, you know, very likely I'll mess this one up somehow. I don't really see how, but maybe it will happen. I didn't feel the usual Magnus effect because I felt like he was missing stuff. And he was making moves that I thought were weaker than the moves I expected. And that gave me confidence. But in terms of like, yeah, I think it's a sort of a historic moment. I've beaten him once, but everybody knows it was a little bit lame. He blundered something. And I was so small. It was a different person back then. So yeah, really, and it's always a kind of a weird story because I always tell my story now that so I beat him at 16 and I've never beaten him ever since, and that's always a weird. Like, and I was thinking, at some point I was thinking like, I have to beat him at some point, right? We're not gonna wait till like we're both 50 and we play this match like Tim and Karpov are playing, you know, like. So I thought like, okay, so I'm really happy that I won because now you know it was a fair and square.
Wow, Tanya, we heard Anish Giri's thoughts. He's saying that it meant a ton to him, and he felt like it was a smooth conversion, according to him, unlike the first time he beat Magnus.
Which was back in 2011 in their match right here at the Wijk Tata Steel event. So a long time ago, as you mentioned. An important insight there by Anish that he feels like Magnus is a bit shaky and he made the most of it and felt like he couldn't really feel that Magnus effect, that Magnus touch that most players do, where it's almost impossible to even win a winning game against him. But today he made it look good. He made it look easy and a brilliantly played game there by Anish Giri. Really interesting moments as he highlighted that A5 move by Magnus that we were discussing where things really turned around. But for the one player for whom things are not turning around anytime soon is Ding Liren. Look at Praggnanandhaa still hanging on to that advantage, that H-pawn, that extra pawn. Currently, Ding's hopes rely on this knight on H3, stopping that pawn from moving forward. But how long can that happen for? What Black has these ideas, Robert, of giving a check on E5. Knight e5, rook g6 ideas, trying to dislodge this knight on h3. If Pragg manages to do that, this endgame would end badly for Ding.
But trading the rooks at the moment would probably be a huge mistake because rook g6 tactically is protected, but after rook g6, knight e5 check, the white king goes up to b5 and will take b6. So if we continue the variation, king takes b6, knight f4. We are kicking this knight out of here, and if you trade knights, this would be winning for Black. The h-pawn is first. You take on a5, you're way, way, way too slow while this pawn promotes. So that would not be good for White to trade knights, but the knight goes up to g5, and it's a bit untouchable. Because if you went to g1, then the black king comes to f2 and the knight is trapped. But it goes to g5. If you ever push the pawn to h3, there's going to be a sacrifice on h3, and the best that Black can do, and apparently will do, is make a draw, because two pawns against a knight, a lone knight and king, cannot deliver a checkmate.
Nicely pointed out. With the current position that we're seeing, we see a few checks been given there. Knight h3 was played, and Black continued.
Knight d4.
Let's just get up to date with the position.
Yeah, with knight to d4.
Knight d4 played, and this is where we are.
Yes, the last move played was Prague bringing that knight up into the center over here. And, well, it's Ding Liren on the clock, and he can't bring his king to b5. I thought, wait, no, that's not checkmate, right? The king go to d5.
Not checkmate yet.
I've already blundered a few checkmates today, so Tanya, I need your help seeing if it's checkmate in one.
It's late in the day, but imagine that is also something that we keep talking about. The players, the kind of stamina that they need for these long play games here. And in these critical moments often arise. We're already in the 6th hour of play. And here we've got Prague against the mighty Ding, pushing for a win with the black pieces. He needs to play this out till the end. He's got 9 minutes on the clock. This is the final time control. The final 15 minutes addition has happened after move 60th. So he's got 9 minutes to find a way to convert this position into a win. Robert, what do you think? Is it closer to a Prague win or closer to a Ding hold?
I think a Prague win. This outside pass pawn looks so strong over here. The knight can hop over to f3 or f5 to keep that pawn safe and sound. And what black would really like is to somehow get the rook over to b4. I feel like it defends and attacks simultaneously. And look at this knight on f3. It's a passive piece. The good thing it's doing, along with the rook, is keeping the black king out so that the pawn can't push. But with the knight coming to d4, if you try to kick this king out from e3, the rook can intercept. And the difference now is in the other variation, the king was already taking on b6. So after it takes, and you go king to b5, you're too slow. King comes to f3, king takes b6, and king g2 actually traps the knight. The knight on e6 covers the escape squares. The black king will gobble up this knight, and then the h-pawn will become a queen. So the e6 square is just better for that black knight, and that means that rook e7 check will just be blocked by the rook on e6.
That's a really nice point, because usually you want to trade off rooks. You want to make that h-pawn, the rook pawn, win because knights are so bad against it. But here, because of white's activity, the king activity, this plan will fail. So rook e7 still has a defense resource for, after rook e7, black still has the idea to go rook e6 as you're pointing out. Robert, but then what is the way forward here for white after knight d4? Do you simply keep the rook as is? I'm trying to find a move here for white, and I'm struggling.
I guess if you keep the rook on the g file, black will give this check on c6. And what you're doing is forcing this king away. So the king goes up to d6. And now the king is cut off along the c file, which makes your b6 pawn feel safer. And maybe black can just go after these queenside pawns. Maybe rook c2 to take this one, or rook c4 to take the a4 pawn. But either way, I feel like black can start going after the queenside, not just to rely on this pawn h4.
You know, I keep saying the white knight on h3 is so important because it blocks the pawn on h4, but the knight is also so far away from the rest of the game. And meanwhile, black can play on the king side and the queen side, as you're pointing out. So we do have a move. Has rook g4 been played? Yes, it has. Ding has gone for rook g4. And now your idea of rook c6 is a possibility.
I think you want this king to venture up the board all the way to d6. The pawn h4 can't be captured because of knight f5 check. So that does give the black rook a turn if it wants to go, say, rook to c4. And you can't take this pawn because it's a fork and you lose the rook just on h4 would be a huge blunder. So I'm looking at this position and I feel like black is making some serious progress to go after these queenside pawns. But it really does come down to whether or not white can quickly try to scoop up the pawn on h4.
Here's a fun idea. If black was to actually move the rook anywhere else, the d4 knight isn't hanging. And I just want to demonstrate it. It's not going to happen, but it's a fun point to make. Let's say you move rook f6 or rook h6 defending the h4 pawn, which of course makes a lot more sense. And now you pick up the knight on d4, rook d4. This would be a huge blunder by white because then comes in a check and can go king d5 or king b5 attacking the rook on c6. It doesn't matter. Either ways, black gives a check on c5 and ends up picking up the rook on d4, which also defends his own rook on c5. So fun fact, the d4 knight is not hanging.
That's an amazing variation and extremely important, because my initial reaction would be I have to keep my rook here or check the king away. But rook h6 might just be a great move, getting behind your passed pawn. And if you can't take this knight on d4, that means that black has the time necessary perhaps to bring the knight to f3. I do need to get this knight out of here. So knight e2, king f3, maybe knight f4, king g3. I just really, 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 really want to force the knight out.
I like your move knight f3, even in the starting position without rook h6, because in fact, knight f3 would not only defend the h4 pawn, but even threaten a deadly knight e5 fork as well. So this is another option that Pragg is probably thinking about, an attractive move, knight f3, and he goes instead for the check approach that we looked at earlier, driving the king away and potentially targeting the queenside pawns.
He has knight f5 check as a fork, so he doesn't need to play it right away. If we've learned anything from Nodirbek Abdusattorov, is when you have a check, you don't necessarily have to play that check. And so rook to c4, rook to c2, go after these pawns over here, and then knight f5 check is available. And if you get another move, you can go knight f3 to defend it.
I like the move rook c4 because then you really have a discovered check threat picking up the rook, and you're putting pressure on the a4 pawn as well. This has been a really well-played endgame by Pragg. And I've always felt, Robert, that endgames, being strong at them is such a strong sign of maturity as a chess player. Because growing up, we often tend to focus on openings, on middle game, on attack. But being able to play these technical positions the way Pragg is, it just goes on to show his experience and maturity is well beyond his age.
And he's playing this so nicely right now. I feel like he's showing us some great technique. You said he is a mature player. He certainly is providing that evidence in this game. And he's forcing the white king away. 2 squares, either d7 or e6. And no matter where you go, the black king can inch closer and closer. And I do want to point out that if you go knight g3, you can't get your king around to attack this knight. So you kind of shut the rook off from the g file. And we've already been mentioning this idea of rook c4. I love that. Go after loose pawns and maybe even bring your rook over to the g4 square so your king can chase down the knight.
It's truly a position where black is playing with all the army, all the toys in the nursery. Rook c4, the king on e3, super active, the knight giving checks. White has got too much to defend. White has got to keep an eye on the h-pawn, not advancing it. The knight on h3 is constantly stuck doing that. The rook is stuck preventing black's pieces from approaching the knight on h3, which just leaves the queen side super vulnerable. So really nicely pointed out, Robert, that the full board awareness Pragg can show here by now going for the pawns on the queen side. King d7 played, and there are no threats now that white has created on black's pieces. So this is the moment where you could make the move king f3, but then you have to calculate the line that rook f4, you still have king g3, and you're still fine, actually. So king f3 is possible because the knight on f5 is defended by the rook on c5, and in fact, rook f4 would be a big blunder.
Although I'm wondering, after king f3, rook g5, it's not a pin because the pawn on b6 protects that rook, so the knight is able to move away from f5. That's really good news for Pragg. So that makes king f3 all the more enticing. I think he should go for that. And Tanya, what do you think about his clock management? He is down to about 6 minutes remaining. There is no more time to be gained besides a 30-second increment. Do you feel that he has enough time to convert this position? Because it doesn't look too easy.
I think that's going to be the big play factor here, is going to be the clock situation. Pragg, if he's able to find the right plan, which is what he's trying to figure out, how to combine the threats on the queen side and get this knight to be dislodged from h3, because there's a 30-second increment on every move, it's going to be enough. But he needs to find that winning path within the next 4 minutes. Because let's say the clock runs down to 30 seconds and you're playing on under a minute and the advantage remains at where it is. It can get super tricky to convert a position like that.
It feels tricky. I mean, this current position, you think, what do we want to achieve? If this knight can sacrifice for this pawn at some point, and then the white king can get over here towards the queenside pawns, that gives more hope to Ding Liren. We always want to visualize what future looks best for us, and that's one to aim for. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. The knight on f5 protecting this pawn on h4. This knight on h3. Knight on the rim are dim. And look at Prague's king. It's getting closer. Hits the rook on g4. I feel like rook g8 is the move that you'd kind of want to play just to get out of there, because rook g5, once this knight moves, the rook trade is offered, and I do not think that white can afford to trade rooks in this current position.
Here's a fun idea, Robert. If rook g8, black can actually continue with the line that we're looking at of attacking the pawn on a4. Take a look at this. Rook g8. I go rook c4. And you want to play rook f8, try and win that knight. Let's say you go rook f8. I can maybe go king g4, but that allows knight f2 checks, and I don't want to allow any of that. Now I can simply take the pawn on a4. Rook a4. And if you go rook f5, your rook and knight are geometrically placed in a way that I can fork them with my king, go king g4, win one of the two pieces, and that would be game over. So in fact, rook c4, regardless of where you move the rook. Of course, if you play it to rook g5 in the current position, if we just go back, then as you mentioned, black can go knight to d4, or maybe still the idea of rook c4. Is rook c4 still a possibility?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Wow, what a tactic you found here. It's actually really important, because after this hitting the rook and the knight, if you go rook b5, you're going to win this pawn on b6. But that's not the important pawn at the moment, and the a4 pawn is loose. I think you can play king g3 because the rook is on the 4th rank. It will block all checks, and the plan is simple. h3, h2, and if the rook gets behind the pawn, the black rook will slide over to h4 to intercept it, and then black promotes. So the pieces are perfectly placed for Pragnananda. Really cool tactic you just showed us with the rook taking on f5 and the king sliding into g4.
It's going to be more interesting to see if Prague really wants to focus and shift his attention to the queenside pawns, because very often when we've got a plan in mind of dislodging the knight on h3, that could be the big focus of the position. And that would make it super hard to make a move like rook c4, eyeing that a4 pawn. But if Prague wants that approach, then he needs a clear path of how he's dislodging the knight on h3. One of the ways in which he can do that after the move rook g5 would be to move the knight away, let's say knight d4, offer a trade of the rooks. I think rook c5 would lose on the spot. Yeah, and this looks like this is bad news with the king coming in, and there's white's king is super far away to pick up all the pawns. King g3 next just finishes the game.
Yes, so rook trades are bad for white. You can't even win what looks like a free knight on f5, even if the rook moves away. So for Ding Liren right now, I think rook g8 makes the most sense, but rook c4 is such an obvious reply going after the a4 pawn. You asked me earlier, when I thought about the winning chances. I feel like Prague is definitely winning this game, and he's beating a player rated over 2,800. Prague has been famous throughout India for his wins over Magnus Carlsen, but those were in rapid chess, shorter time control, and an online event. That's not to say that it's not a magnificent achievement. Of course it is. It's just different. And classical chess, Magnus Carlsen lost today. He really doesn't lose very often. Ding Liren, he also hardly loses. He had an unbeaten streak of 100 plus games, right? So Ding is hard to take down. He is playing a world championship match later this year, but Pragnananda, he's a teenager, but he is going to take down the world's number 2.
We are looking at a 17-year-old currently playing against the World Championship challenger, a 2,800 plus player, one of the world-class players. And with the black pieces, so far, currently the teenager is the one who is outplaying Ding. It has been an amazing endgame play so far. And Robert, he's really kept his advantage going move by move. He has kept the tension on the board, making it more difficult for Ding, who is really defending this position by a thread here currently. He has to keep the knight on h3 defended, the queen side pawns defended. Is too much to hold on to. This is a huge moment, and today has all been about Anish defeating Magnus. But if Prague does this, if he pulls this victory in his bag, this is no less than what Anish has done today.
I think in many ways more surprising because Praggnanandhaa has the black pieces. And Anish had white. He has beaten Magnus before. He's also an older player compared to Praggnanandhaa. He's not old. He's still in his 20s. But it's something that the world has seen before and the world has come to expect, more so than Praggnanandhaa with black against Ding Liren. The super solid, the technical wizard Ding Liren. But right now, look at Pragg. He is focused. He wants to win this game. And Ding Liren's doing everything he can, but it's a lonely playing hall out there. As we see behind him, there are some people still sitting and watching, but just a few. It was a full, lively, vibrant atmosphere earlier today. And now, before the rest day, very few people remain.
And Pragg's sister, Vaishali, who is playing in the challenges, has also finished her game. She's not to be seen in the playing hall, but we can see just a couple of people walking around. But Pragg and Ding don't care about any of that right now. It's all about the board in front of them. Pragg is trying to squeeze out this win. He is doing really well in that task. Ding trying to save that half a point, but it looks like it's going to be too difficult to do that with the position that we have in front of us. This is Pragg's second outing in the Tata Steel Masters. He did have his debut in 2022, where he finished 11th place, and in the Challengers. So I'm sorry about that. This is his debut at the Tata Steel Masters. He played last year in the Challengers, where he finished with 5.5 out of 13. The 17-year-old impressed us all at the Olympiad in online formats. He's established himself as one of the best players in the world amongst the elite. But this event means so much to him. He is playing in OTB, over the board, classical format against the best players in the world and holding his own here as well.
No losses thus far, 3 draws, and maybe his first win in the Masters tournament. And you mentioned his sister playing the Challengers. She's having a tough go of it. I saw she lost her game today as well. But I do want to give a quick shout out to somebody in the Challengers. Aline Robers, she drew her game. So she is 2 out of 4 in the Challengers section. She is the lowest rated player in that field. And we mentioned her win over Erwin Lamy yesterday. That win was from round 2. Tanya and I mentioned it yesterday, of a great attacking display. So credit to her. She's from the Netherlands. I think the local fans will be very thrilled to see her continued success. But that at the moment is not what we are focused on. It is Praggnanandhaa with the black piece against Ding Liren. And Tanya, Ding is frozen. He doesn't know what to do with this rook. You can't play rook f4 check that allows the king to slide over and get the knight. The rook can go to g5, g6, or g8. None of them look too appealing because rook c4 can almost be pre-moved. No matter what, even if the knight's under attack, we were talking about your wonderful tactic. The king can slide into g4. So for Ding Liren, he doesn't see a good move right now.
It's a difficult moment. We've been talking about clock management and whether Pragg will have enough time to convert it. Now the big question is, will Ding have enough time to put up a big resistance? He's down to 5 minutes on the clock. This is the final time control. The last 15 minutes edition has happened. The players have crossed the 60th move mark. And there we see Ding making his choice. He falls back with the rook to g6. So he's threatening the b6 pawn as well. He knows that after rook c4, now he doesn't need to go for rook f6, but can perhaps pick up the b6 pawn. But Robert, if you do that, you lose control of the g file. And note how the rook on c4 also controls the f4 square. So black can actually come in with the king now, hit that knight on h3, which doesn't have a check on f4 anymore, all thanks to the rook on c4. And once again, the pawn from h4 will start marching down the board.
That's a huge problem for white, because if you bring your knight up to g5, the rook can come to g4 anyway, and trying to kick this knight out. That knight has been doing an important task, and then get the pawn. One little tactic here, rook g6. It looks like you're walking into a pin. So h3, you can't take me. Not so fast. You can take this pawn on h3. It's a free rook, except for the fact that there is a fork here, winning that rook right back. And if instead of taking the rook, you take a knight, once this trade happens, the white king is in time to go after this pawn. King c6, knight check here. Do not play king b6, because after knight b3, the king's farther away. You can instead start with king c5, because if the knight moves anywhere away from the queen side, the king gobbles up the pawn. If you go to b3, I kick your knight out, and I could play b4, trading off your final pawn. The game would be a draw. So just a little tactic should be watched out for. Rook d5 check was played, and if the king goes to c6, knight e7, a fork protecting the rook and hitting the enemy rook. What about king e6, Tanya?
King e6 looks possible because after rook d6, you do have king f5. So I can't give you a check on d6, and this after rook g6, king g6. It's interesting how the eval bar still says it's fine because black can start chasing around white's knight and also find its way to queen side and pick up the pawns. So this should be fine. But if not that, king e6, I've got to move my rook to a spot where I keep the knight defended. So I think after king e6, I can simply switch back to this move, rook c5. Save that knight on f5, knight d4 is in the air, rook c6 is in the air at the right time. So I still feel that white is in big trouble after rook c5.
And the problem for Ding is that after king e6, not only do you have to make sure that rook d6 is unavailable and that rook c5 is fine, there's also knight e3, defending the rook in this manner. And well, black is just a pawn ahead. The rook on d5 may come down to d2, go after the pawn. It may go to d4. We keep talking about the strength of a rook on the fourth rank, protecting and attacking simultaneously. So Ding just doesn't have easy decisions. The position is nothing like the game between Nodirbek and Parham Maksudlu, but it has some similarities in the sense that every single turn is difficult for Ding, whereas Praggnanandhaa has like 6 different attractive options that all put pressure on his opponent.
Well, I think Ding will want to try to keep the king closer to the queen side pawns because that's really his only chance that at some opportune moment, if he gets it, he can try to sacrifice the knight for the h pawn and collect the queen side pawns. What about the move king c7? I'm hitting that pawn on b6. How do you respond to that?
Going for the b6 pawn, so king c7. I guess b5 can be played. So maybe that's what Prague is going for, a little bit of liquidation. But if you take and rook takes b5, it's clear that black has free access to the b2 pawn and then has 2 different rook pawn passers. That is no fun. Ding has played the move king to e6. He goes into the center.
Goes into the center, as you were pointing out, hits that rook, hits that knight. Rook c5 will just be a repetition, and Prague finds your move. He plays knight e3, defending that rook on d5, keeping all the threats alive. And now, once again, rook d4 is coming in, hitting that pawn on a4.
Protecting, attacking, a great square for the rook. And Ding Liren down under 2.5 minutes. That's not a lot of time because he's faced with rook d4. He's faced with rook d2. If the rook ever leaves the g6 square, or the g file, I should say, the black king approaches the knight. Rook f6 check, we just learned, don't give checks just because you can. The white knight will be in trouble once the king moves over. So knight g1 check, maybe?
Knight g1 check. Well, at least it's a check. And if you go king f2, you can come back to h3 and give a check. So black needs to find a safe square for the king. And I'm just wondering if that's king e4, because I kind of like that my knight on e3 does defend g4, but I have to watch out. Look at this, king e4. You might have rook to h6 here, hitting my h4 pawn.
And then look at this, knight f5. The king impressively defends everything. The knight attacks the rook and defends the pawn h4. And the question could be asked, is this good enough? The answer is no. You give away rook for free. Look at how many knight forks we've seen today. But the king is just too close to this pawn on b6, and the black king is too far away from the knight on g1. So this game would peter out into a draw, apparently, because when this check happens, this is what happens. Oh, I blundered because knight f7. Look at that. Never take your eyes off the prize because knight takes f7. The pawn is free to go forward. And that's why instead of knight g5, but knight g1, there's king g2, and then knight e2. And if you push, knight f4 is check and a fork. Knight endgames are tricky, but also beautiful.
Super stuff here, and we might be seeing something similar played out. As we can see, Ding has gone for a check on g1 after Prague's response, knight e3. I'm expecting king e4 because king f4, king f2 don't seem to make any progress. White can jump back and give a check on h3.
I'm with you.
And Prague there down to about 5 minutes on the clock, but it's Ding who's under massive time pressure with just 1.5 minutes left.
King e4 seems natural at this point, and he plays it. Of course he does. Centralizes his king. Rook h6, there's knight f5, which is what we were discussing. And eventually this rook will be free to go. So Ding brings his knight back to h3. Now it feels like it's time for rook d4. Bring that rook up, attack a4, preemptively defend the pawn on h4. I think that would just be a nice move for Praggnanandhaa and help get him closer to the finish line.
Rook d4 looks really nice. You can't really move the knight from e3 because white has got a check on g4. So even by elimination, one realizes that you want to move that rook. Rook e5 check perhaps doesn't really get you anywhere because then white can start walking with the king once again to the king side. You don't want to allow that. Rook d4, I like it. You hit the pawn on a4.
Looks very strong here. And what is Praggnanandhaa thinking about? So that's one option. He can bring his king back to f3, but I don't think he wants to repeat moves. There is a time and a place for the king to run to the queen side, but not right now. If you go king d3, you blunder this fork, knight f4 check.
Ooh, important to be careful about knight jumps. I'm just wondering if black has an option to immediately go for an attack with rook to d2 and try to hit. He goes for the move rook d4. Robert, you're calling out the action. It's played on the board, hitting that pawn on a4. I was wondering about rook d2 as well, hitting b2. Pragg decides that a4 is the pawn that he wants to go for. Also very important that after rook d2, white can go on to attack the h4 pawn. The multi-purpose square of d4 not only hits a4, but very often you can next march king d3 and defend the h4 pawn at the same time if white makes the move rook to h6.
Exactly. The king is free to go after rook h6, back to f3. The rook defends, the rook attacks. The queen side is going to collapse, and then black will have at least one more extra pawn in addition to the h pawn. So after rook to d4, it's Ding Liren on the clock. He's kind of running out of moves, Tanya. That's the problem for him. And if this rook were on f6 already, knight f2 is checkmate. That's just kind of funny geometry. So if you play b5, that's mate. I don't think I've seen a checkmate like this.
Oh, wow. So actually after rook f6, you might have to watch out to not pick up the a4 pawn. Because take a look at this. If you go rook f6 here, well, he's gone for b3, but just to show there are tricks of rook f4 check and picking up the a4 rook.
Wow. It's not just knight forks. It's rook checks that win a rook behind the enemy king. But instead, Ding Liren plays the move pawn to b3. And I think this rook should sit on the b4 square. It is defended. It defends b6. It attacks b3. It protects h4. The rook does it all from b4. This is looking really...
And I don't see a way that white can actually defend that b3 pawn after rook b4.
I don't think you can.
Rook b4, you can go rook at 6, trying to put pressure on the h4 pawn, and he makes it. He goes. There we see some fine technique on display by Praggnanandhaa.
And if the rook comes to f6, we've been so fixated on the h4 pawn. The idea, king d3, king c3, take, you just are helping your passed pawns. Helping your passed pawns. Shouldn't your king be on g3? You're about to have new passed pawns over here on the queen side. So I do think that Ding Liren, he's finding some good ideas trying to survive. But Praggnanandhaa, on the other hand, is increasing the pressure move after move. Yeah, this is just looking too good for Pragg. I mean, what after king d3 can white even do there?
And Ding Liren has been in form in this event. He won the first game against Gukesh, then went on to draw against Parham and Magnus. He was the one who was pushing against Parham as well. So Pragg is playing an opponent who actually has been in shape in the event. And that also speaks volumes about Pragg's play today. To beat Ding in this stage with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive. There's, of course, still work to be done, and the game isn't over, but so far, Just brilliant play by Pragg. King d3, the idea comes to him. Robert, we've been talking about the queenside pawn, and he finds it. The rook finds itself in the ideal spot, defending the h4 pawn. Look at the coordination between black's pieces. The knight, the king, and the rook. The rook on b4 defends the b6 pawn, the h4 pawn. The knight on e3 defends all kinds of checks on the third rank. And now king is marching on to c2 to pick up the b3 pawn. Just playing it slow, rook b3 in the air, and that's it.
Game.
A huge result for Praggnanandhaa as Ding Liren resigns.
He just throws in the towel because the position is collapsing. b3 is loose. a4 will fall after that. This rook on b4 defended everything. A huge win for Praggnanandhaa. This is perhaps the biggest accomplishment of his career to this point. He has taken down Magnus Carlsen in the Champions Chess Tour on several occasions, but he's just taken down the world #2 in classical chess, and with the black pieces to boot.
This is massive. And he's got his Waka jacket on. I can imagine a very proud Vishy Anand right now. Waka is the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy from where Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun, they all study there. They're all students of Waka, and we can see him there just calm and composed. No expression, no excessive excitement, and that's the sign of a champion. He's just achieved one of the biggest milestones of his chess career so far. For the first time, he played against the world #2, his first matchup against Ding Liren in classical chess, and Pragg with the black pieces goes on to win that one. And as you pointed out, in many ways, even more impressive than the win that we saw with Anish Giri taking down Magnus Carlsen.
A great day for the teenagers. You mentioned Anish Giri's win over Magnus Carlsen. That was a highlight. But Nodirbek Abdusattorov joins Anish Giri in first place with 3 out of 4. Praggnanandhaa, he leapfrogs over several people, including Magnus, to get to a tie in 3rd to 4th place with Fabiano Caruana. And, well, the bottom of the standings, if you look all the way down there, Gukesh, he is now getting into a rhythm. He lost the first 2 games. He has 2 draws in the next batch. So he is still in this tournament. Even if it's going to be difficult, he still has a chance. So it's good to see Gukesh doing quite well there. And for the other players, Tony, when you look at the leaderboard here, are you surprised by anything, or do you feel like it's early and everything's normal?
I'm loving it. I'm loving the way the tournament is shaking up. The youngsters, the young guns, the young talents who are here some of them making their debut at the Tata Steel Masters. We see them up ahead on the leaderboard, on the standings. Look at this. Just take this in, Robert. The first segment of the Tata Steel Masters is done. Tomorrow is a rest day. And where do we stand here? We've got 18-year-old Nodirbek on 2nd place with 3 points, along with Anish Giri sharing pole position. Then we've got Fabiano, and along with Fabiano, we've got 17-year-old Praggnanandhaa in joint 3rd place. This is exactly why we love it when a tournament has a mix of the established elite along with the upcoming, well, it's hard to call them upcoming anymore, but this young generations, this new wave of chess players who are really shaking up. This is the future of chess, and now we can see not just in fast time controls, not just in speed chess, but they're making their mark in classical play as well.
They certainly are, and the teenagers have been playing each other for several rounds in a row. There is a rest day tomorrow, and then the players will compete in round 5 at Johan Cruyff Stadium. And look at this. When I look top to bottom in these pairings, I do not see teenagers playing against each other. I see that Gukesh gets white against Richard Rapport. We see that Magnus Carlsen looks to rebound and gets white against Abdusattorov. Praggnanandhaa, off a great win, plays somebody else who had a great win, Anish Giri. That is probably the marquee matchups. Magnus against Abdusattorov, Praggnanandhaa against Anish Giri. But let's not count on Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces against Ding Liren, who just lost this game. He's going to be upset. So from top to bottom, including Levon Avroni against Vincent Keimer, I think we have great matchups in store and the All-American Derby at the top.
It is a clash of generations coming up in round 5. I'm sure, Robert, the players are happy to have a rest day. And you know what that means? That means more preparation. That means more innovative opening ideas. Refreshed players, a lot of energetic, combative chess is what we expect out of them when they return for the Tata Steel Masters. I can't wait for the action. Robert, it's been so much fun doing this for the first 4 rounds. And I want to just give a big shout out to our chat as well, everyone who joined us on Twitch and on YouTube. I will be off for a vacation after this, so I won't be joining the broadcast, but I'll be following it, and I'm so excited to see these young prodigies now really go on and prove their own in the Big Boys Club.
You know, everyone is going to miss you, Tanya. I was going to announce that we say goodbye, even the players say see you later, because they have a rest day tomorrow. But Tanya and I, we are saying goodbye because when the action returns, it will be Daniel Naroditsky and Ivanka covering the action. So, Tanya, it's been an absolute pleasure. Round 5 commences on Thursday. Thank you, everybody who's been tuning in, watching this action. We have 3 brilliant, decisive games today, and we have 2 leaders, Anish Giri and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, after 4 rounds. Goodbye, everybody. It's been real. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
We all love to play the Tata Steel chess tournament in Wijk, but part of the tradition is that we play 1 round in a special location somewhere else in the Netherlands. Tata Steel Chess on Tour is back, and as a tournament ambassador, I have the privilege to take an early look at the location. It's going to be spectacular. The location for the Tata Steel Chess on Tour is the Johan Cruyff Arena in Amsterdam. I'm looking forward to see you all here on the 19th of January.